Copenhagen Wolves, they could finish the game right here.
25 minutes, 3 wins, LCS.
SK solidifies and puts themselves back into the LCS.
Double kill by Nidalee. This could be it, D-Man.
We have ourselves a second new team, ladies and gentlemen. It is KMT.
I just like that there's rivalry, and I like that there's, you know, some trash talk back and forth.
I think we're gonna smash CLG.
I can't wait to crush Kevin, so it should be fun.
And the amateur teams are hungry to get on the big stage.
Oh, we're definitely ready. Failure is not an option for me.
As a team, probably near our peak, if not at the peak that we've been at so far.
I think we definitely have what it takes to make it into the LCS.
It means like the world for me right now.
We definitely have to respect our opponents. On the day, anything can happen, and it's gonna be pretty scary.
Welcome everybody to the 2014 North American LCS Spring Promotion Tournament. We're coming to you live in front of this incredible audience at our new LCS studio. I'm Eve, your Shock supporter, and I'm hanging out here with David Freak Turley. It is very good to see you again, sir.
Hey, it's good to be back, Shock. Thanks for coming over all the way from Belgium and Germany and all that. And man, it's good to be back, and I'm really excited to see what happens here today.
Yeah, it's going to be some great games the entire weekend, but for now, we'll be getting our analyzation on in just a couple of minutes. Now let's send it over to Jad and Riv at the caster desk for more on today's games.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Glad they finally let you out of customs. Anyway, I'm Rivington Bism III alongside Joshua Jat Leesman. While we're getting ready to kick off the NALCS promotion tournament today, the EU got their 2014 season underway last week over in Cologne, Germany.
Yeah, and in that event, the Copenhagen Wolves looked really good at the start of it. They knocked MYM out of the LCS. SK Gaming held their LCS spot, but it was close. They were 0-2 down, and they won an astounding 3 games in a row. But the story of that promotion tournament was clearly the 3-0 upset sweep that KMT had over NIP.
And now it's time to see if one of the North American challengers can pull off a KMT-type upset over here. The 3 teams that made it out of the round-robin portion of the tournament were Cognitive Gaming, The Walking Zed, and Determined Gaming, who up until last week were known as To Be Determined.
Yeah, and Rib, they came out of an incredibly competitive group stage. A lot of people actually expected Quantic Gaming or Complexity to be here, but because that group stage had so much talent and the challenger scene in North America is so stacked, now it's these 3 teams that are here, and they all have a real chance.
There has been a lot leading up to this, and the promotion tournament isn't the only league action going on this weekend. The Battle of the Atlantic continues here in Los Angeles, and the format of the tournament breaks down like this. Each LCS squad will play their regional counterpart in the best-of-3 series, with the winning team earning points and a bit of cash money for the region.
Yeah, and the 4th and 2nd place matchups went down actually last weekend over in Europe. Alliance took out Dignitas to earn Europe 1 point, and then Team Solo Mid beat Lemon Dogs to grab North America 2 points.
Right, so heading into this weekend's battles, North America holds 1 point advantage.
And of course, this weekend, the 5th place teams will fight for the 1 point on the line, and the 3rd place teams face off for 2 points. But then, of course, on Sunday, #1 teams from both leagues, Fnatic and Cloud9, play for 3.
It should be decided by then, though.
We'll see. If North America wins the first 2, it's all good.
It's going to be easy. Maybe. And that brings us to today's schedule as the Battle of the Atlantic continues with the fight between the 5th place teams, Counter Logic Gaming versus Team Alternate.
And after that, it's time for the new North American incarnation of Evil Geniuses to take to the stage for the first time when they face off against Determined Gaming.
But before we get into the games, you should head over to lolesports.com and vote on which teams you think will win their way into the LCS.
And once you're at lolesports.com, just click on the schedule at the top of the page, pick the teams you think will come out on top this weekend.
And keep that bandwidth going. Open up a new tab, head over to Twitter, and let us know which of the Battle Atlantic lane matchup are you most excited to see and why. Jat, what are you looking forward to?
Yeah, personally, I want to see how Kerp fares in the mid lane against CLG's Link, because Kerp hasn't played mid competitively before.
And we get to see him on his trackball. Now, if you want to get your most anticipated matchup right on air, hit us up on Twitter.
Yep, we're still at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag LCS, because we'll be reading our favorite answers later in today's show.
So now for more on this weekend's action, let's send it over to Shocks and the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. And right now, we are happy to be joined at the analyst desk by Dignitas's jungler Crumbs. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks. Pleasure to be here.
Now, of course, we got to talk a little bit about your matchup versus Alliance in the Battle of the Atlantic over in Europe. What have you guys learned from that performance?
Playing against Alliance, we were a relatively new team with 2 new players, essentially, going against them. So it was more of a debut match for us, and we really took it a bit hard up on ourselves to get destroyed by them, basically. So looking in after that match, you really have to do a rework of your team. Think about how you're thinking about the game, and obviously it hasn't been working for a past split, how we've been viewing the game. So we basically sat down, had a long chat about what we want to do, and basically scratch everything and start from new. And that will be how we're going to get back into shape.
Yeah, and actually, I saw you guys posted that you're bringing your analyst full-time into the house with you guys to help you guys work up. And honestly, as Dig, you've been one of my favorite teams to watch in terms of innovation. Just at the end of the regular season, you guys ran Pantheon to beat CLG right at the end there. Like, you guys have a lot of fun things to bring out. I'm excited for what you guys do in 2014.
Yeah, actually, that's one of the things that we're going to focus on primarily. So basically how we view the game in terms of innovation, because that's what we did when we were at our best. We just brought out what we thought was good and just completely ignored the meta to a sense. So we're going to try to do that once more, and I think we're going to be able to really hit our stride again.
Nice.
When you talk about that innovation, bringing that, how much do you think you could be able to do that with Kiwi Kid as support, and of course the totally new factor, Cruiser in the top lane?
I think a big part of bringing something creative to the game comes in having fun with it as well. Not just, and with the new lineup that we have, we're bonding more as a team of 5. So it's basically 5 friends being able to play the game and just have fun with it. And you can sort of blend in a style of having fun as well as playing what you think is good and giving it your best. And I think that's what we're going to look for in terms of getting a winning team again.
Maybe I can ask you as well, what do you think of your own performance in that first matchup?
Against Alliance, my performance wasn't good at all for my standards, and I think what happened was I overcompensated for what I thought was going to happen, and I didn't get to play what I wanted, how I wanted to play that matchup. And I thought what would happen would be I'd make mistakes here, and then I'd say counter gank at certain places, and I just try to make up too much, try to force too much, because I basically felt panicked in terms of what we had to do to win the game. And when you're panicked, you're not thinking clearly, and you go too fast, you're not patient enough, and I think that really is what lost us.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, there's a point I want to bring up as well in the 2014 season. There's, in the jungle especially, there's a lot more emphasis on farming, sort of the Meteo style, if you will. Yeah. I know you're a player who, throughout Season 3, loved to take a lot of time to set up ganks, get over walls, do a bunch of crazy stuff just to get that kill to happen. Is your playstyle changing to getting more camps and being more of a carry throughout the game?
I actually don't think the new jungle is better suited for farm-heavy junglers. I think ganking more is now the way to go, because games tend to snowball, but then you need a very big lead to be able to close them out due to the inhibitor changes and the gold earning, being able to get levels back even if you fall behind in the jungle, because creeps scale with level. So I think that being able to gank more is beneficial for your team, because even if you fail these ganks, you can just go back to farming to catch up and then go right back at it to keep farming, to keep ganking. So I think that's a style that we're going to see, and that's what you see at the junglers that people are playing. You see Vi, you see Elise, Evelyn, all these heavy gank junglers. So I don't think that's more the farming is something that is the meta right now, but I definitely see it as a viable play style that you can pull off, and we definitely most likely see it with Cloud9.
Cool. It'll be very interesting to see that develop. And of course, the jungler matchup is something that's also very important in the upcoming match, CLG versus Alternate, as CLG is playing with their European jungle. How do you think that matchup is going to go?
That matchup is a battle of 2 European junglers. So coming from an NA jungler, it's difficult to judge how these 2 players play. Going into it, European fans will definitely know what to expect from these games. Now, we've had the luxury of scrimming Alternate while we were in Cologne, and they looked like a strong team, but we have not played against CLG. And Dexter has been a jungler that when Lemon Dogs was hitting their stride and they're on top of the LCS, he was doing work all around. He was playing exceptionally well and ganking and making plays for his team everywhere. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing him try to pull the same thing off against Alternate and be heavily influential in terms of ganks and map pressure all around. But I also think that Alternate jungler, RNA, is going to be able to do the same thing. You know, he also likes to play these gank-heavy junglers. He plays Lee Sin, he plays Vi, Elise. We have two junglers with basically the same champion pool going at it, and I think both are going to be able to get plenty of ganks off, and it's just going to be who can get objectives after it, because getting ganks usually don't mean anything, so it's basically who's going to be able to put themselves in a position to get more than the gank, because I'm sure both of these junglers are at the caliber to get the gank off, but it's what you can do after it that's going to matter.
I actually think from a team standpoint as well, I think Counterlogic Gaming is in a really good spot because for the first time since May 2012, they've got an actual jungler in the jungle role. And to me, that's actually really important. I mean, you know as a pro jungler yourself, there's a lot of new things you have to learn just for the jungle specifically. It's a very complex role, and so I think just having a player like Dexter there who already intuitively understands the role is going to help CLG tremendously.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting matchup to watch, and for now we've got to take a quick break, but when we return it is time for the fight between the LCS regions as Team Alternate faces off against Counterlogic Gaming in the Battle of the Atlantic. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Welcome back to our new studios here in Los Angeles, California. It's time for today's fight in the Battle of the Atlantic with a point for their region on the line. It's the best of 3 series between North America's Chronologic Gaming and Europe's Team Alternate. While both teams have made changes to their rosters coming into the 2014 season, Doublelifts is confident that CLG's new jungler will be man enough to harness their potential.
Dexter's probably the most manly man I've ever seen. He took it so easy. He just like came to NA. He sat down on his first day. He's like, yeah, I'm kind of jet lagged. He like slept a bit, and then he woke up at 6 a.m. and started playing solo queue.
He came over, and he started playing as soon as he got in the house. I'm like, whoa, dude, you should relax.
At first, the transition was really bad for me because I still was jet lagged when we started practicing. I underperformed a lot because I was always tired. I just wanted to sleep and wanted to get the schedule done. And on top of that, I couldn't really sleep.
It's just a completely 180 transformation for CLG because of Dexter's shot calling. When they watch CLG next, they're gonna be like, who the hell are these guys? Because we play so differently than we used to.
He just knows what to do. He's very smart about playing the game. He doesn't react to the other jungler. He will always make the first move and make the other jungler react, which is how you should play in the first place.
It's not about mechanics or laning, it's about filtering informations and actually like prioritizing them well. And if you don't know what to do in what situation, it can cost you the game. And I think it's going pretty well. Like everyone listens to me actually, and I feel like they respect me a lot even as a new player, so that's pretty good.
We'll see if it'll be something that actually really helps them out a lot, because the strats are always coming from different parts of the map. Now with the strats roaming, it may be a little better.
I mean, CLG did say they lacked kind of direction in the last split since they struggled a lot, but with the Dexter pickup, maybe they have a little bit more of that.
Absolutely. It isn't the only move they've made during the offseason either. That pickup and more.
Exactly. Besides the new jungler, CLG also has a new support again. So Chowster retired, and then Aframu returned to CLG like he did in Season 3, and the Rush Hour bot lane is back.
And today, CLG faces off against another squad that's looking to improve on a disappointing summer split, Team Alternate.
Yeah, so Team Alternate had a great start to their summer split. They're actually first place in the European LCS through most of that season, but they collapsed down the stretch and nearly got placed in relegation. But during the offseason, they parted ways with their star player, or what many people consider to be a star player, Pharrell Lord, and then had Kerp replace him in the mid lane. They then brought in Kevin for the top lane, and of course, Creaton, their AD carry, is very impressive. He had 130 kills while only playing in 75% of the games, and that was enough for 5th best in Europe.
And today, Creaton has his work cut out for him as he faces off against North America's all-star ADC Doublelift. And while Alternate knows they're taking on a team with a lot of potential, they're confident they can win this fight in the Battle of the Atlantic.
I don't know too much about Alternate, but I think that our roster is extremely strong right now.
So I think CLG has some potential. I think we are like individual stronger than them.
I think we're super strong, and Dexter has been showing like up really hard, and I just think our entire team actually has just been showing up recently.
If I had to predict the match, I would say that we would 2-0 them.
Well, I hope we see a lot of TSM fans in the crowd, so they will be cheering for Alternate instead of CLG.
I'm not really afraid of what they can bring. I know what they're going to play, and none of that really phases me.
At the end, it doesn't matter. Like EU is gonna win for sure. But of course, like I really want to win against CLG.
I want to win because I want to show that EU are better than NA.
So even though they're not going to win this war, the battle will be won overall. That's RNA is saying.
It's a war of words
That's
for
a
some
big
of them.
war.
And you can see Dexter's already fitting in with CLG because he's willing to just say 2-0 despite never playing competitively with the team. So.
If it's right. Now to drop some knowledge on you about the side selection in this Battle of the Atlantic. Jack, take it away.
Yeah, so we had something a little weird this time. CLG got to choose their side in games 1 and 3, and they actually picked red, whereas Alternate got to pick for game 2 and they picked blue, which actually means that they're on the same side for the entire best of 3.
The red side dock will be used.
Yeah, I mean, they always complain about not having red side strats. Yeah. Now they have it all 3 games.
And let's check out the starting lineups. In the blue corner, that means it's Alternate. In the top lane is Kevin. In the jungle is Arnea. In mid lane is Kerp. Creaton on ADC, and Jerry in the bot lane.
On the red side, it is Counter Logic Gaming. Nien still up in the top lane. Dexter making his debut in the jungle. Link in mid lane, and of course Doublelift and Aframu on AD carrying support. We got some fan favorites here.
They're getting pumped up about it. The featured matchup here in the Battle of the Atlantic is the melee in the mid lane. It's going to be Team Alternate's Kerp versus Counter Logic's Link.
Yeah, and Kerp is making his debut in the mid lane here. He played the entire last season in top lane, and he uses a trackball mouse, which he can pull off some pretty nice flash sideways body slams with Gragas that just crush. But then, of course, we have Link now trying to synergize with Dexter. He was always a tremendous laner, but it's so much about his ability to transition his play into the mid and late game, taking a lane lead.
I'm be excited to watch this because you mentioned it looks the best on like 90-degree Gragas flashes, but it becomes the equivalent of it for an FPS player of like the flip shot, and we really haven't had that in League, so it's going to bring it in. You're gonna start seeing people with the flip attacks or what, I don't even know. Kerp will do it.
Yeah, and I really like this Battle of the Atlantic matchup here just because we haven't seen these teams in a while. CLG always takes these things pretty seriously. They always
absolutely.
They know they've been hurt a little bit lately. They didn't have the strongest showing at really any point in Season 3.
Right.
But now they've retooled once again. Now that they've had Monte Cristo as their coach and analyst for a while, now that they've brought in Dexter as a jungler, maybe CLG will come together, as people have been waiting for them to do for almost 2 years.
Well, we'll see. We are in a champion select here between these two teams as the Battle of the Atlantic continues now across the pond here in Los Angeles. LeBlanc, Sivir, Lee Sin to be banned out. Target bans here, and LeBlanc more so for us in North America has been being used in not the challenger matches, obviously, so you haven't, but the promotional series going into these. People aren't afraid to play her.
Well, maybe it's the Hotshot GG influence, too. He, for a time, was playing nothing but LeBlanc in solo queue. We're not sure on his actual affiliation with CLG anymore, but we know that Link also plays a very mean LeBlanc, and they take actually multiple assassin mid laner bans away from CLG and going with LeBlanc and Cassidy.
So with the amount of switches, do you think these teams are actually going to be focusing comfort picks onto the players that are still there that haven't been switched up, and then get Kevin and get Kerp what they want since they're melding with the team?
Well, first things first, the banning strategy for red side oftentimes was to leave as many top laners up as possible, since the top lane kind of pool of accepted OP champions was Mundo, Shyvana, and Rengar. Rengar's not available this tournament, but it's Mundo and Shyvana.
Right.
And since neither of those were banned, and if Nien plays the standard fare, this means that CLG, since they picked red side, gets one of the two top laners as well as another power pick. So if they're playing the game here, they get the Elise and the Thresh, unless RNA is willing to play jungle Shyvana, then it's fine. But I'm actually expecting him to pick jungle Shyvana.
We didn't see this at all to make mention that those three passed through bans in EU. This is the first time we really saw this.
Yeah, so very different pick and ban phase.
And fast.
A little faster than usual. The Jinx is something that CLG played a lot of the last time they were in Germany at IEM Cologne. The Olaf, though, is actually going to be a little bit new for them, and that could actually be what Nien plays in the top lane.
He is, anybody who is really an Olaf player is having fun with that again, and it's awesome to see players when they get back on champions that they like to play. It's always that little extra, the extra oomph they give it. We may see the Gragas coming out as well, but the compositions just be completely, it's like they already knew what they wanted. They didn't care what the other team was picking, and they almost said that in the video.
This has got to be the fastest champ select we've had in quite some time. Let's see, CLG now gets to kind of counter-pick their mid laner. If they're the old CLG, it's going to be Orianna for Link. But have they changed things up a little bit? Is he playing more assassin-style champions? I'm not sure.
Well, he was the roam Link. We always know him for leaving the lane, getting a little bit of help from whoever was in the jungle at the time. And it is going to be his pickup.
Aphromu's got to be the one to lock it in, but Link's got to tell him what he wants to play first.
So much damage already to come out in the forefront of this composition. Ooh. We're going to see Nidalee being used. Has been used over in OGN quite a bit for a lot of kite sustained compositions when you just don't want the fight, but you want to make it hurt.
This immediately becomes more of a poke comp for CLG because all of their laners and their jungler can throw very dangerous poke from range when they're trying to siege a turret. That's going to be CLG's MO when they go in for this game. I look over at Alternate, though, and they're much more about trying to find sustained fights and chasing people down. Everything from Leona to initiate to having the double kind of top lane tank synergy from the top lane and the jungle with Mundo and Shyvana.
Well, that's what you want against the poke comp. You want a way to find a quick and easy direction to the back line. They have that at least on the Gragas Barrel and the Shyvana ultimate, or Leona ultimate, I should say.
It's going to be rather interesting, though, to see if Mundo and Shyvana, so Kevin and RNA, can stay in the fights. Because so much of CLG will be to repeatedly run away. They have a lot of disengage on that side. I actually favor CLG's poke composition here if they can execute it right.
And we'll have to see. Remember, the Battle of the Atlantic continues tomorrow with the North America's XDG, the team formerly known as Vulcan, taking on the resurgent Gambit Gaming.
Yeah, and that action actually kicks off Saturday at 11 a.m. Pacific. Same starting time as today and 8 p.m. Central European time.
Get more of these Battle of the Atlantic points on our favor. We just play them all today.
I have to see. Well, that'll be a long day, Riv. Personally, I got up pretty early.
So, talking about CLG's comp again. Well, yeah, I think we all did. These guys did too.
Yeah.
Big props to the crowd for coming out.
Absolutely.
And they're pretty loud as well. It's cool. When they were first coming on camera, it's always enjoyable because they're like, oh yeah, we're in the studio. That's us this time. Like, let's wave. It's really cool to see. And I'm glad everybody's having a great time because we are about to get this Battle of the Atlantic match started. And it is going to be CLG versus Alternate. As we head on to the Rift, it is going to be, as Jat said, Alternate on the blue side. CLG coming in with what may look like that long extended game comp. They're staying away from the fights, and they're going to do it their way as usual.
Yeah, but first things first, we can't get to the late game yet. We got the laning phase. And this will be...
Do we have to?
Do we have to? We have to.
All right.
That's what Double Lift actually tailors most of his AD carry and support picks about. So many teams nowadays do the 1v2 almost exclusively. But CLG actually likes to force 2v2s as much as possible because Double Lift and Afromu really love laning against two other people, and they don't necessarily play the tower dive game as much as other teams.
Looks like we are going to get the regular matchups in the lanes.
He's changing guns.
He's absolutely changing guns, making sure his Q works. You have to. Talking to the players a lot. When we were on the analyst desk sometimes in EU and somebody would try to flash the bottom brush wall, I'd say, you know what, Pagay, I can't flash that wall. And he's like, we actually joined the game and put on summoner cooldowns and whatnot and flash that at least 3 times before starting. So the little things these guys do to get themselves ready to actually get into the game, which is the reason they usually don't flash face first into the wall.
Usually not in the first few minutes either, unless it's St. Vicious at blue buff.
Confirmed on stream.
Yeah. So right now, this is an incredibly defensive level 1. Maybe we could have expected CLG to get a little bit aggressive because Afromu does control Thresh, but they're just not willing to go into that type of danger. And this is an extremely cute strategy right here by Alternate. They're trying to get a surprise kill onto CLG. You can see Kevin has brought Teleport on Mundo, so they're hoping that Double Lift and Afromu get a little bit too close to the sun and they can kill them with 3 people. J-Ree on Leona. I'm guessing he hasn't skilled up anything yet. Is going to go for his stun on Leona, probably his Q, and maybe lock someone down. This is going to be tense. They're not coming from the direction that Alternate wants them to, but maybe they can still pull them off.
Are they going to get antsy and stay in the bush? I feel like this is 25 levels ago when you're just starting to play the game, and it's a good idea to stack the bottom brush.
Is Afro going to look at it?
Oh, first Kevin coming out. Afromu's going to be the first hit. They flash, they stun. Afromu's down to 250 HP. First blood going over to Cretan.
And he played him the wrong way as well. If Afro could have flashed immediately as he saw the Mundo, it may have saved his life, but because Leona got that Q stun off, the bush trick worked. Welcome to America there.
Battle of the Atlantic, and they get the ambush attack to start it off here, coming out of the bottom brush. Moving up to the top lane. Kevin gets the assist on that, so it's actually just going to give him 3 minutes of vision. He really buys a ward and some potions for himself, so he's got a bit of safety. But we've seen the Mundo Shiv, the Mundo Tanky Bruiser top lane. We'll come back to him later.
And one thing we have to keep in mind, now that we are on the 3.14 patch, that first blood, since it was so early on in the game, is worth less gold. So typically a first blood would be 400 gold for someone, but since it was pretty much at 2 minutes, he only got about 260 gold for that, so 40% less. Not as bad as it would have been in days past for CLG.
Let's see how they decide to continue and play this bottom lane. Looks like they're going to keep it pressed up to the turret. They don't want to take it just yet. That mid lane is going to see Kerp and both Link trying to go back and forth. Whether they fight each other or not is their forte. But I believe the roam's going to be happening towards that 6 as Dexter
that was great timing,
making his way down. Cretan coming in. Oh my God, J-Ree walks in front of the hook, puts himself up in the fire. Can he get himself out? J-Ree looking to get out of this when it's level 2s to 1 or 2 level 3s. And that extra ability, not what they needed. They got the auto attack.
So a lot of things worked right for CLG there. There was actually a ward in the river for Alternate that died as Dexter walked through it. But it was a smart lane to gank because they knew Jay Ree had already flashed in order to get the first kill. And since this kill was at 4 minutes, CLG actually got full gold out of that one and evened it out.
We go 4 minutes in. Both teams now know that if blood is taken, it needs to be drawn back, and CLG acts on that immediately. Nobody's really gone back to too much in the spending area. Creedon just picking up that ruby crystal. And they're even in gold in that lane as well. Nobody really grabbing the lead. The support only gained off of that.
No, we're just trying to see some counter jungling from RNA. Shyvana has nowhere near the early game pressure that Elise does. For the most part, RNA is just going to try and deny his jungle right here to almost punish Dexter for ganking, as long as RNA can escape alive as he's just recalling inside COD's jungle.
They definitely know the positioning now. Dexter, he has to be careful. Oh, he knows those just got taken. He's not communicating it with the team, but that's Dexter, as you saw in the video. Filtering in the information, he knows where he has to go now. He makes sure that area is actually clear first and may just go ahead and stick top lane to not waste time.
Yeah, well, they also know Kevin has no combat summoners up there because he's brought the teleport, and this is yet another gank coming in from Dexter. He might actually expect Shyvana to be near, since he saw Shyvana clear out the double golems were gone. It's like, well, maybe he's trying to gank after that and he's looking for a counter gank. But as we saw in the video, Dexter's the one who likes to gank first. This is more of a counter gank for him.
He knows he had that little bit of time to play with. He is hanging out quite a bit though. Kevin, very patient, not even wanting to try and trade. He knows what the result will be, and it's just a back and forth. Dexter's just that much closer. Oh, very nicely played. He actually placed it really within the minion, so it wasn't even a problem.
Yeah, he smelled something was up. There was a reason Yen was so close to a giant minion wave, and it's because he was trying to initiate a trade. That's why Kevin decided to ward the brush and get away safely.
Almost telling the lane, reading it like a book by the minions. Still looks like Dexter will stay out. He knows he missed too much, so he's going to keep farming his own jungle. Arnea has only gained 10 CS off of this, but he is missing that assist that Dexter was able to find on that gank in the bottom lane.
More counter jungling coming out from RNA as well. Since he saw Elise top lane, he's going to now counter jungle his wolves a little bit. He's not pulling himself too far ahead, actually, though, since Dexter's level 5, RNA is level 5. He's going to have to deny a little more heavily if he wants to really shut him down.
Yeah, you gotta suggest or think at what point are you kind of just farming over that guy is going to be getting ganks and really hurting the lanes. Arnea though making presence in the bottom lane. Dexter's been in that top lane for at least 2 to 3 minutes as Arnea has been trying to get himself bolstered up here. Looks like he will be able to back. Sword Boot starts for Dexter, and the Doran's Blade start actually on Arnea here, or after the machete.
Yeah, it's a little surprising that he hasn't upgraded quite yet, but he's looking for that early game dueling most likely on Shyvana. And I do want to talk about Double Lift and his lane with Aphromoo a little bit right now.
Yeah.
Since he has actually brought the cleanse on Jinx, yes, that's to get out of Leona's stun a little bit, but it's also because he's only looking for late game hyper carry right now. That's the reason he picks Jinx and Illusion, because he wants to survive in the lane. How did he get that? For a second, I thought Link was going to mess up his blue buff, but he got it. No worries. And Double Lift and Afro, I feel like, are almost fully passive in this lane unless they get a gank.
They got the 75% mark of that lane pressed up just past the river, and Dexter looks like he's going to start hovering. The roam is coming out from Kerp, so that means they have freedom on the bottom side, but are they going to be able to react correctly? Diving a Leona is not the easiest thing to do.
No, that would be a very dangerous and foolish gank.
A lot of endless alleys here they're walking into.
Well, they found RNA's counter jungling. He's going to try and smite that away before Niem can collapse, but RNA's in a lot of trouble.
He doesn't get that. Oh, coming down. Getting that reckless swing in, and he's going to be chased over by Link here. Oh, very nice cast, blowing him back. He is going to take the extra damage, but will they just decide to go in here? Kerp is forced to turn tail on this one, and he's going to be chased down. The pursuit is coming in by Kevin. Link finds himself in a bad spot. Barrier and flash to get out of that. He'll be safe, and Nien still with Ragnarok is ready to run around.
Aranea thought knew he was going to level up off that red buff, and that's what allowed him to escape through. Still has a splash.
Ooh. Knowing there's a lot of commotion in the top lane, a great grab on Creatine. Aphromoo can't follow up as the Flay was just used, but they are getting good trades in the bottom lane on both sides.
CLG didn't want to fight down there because Alternate had the level advantage. That was a level 6 Lucian that they hooked in, and fighting with that would have probably been the end of CLG's bottom lane.
So a lot of action being taken immediately when that jungle and everybody engaged at the top side. We saw bottom lane go at it, but before that it's been Arnea. He's on Shyvana, so you live in the other person's jungle, on your opponent's. He's doing a great job of that, but not making too much impact.
Well, he sucked a couple people up from COG and very nearly gave a little bit of momentum to COG, but I think because he was able to steal the red and get away, and because he took so much time away from the solo laners, it's an overall plus for Alternate right there.
Working the little mind games. As long as you can get whatever advantage in the beginning. That's what these teams said. We don't know much about each other, but when we do figure it out, that's what we're going to have to capitalize on. Aphromoo said he knows the champions. He knows what they play. It's going to be a quick match.
Yeah, well, I was trying to get the information from Arnea. I saw him upstairs earlier. He said, what's COG going to do? He's going to be like, who?
Oh.
Just not even acknowledging their existence because he's so he's so over them.
We'll see. He's focused right now.
Well, they have to be. They're not allowed to speak during the pauses. It's to prevent any type of abuse of pausing or faking an error just so you can discuss strategy. They got to be in their own thoughts right now.
And a lot of people think maybe why? Why can't they talk?
I just said.
Because, yeah, that last guy.
You can cheat. Occasionally.
Now they won't think it.
Yep.
Great job, Jan.
Until we get a new viewer, and then I'll have to explain it the next time.
Next time. Well, there may be more than one pause.
Yeah, you never know. This one is actually going on a little bit longer than usual. We'll see what's going on there and be able to get that back to you. But really, a very passive start early for this. And I think if it stays even for long enough, COG will pull ahead of this one. Mainly because I think Jinx will outscale Lucian. And COG, as much as they like to say they're playing new, I don't think Doublelift can really change as a player.
Do you think they went early on the bottom lane because of cleanse? Knowing that if they took that flash away right away, killed the support, then Doublelift really doesn't have any offensive anyways?
Well, I think they went early on the bottom lane just to sneak kill. I mean, they went for whoever they could, and it was because Mundo had the teleport anyway.
That's true.
It's very infrequent that you end up using your teleport super early in the laning phase. So, I mean,
We actually didn't see, we saw Mundo running teleport a lot in EU, and they hardly ever used it, maybe like 13, 14 minutes during the big engage.
Yeah, you teleport in with that during fights to try and make a big play happen.
Yeah, didn't happen.
Not usually.
So coming into this, we are 8:55 into the game. No real aggression on Dragon. It has been a lot of focus on the bottom lane by both of the junglers, mostly towards the top lane for Dexter. He's been kind of floating up there, but that's only because we have Arnea has been just destroying his jungle on Shyvana. So this means you're going to have a big Mundo if there's nothing you can do about him up top, and a big Shyvana that's actually going to have a gigantic amount of farm.
Yep.
How is an AD carry going to deal with it?
Well, at the moment, it's about being able to peel and disengage as a team. Doublelift will be able to have the flay back from Aphramoo's Thresh if Alternate decides to dive them through, as well as just having Olaf, Elise, Nidalee, hopefully they don't get a clean engage on COG before poke goes down. That's really the whole way this game is going to be playing out.
Looks like we have a few settings being changed out. These guys.
Yeah, I heard Creaton is just setting some stuff up at the moment. Something malfunctioned, and he's going to have to work that around. Get it fixed.
So this Battle of the Atlantic matchup does equal for 1 point. The matches were 1-2, and then it's going to go 1-2-3 as we finish up the next ones of the next ones.
It does go 1-2-3.
Yes.
Yeah, so fourth and fifth place in the LCS standings get a 1 point match.
Yep.
Second and third are both worth 2 points, and then first place, the Almighty,
chunk
is worth
of
3
points.
points. And Cloud9 versus Fnatic is going to be really interesting.
I think so.
I think because when I saw Cloud9 last at IM Cologne, they got pretty much hammered by Gambit Gaming.
They didn't travel well. That's the truth.
They didn't travel well, and it didn't seem like they'd prepared very much from the World Championships. Hopefully, for America, that's a bit of a wake-up call for Cloud9,
Right.
and someone like Balls will have learned the new top lane champions. High will hopefully bring back something more, and we can see this whole Battle of the Atlantic thing really just come to an exciting conclusion, because I want to see a good match between Fnatic.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are back into the matchup. Look at that. They are actually doing Dragon.
They were doing it this whole time.
Boom. So they're going to pick that up. So a huge commotion towards the top lane. We saw Arnea getting low. Actually, Flash and Barrier was burned by Link in that engagement up top. So quite interesting that they chose to head their way down to the Dragon and do something so scary right away.
Well, at least they got it.
Yeah, they did get it.
Yeah.
They got it. And then they're going to check that they got it.
Yeah, this will be a very quick thing. Arnea has just had a locked camera that he needs to be able to unlock, is what I have just heard.
Some people play locked camera.
Darius used to. Yeah, no. Oftentimes you play lock camera before you are talented enough to move the camera yourself. I'd say it's a big disadvantage to have a lock camera.
Yeah, actually. People come right up behind you and you have no idea. It's kind of hard to play the game when you can't see everything.
Yeah. Doublelift had that problem. He needed glasses.
Go figure. Now he wears them all the time.
He doesn't have them on right now.
No.
Hopefully he got contacts. Otherwise, he's in trouble.
It's actually the same with Zuna. He doesn't like to wear his glasses either.
Well, that's because he goes so close to the screen.
Yeah. Well, he does without them.
Yeah. What?
I guess he plays better without them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
I know. That's why I brought it up. We'll get it.
Thanks, Rev.
So we're seeing if these guys are set. They're kind of milling about slowly to make sure that the game is set for them. You can see the awesome crowd still hanging, enjoying themselves thoroughly here in Los Angeles, California, as the Battle of the Atlantic is underway once again. So we're just coming up on the 10-minute mark. The gold has not had too much of a deficit to be seen yet in the favor of, or I guess, at alternate. So CLG just holding on to that mostly with the Dragon.
The Dragon is pretty big for CLG, but obviously not as big as it would have been in Season 3. Early on in the game, the Dragon is worth slightly less gold, whereas by the end of the game, it's worth 260 gold a person. That's when the average level in the game is 15 or above. So this first one, while nice for CLG, doesn't give him a big lead.
RNA getting spotted out in the bottom. He's got a red buff to be working with, and he's only staying 10 CS above on Dexter here. I'd be interested to see how Link builds if he goes for pure and all damage, because Dexter quickly going for those Sork boots to get himself around and really get himself back in.
Yeah, I'm feeling like Link and Kerp will both just be itemizing the Athene's Unholy Grail as of now, since they're kind of just poking at each other, and it's mostly a farm off in that lane. Except Kerp will be able to push back Link a little bit more heavily.
Still real no big action that's going to sway this game yet. We see everybody playing safe, looking for the weaknesses, but it's really not what they want. They're keeping the vision up. All the yellow trinkets is really not slowing the game down, but making everybody play a lot more cautious.
Yeah, there's no sweeper in this game yet.
Right.
And it's interesting because I've been watching a lot of Aphromu's games, and he doesn't like to build a Sightstone, at least at any point early on in the game. He loves to rush the full upgrade on his Ancient Coin, go all the way to Talisman of Ascension, before getting a Sightstone. Aphromu's completely content just using his warding trinket and a couple purchased wards to keep his bottom lane safe.
It looks like Link and Kurt may just want to hang out for a while. They've both upgraded already that totem to the greater totem, have a longer ward in their lane, so they're just keeping themselves happy farming.
Absolutely. You can see no sweepers in this game, which seems like a bit of a CLG strategy. They're not trying to clear off. Ooh. There's the ult. Let's see if they get on Afro.
Zenith Blade going in. There's the Dragon's there's the HP, and no, it's not. Doublelift looks to be the second one. The calling comes out, and it's just the end! Oh, Creedon finds two more in the matchup to put himself at 3.
Great finish right there, and now 3 kills on to Creaton. We knew he was 5th place in Europe in kills despite only playing in 3/4 of the games. Well, he's 100% of the kills on his team right now.
Man, Barrier probably would have saved Doublelift there.
Absolutely it would have saved him. Also, if he would have cleansed the instant he got slowed by Jerry's ultimate, he also could have gotten alive.
That is true.
But that was kind of being greedy with summoner spells. Ooh. And one thing that did happen in that gank down bottom, maybe fight up top.
Oh, yeah. I think Kevin's like, I can do the big damage, and then Nian gets his swing back, and they're kind of trading even here.
Nian says, I can do damage too. But talking about that gank that happened in the bottom lane, one of the big reasons it was more successful is Aphromu tried to flay J-Re out of his Zenith Blade, the E that Leona gets closer to him with, but he flayed too early, and he actually got fully closed on and stunned, which helped the follow-up to finish off Doublelift.
Dexter just hovering in from the side. The Cocoon could hit from there. A very nice body slam out, but already Arnea there reading that one, and he would have been ready for the re-engage. They have everything up, and that would have been a pretty big fight for them.
Yeah, and the last time we were super surprised about how Link got the blue buff, he had a trap on him. The trap actually DPS'd it out.
Good eyes.
A little bit of lucky. I didn't see it, someone told me. Oh, okay, good.
So the gold lead actually swinging over these kills. This CS, that explosive cast. And they're going to hang on for a second. Another one! The Zenith Blade on the Aphromu! Oh, there's a traffic jam in the rush hour right now. Doublelift getting pushed off of this one, and J-Re and Creedon are just going to take care of the lane.
This lane's really bad right now for CLG. There are no tank stats on Aframu, and any time J-Re wants to even land a slow from his ultimate onto Aframu, it's gonna kill him. And that Leona ultimate, it's not like it has a long cooldown. 60 seconds from now, that can happen again to Aframu.
Looks like Nien trying to hold off what he can with a quick Spirit Visage. Looks like Kevin's doing some good damage. He's gonna equal that out and sum it up with a Sunfire Cape, bringing it back a few years. Nice spear coming out from the hands of Link. So his roam now begins, and we see that Kerp is actually gonna hug middle here and actually get most of his fights from people coming to him.
Yeah, CLG's trying to babysit the bottom lane a little bit, but that's gonna pull resources from the rest of the map and end up hurting CLG even more so. If Link goes down bottom again, Kerp is just going to take his turret.
Let's see, Kevin does have his teleport up, so he can also participate in a fight that needs to happen bottom lane. Leona ultimate looking like it's going to be about 20 to 25 seconds. I'm sure Doublelift and Aframu are trying to keep those timers in their head because it really means their lane right now.
They have to turtle entirely right now, but it's just a bad situation for CLG's bottom lane because the minion wave is pushed beyond the halfway point. They can't farm. He's trying to steal that little guy.
He quickly shielding off his red buff.
Gotta guess where it is.
It's like I hit something. I'm going to try again. I can hear it. So I think Arnea actually saw a few of those spears as well. You could see Kerp hovering down to make sure the entire path was safe, but now they want to go straight back at him. They want to say, give me that blue buff. Good damage on the Link, goes on the barrier. Here's Dragon's Descent, a bit too far off. They flash in with the Ignite, and it's going to be the last barrel. Dexter trying to get their flashes over the wall, but only to stop the turret damage.
Really just some fantastic placement there by Kerp, and the dragon has respawned, so this is just even more good stuff for Alternate.
Getting everything they need right in a row here, and it looks like this is going to put them up another chunk of 1,000. They will have 23 to that 20K coming up, and attention, Alternate putting themselves on the board a lot right now. 20 CS in that mid lane, 20 CS in the bottom lane.
Every lane is actually doing quite well, including the top lane where Kevin is stealing Dexter's jungle because he has had to help so many other places on the map. This is Alternate really looking strong with their new, I gotta call it their new lineup as well, since
absolutely
Kevin is new to the team and Kerp is playing in a new position.
Rocking that trackball.
Oh yeah.
So one turret has only fallen here in 16 minutes. We've had actually quite a bit of personal action, but the objective action has been quite slow. Dragons back and forth during the previous brief stop we had earlier, but right now Alternate has found their way and got everything situated because they are right back in the face of CLG.
And so much advantage can be taken very shortly here in the mid game for Alternate. You can see Koreachan has his Trinity Force completed, meaning he can now kill turrets at a much faster pace. That's one of Lucian's biggest strengths when he rushes a Trinity Force, because not only does he get the Trinity Force proc on turrets, he gets to do his double shot and really take them down fast. You can see the item advantage, even though it's small, exists for Kerp. He's got that extra blasting wand and Doran's Ring over top of Link. And of course, Aframu and Doublelift can't even look at J-Re because they're going to get hit by a solar flare and then jumped on.
So they got regular wards getting placed down in the bottom lane here by J-Re. We got that sweeper out for himself now, so they may be trying to get some teleport stuff going on in the bottom lane. We'll have to see. It's really just been J-Re on the solar flare. These guys are doing it in a two-man team without anybody else.
Well, he's got the Sightstone now, so that's why he has the sweeper. But since the mid turret is down, there's just all kinds of action. You can see CLG's trying to plot a dive onto Doublelift and Aframu, but what this is also doing is just denying Doublelift's ability to farm. Even though Doublelift is on a late game carry and Jinx, that won't matter if he's not allowed access to creeps.
He can't. He's impatiently walking in between those two turrets in the bottom lane, and that should be the safest point for him right now. The Arnea still knows that they can pressure into this. That mid turret falling right now is being used perfectly by Alternate.
Dexter's trying his damnedest to stay away from this one, but he has nowhere else to go. If he can't get his wolves and his team can't defend him, they can't do anything.
They can't even, the lanes can't be called for help right now. They're just causing so much chaos, and they can even get a Mundo if they wanted to. They'd lose a turret, so right now they are in perfect position to keep doing what they're doing. But we've seen what happens if you don't do anything for 40 minutes. It doesn't look good.
No, CLG has no lane presence or jungle presence at the moment. As much as Dexter is trying to escape and have that full Magic Pen build, he wasn't able to do anything. Now they're trying to go pretty much the only place on the map that's left to them. They've lost control of their upper jungle, so they're going to try a dive on a very farm Mundo with his ultimate. Let's see what happens.
All right, there's only one thing that can stop him from teleporting out of this one. It looks like he throws down the ultimate, and the crowd control is going to be a bit broken up for him. He should be able to get out. Oh, he gets down with the undertow. Very great way to capitalize on the burst damage from those champions.
Yeah, Link landed the bullseye right there onto Kevin, and that's the reason they were able to secure that kill. That's the only place CLG could have went to make something happen.
And this is great. Alternate should have been pushing this mid turret. Instead, they were drawn up top, and now they're chasing the kills. They're chasing something that happened instead of CLG.
And they actually got a lot of poke on to J-Reese, so maybe a turn for CLG.
He's trying to walk right across that culling, and he just takes it to the face. Double lift still going in. Great job by Cretan, just putting up a personal sentry wall. May find himself going down as Aframu could go in hard here. Throws down the lantern.
Lantern
double
in.
lift. Oh, the season blade goes over. Is there enough burst from the passive? One goes down. Will he be able to turn this one around? Link is a huge factor in this fight, but Kevin's going to put himself in the front here, and I think they are going to be able to thwart off anything else. Link in a bad spot. Aframu is going to, I think I can him into this situation, and they are both going to end up going down.
That went from bad to worse. Kevin teleported in, and everything went wrong.
There goes the ghost. Olaf trying to make his way out of here. Ragnarok is coming up in just a few seconds. If he can get it to come off, will he try to use it? Will he go down? It comes up. He doesn't use it. Well chosen. He left it.
There was nowhere for him to go there. Ragnarok would have just been a wasted cooldown right there for CLG Nyen. And things just kind of got out of hand there. You can see the double lift tried to go in, but as soon as the lantern came in, J-Reed landed the stun onto double lift, which killed their damage. And then even though Link and Kevin arrived at the same time to that fight, it just wasn't enough. You can see there's no way once Link gets toe-to-toe with the Mundo, can he do anything.
Oh, so many times when you want to help somebody and you had no way to get out.
Yeah,
but just go down and make the best of the worst. 9-3 now as the kills just keep going in favor of Alternate. It's not CLG finding one and running with it. It's Alternate finding a few and continuing on. 34,000 now to 27,000 gold. Only 20 minutes into this matchup. Inventories are filling up quite fast, and those core items more completed in the inventories of Alternate than CLG.
Oh, absolutely. That's what happens when you're up about 7,000 gold. It actually seems like Creation's going for an Infinity Edge on Lucian. What's really interesting about this whole back and forth matchup with Creation and Jay Reed is there's not even a Vamp Scepter on Creation. That's how little threat or harassment Double Lift and Aframu were putting out on him, that he could just rush his Trinity Force and now go for an IE. He doesn't even care about lifesteal because there's no harassment getting landed on him.
See where these harassment can be put out by some of these Talismans of Ascension if they can get into these fights. That's what Alternate's been trying to do. We said they chased the last fight. They chased it up to the top, but they are ready back for the Dragon as it comes up. This will be the second one in their favor. They may lose this top turret, and Nian's swinging at it, but he doesn't have too much damage just yet. He's not sitting on the Cutlass, but he looks like he's trying to build a bit more defense before that.
Yeah, oftentimes Olaf wants the Blade of the Moon King to chase him down. But many things, Riv, have gone wrong for CLG here, or gone completely right for Ultimate. They've managed to completely shut down CLG's bottom lane, and that's mostly from a 2v2 perspective. Yes, Kevin did have the level 1 gank that burned Aframu's flash, but then CLG got a return kill, so it should have been neutralized, and it pretty much was.
Really, what it came down to was great jungling by Arnea, continuously the counter jungle, because our matchup is Kerp versus Link, but it's really been Kerp and Arnea in the jungle of Link. He can't get his buffs. He can't even help Dexter when he's having trouble.
That's a big thing. I really do think Arnea's gank in the bottom lane, just to give Alternate the confidence to go in with Leona and Lucian.
Right.
As soon as they landed that first Solar Flare and just obliterated COG, it was kind of like, oh yeah, we can do this by ourselves now. And then they continued to get the kills on the rest of COG. 4 deaths for Aframu's Thresh support. You can rush the Talisman of Ascension all day, but it doesn't give him any health.
Right.
He's missing out on the 180 health from Sightstone. And I can see in some situations how the Talisman of Ascension rush is a good thing, but not when you're getting hard engaged on, and not when you're brawling through and through and losing your brawls. You need some defensive stats in there in order for it to work.
Yeah, at this point, you're just being canceled out by the other Talisman. You try to use yours, the other one's used, nobody has it. You see the Infinity Edge Huge damage. Nobody wants to stand in front of Creaton now. We said he is one that had some of the most kills in the EU LCS and only played in 75% of the games. The Solar Flare comes out, and even with partial vision in the fight, they try it. Kerp gets locked up, and it is a death sentence. But whoa, what? Afromu goes down, and Kerp lives. The Drunk Man almost gets out with his resistances, and it is going to be a re-engage. Dexter goes down, but it's great kiting and fighting. Creatine just firing backwards.
Hey, a 2 for 2 is a great result for CLG when their jungle is getting invaded just like that. Yes, Dexter and Afromu may have overcommitted a little bit, but it was kills and potential for the carries. Let's see exactly. We're wondering how Afromu died so fast. It's because there's a whole burst of damage and Alternate can fly out. As soon as they got Kerp, it meant everybody in. Afromu flew in right into the culling and some barrels. That's why he got blown up so quickly. And then it was actually Dexter and Link who tried to go in for that final kill. Dexter's the one who stayed in. Link was the one who disengaged, which is why you saw the damage dealers of CLG staying back and really the sacrificial lambs of CLG going forward, creating the kills and dying.
Still getting the chase on here. You can actually see how you said the sustained fights kind of want to go to alternate the chase fights for CLG, and as we come out of the replay, Link still chasing around RNA.
It's more about CLG wants to poke and stay at range a little bit.
Right.
As they kind of poke Kerp down a little bit there, but then they over-engage later, which is why it wasn't a clean fight.
It's not something you see every day.
Can you get him?
No.
You can't. Kevin's a little bit too fast.
Still, big damage coming from Nien, actually.
Absolutely. Considering he's also sitting on 2,000 gold. Kevin's sitting on 1,600 as well, so it's actually a fairly fair fight. But as long as they can keep having isolated duels up there, that means Nien is still in the game. We look at the last fight CLG had in their jungle. If they catch the right spears and the right hooks, then yeah, CLG still thinks they have a chance in some of these fights. I just don't know what their answer is for the 5-0 and 4 Lucian on the other side.
We've got a double wave coming in the top lane for Nien right now, but he doesn't have much mana to hang out up top, so I don't think there's going to be too much of an engage. They'll let Kevin clean that up. His teleport is up if they did want to engage, but right now they play it slow. They know there's no pressure or dragon to be worried about. So at 25 minutes in, Creatine 5-0 and 4 to a 1-2 and 3 double lift. These guys still have about a 30 CS lead in both of those lanes. Nien has, however, jumped a bit over Kevin, so he's keeping these guys in if they need a tank, if they need someone to be big for him.
The big change is actually in the jungle here. It's a 2,000 gold lead for RNA over Dexter.
It's true.
European jungler versus European jungler in the Battle of the Atlantic, and the European jungler is out on top. But really, RNA, just because he's been farming so much, and because his ganks have been the successful ones, he's really just pulling ahead. And it's turning into that combination of Mundo and Shyvana, the optimum dive buddies, just two super tanks that do a whole bunch of damage that everyone over in Europe for that promotion tournament was terrified of teams getting their hands on, and Alternate got it. And we're seeing why people are fearful of it.
Oh, a few shots coming in, the pings as well. We saw that this turret was not safe for them to sit on. Looks like double lift Afromu and Nien get a little bit of help down there too. And do we see, as we look at our mid lane matchup, is it just kind of by chance, or do they have to match each other's power in this? Nobody went Zhonya's, they're all going for kill potential. Or both of them, I should say.
Well, it's because both Gragas and Nidalee keep so much distance from each other. That is a very standard build for both of them. Death Cap, 2 Athene's Unholy Grail. It gives them the mana regen they need, and then the straight up power that they want.
Oh, good dodge. Well, all right. Wow, this is one heck of a do-si-do. Afromu, oh, he doesn't get out. Threads the needle. Creatine finds another culling kill.
He got destroyed when Creatine hit him with a couple auto attacks, and then the culling was just enough of a tickle to finish him off. CLG was trying to turn that one around, but once they lost a person before they got there, it just became a bad idea.
Oh, I thought they were actually going to go in there on Kerp in middle. You can see 4 members just saw Kerp in mid, and they didn't go on it.
It's because they don't have enough vision control or map control right now. They're down 3 turrets entirely.
That's a big thing.
And I believe that's the 3rd dragon in a row that Alternate has controlled. Even double lift can't go out farther than that brush.
Still looking at the ward totems, and actually sweepers coming out now. Junglers having one as the supports. CLG may be wanting more to grab back this jungle, but they're actually not working off a lot of, well, actually, never mind. Alternate just put a ton of wards down.
Yeah, it's real dangerous, though, for COG to try and sweep things in their own jungle, just because they're not allowed to be there right now. Alternate is the ones who are
It hasn't really
stronger.
been there since the early game.
And even the time that they're spending sweeping that ward vision down, they're risking getting engaged upon by the rest of them.
Such an effective way to damage. You can see the barrels just continuously hitting Link. Link has to get himself out in the open, so Kurt feels completely free to 1v1 Link, even at the second tier turret in mid, knowing his team's behind him. 9,000, almost 10,000 gold up and 200, and there's not the 1v1, but the 2v1. Arnea able to find himself in danger. He may not get out of this one. He has to use Dragon's Descent to make his way out. And it looks like they will start to back off. CLG should try to pressure something on this.
And we can actually see why COG's composition was picked. It's not like it was a bad team composition. Just by getting the one stun to Arnea, they almost just popped him down with the spear and the W from Jinx. It's just they have fallen so far behind here. If they get hard engaged on, it's going to be real trouble.
Ooh, let's see what this wave clear looks like in the tower. J-Re gets taken down. There's the grab, but do they want Kevin? Yes, the spear hits. The end gets quite slow. The Ragnarok is up, but he's holding it. He is holding it for the continuous fight. Will they be able to get in? It's going to be Dexter just with the Q. The percent is not enough to escalate the fight.
And even though CLG is down 9,000 gold, they are threatening Alternate at this turret.
They got the siege wave at the turret, chat. They should be able to do a good bit of damage. Arnea says no. He wants to get that siege protectant out, but it's going to be double lift. Eyes focused on the turret. 1, 2, 3. He gets excited, and they get out.
That was a really quality push by CLG.
That was dangerous.
They came together as a team and really made that one work. As soon as one person lands a stun or a slow, everyone else can chain in their poke. So if they land an Axe or an Elise stun, that means that Doublelift and Link get to land their Nidalee spears and also what they like to call the zap from Jinx. And it just actually did a substantial amount of damage even to the tankier members of Alternate.
Going back now. Looks like Alternate put a few items they did not have under their belts. The Void Staff now for Kerp. That's not being found just yet on the side of Link, but he is 300 gold off, so we'll be very, very close to extreme amount of damage from those spears that you're already getting. Wards still being set up, but a lot have dissipated here, so it's about both teams being able to refine their vision.
Yeah, Doublelift actually just burned his Super Mega Death Rocket there to scout Baron, because COG was that scared of going and checking it themselves. The thing that would lose COG the game here is if they got cleanly engaged on 5v5. And that's all that Alternate needs to think about creating right now.
That's exactly what they want to do. That bit of 1 second attack, that spear coming out, and the damage on Arnea. They want to spread that amongst. They will get a good solar flare down. Link is stuck, but he gets shield and lantern out, keeping himself safe, and they're able to siege protect the second turret. So only losing something they knew they were going to lose, but top lane getting crushed real hard.
Yeah, this is the split game plan for Alternate. The end needs to be able to take out Kevin, but that's a 2-level advantage right now.
That Sunfire Cape not feeling too well with the Burning Agony. Multiplied on top of her, stacking on top of it, I should say. 10,000 gold is what the gold lead is about to be, and you're seeing that as the turrets pressured down here by Alternate in game 1 in the Battle of the Atlantic versus CLG. Not much they can do unless they get a perfect engage. It can't be the slightest of sloppiness.
Yeah. I think COG held that one off pretty well.
They're going to have to.
Substantially some nice shots over the wall by Doublelift where he was able to get rockets off with the static shiv on Jinx and really just get a decent amount of harass back into Alternate, which made them pull away. And team composition-wise, this is where Alternate kind of needs to make their plays happen. They've taken out the majority of COG's outer turrets. And the reason that Alternate, I think they should go for Baron right here, but they should de-ward as much as possible in COG's red jungle. Because we already saw that COG isn't willing to walk through their jungle if they don't know what's there, and it could mean a high percentage Baron for Alternate if they go for it.
Yeah, they're doing power in numbers right now. Making sure Link is the last one or first one in, last one out. He's the quickest and the safest. Arnea doing what he has all jungle, fearlessly just walking into each brush. He does have a ward there, but still making sure he's the first one to be seen as well. As we come up on 35 minutes, the team's thinking about Baron, but I don't think it's going to be done anytime soon.
And Kevin with the teleport actually means Alternate's setting up for something pretty big. Oh! Nope.
It's nice. I think they've kind of been leading into that a few times. They're drawing that one out. So J-Ree was able to catch onto Link last time. They get him that. Kevin looks like he's going to get the turret, though. Nobody's able to give him enough pressure, so he's just going to have this one down to about 25% HP.
CLG shouldn't care about that turret because they would lose it anyway. But they're sending too many people down for Mundo plus the teleport. Unless Dexter were to Miracle Steal this, it's a absolutely uncontested Baron by Alternate.
All right, so at this point, as CLG looks at their own minimap, they say, yeah, they're doing Baron. We're all down here.
Yeah.
That's going to be going to Alternate. That brings them up to 60,000 gold, and just about a 12,000 gold lead is core items in everybody's pocket on the opposing team.
Alternate knew that that was a high percentage play for them.
Yeah.
Especially when Kevin was able to draw multiple people down from CLG. There was really no appropriate counterplay for CLG once Alternate started that Baron. So it was just smart and well done. It'll mean that Alternate should now shop with the added gold from Baron and then consider straight up tower diving. As long as the tower gets on Mundo or Shyvana, so Kevin or Aranea, then they can sit on the turret really and try and make something happen.
Teleport is one of those spells that just becomes so much stronger as the game goes on. It's like a blitz hook. When you don't use it, you can create more with it. If you don't have it, then you're kind of stuck at whatever point you are in the game with running around. So
teleport kind of is strongest at this point in the game.
Yeah.
And then actually gets weaker as we get a little later because the teleport's not going to help Alternate at all when they're sieging this really tiny base. It's like, yeah, I can teleport 15 feet next to me, or I can just walk over there. And
check this out. Utilizing it perfectly at the moment here. 35 in, 5 turrets to 2, and that first turret was probably one of the biggest things that happened right away in the early part of the game. It meant that already Kerp would be inside the jungle of CLG, and Aranea, who was in the jungle. He just had more freedom.
It allowed a lot of access, and we can see that CS lead kind of just expanding into this portion of the game. Aranea very farmed on Shyvana. 198 CS, 199. He's taking the lane minions because he himself is a carry as well. CLG now has to hold off a Baron up Alternate. Wow, Kevin still is sitting on that teleport, so it's not the farthest place he could teleport to, but it's still a minor threat.
He no need minions. He gets the bottom turret down. Nobody's actually going to put any focus down onto him. He's got a wave with him right now, and CLG is looking to actually win this fight and get something off of it, not stop them and just band-aid this situation.
It's tricky, though, because CLG can't really commit to a full-on fight. They have to chip away at Alternate. And it's really hard to chip away on a Baron buff team because that Baron buff grants such an immense amount of health regeneration.
Alternate is just making it look quick and easy. Walk perpendicular every time the arrow is thrown. The spear is thrown. See Doublelift quickly getting the clear out. They have great siege protection on this turret.
They're really good at clearing these waves out. Actually, when there was the cannon minion, Link threw a spear right through the cannon minion, and then Doublelift just killed it with his rockets. COD's not actually letting the minions get to the turret. Basically, if Alternate wants to find a fight, they're going to have to be willing to completely dive onto the turret, most likely with Dr. Mundo leading the way, which isn't really going to happen if they continue this split push game.
Looks like Aranea getting a few more blips on his screen. We're going to get that fixed up as they keep sieging.
His tattoo right there.
It is, yeah. New tattoos.
Yep, he's got them on both arms.
Triforce.
I saw him over at the European promotional tournament. He likes it.
Yeah, that's why you get it.
Yeah. Anyway, we got this pause. And it's actually been held off for a pretty long time by CLG, but they're by no means in control. They are completely on the back foot. It's just taken a little while for Alternate to continue pushing them over.
It comes down to it. Once you get to that base, I always like to say it's like you get a bit of extra gold. The lane narrows, you got some walls to work with. You don't really get any gold or stats, but you have a better chance of defending something, and everybody, your character abilities may be a bit more effective. Like Doublelift can shoot rockets over the wall. They can throw undertows over the wall. So they are trying to use that. Like you said, they're getting the minion waves cleared. And it helps to an extent. It obviously isn't one person farming. Everybody's sharing partially the gold that comes in, so everything comes real slow from this point. But it's still quite early considering the games we've seen. We could have 20 more minutes, and that means CLG is going to be pretty big because everybody's almost 5 items right now.
Yeah, and RNA just has a really quick client restart. So we can actually kind of recap maybe how we got here in the first place. There was definitely a very weak laning phase from CLG. At the very start of the game...
Has to be noted.
At the very start of the game, Aframu got killed very early on by the Mundo. And then after that, they just couldn't get control of their jungle, as you were saying.
Right.
RNA counter-jungled the crap out of him. CLG could not get any dragon control. And it's been this slow bleed ever since, with Alternate trying to finish off CLG.
To CLG's efforts, they did do a good counter gank in the bottom, but it kind of fell apart from there. That one kill did not follow up. Seems like the filtering of information was just done better. RNA knew he was going to counter jungle this whole game, and he has made it real tough for Dexter. Good damage on the back line. They are going super deep, like the turret isn't even there. Damage to the turret doesn't even happen. I guess it's not there.
Teleport's trying to come in. Maybe they're going to try and tank up the turret, because CLG's pretty low right now.
This has been a bit of an extended engage. They're going to telegraph it, but they still get what they want, and they can engage after the turret. The culling keeps everybody spread out to the right side, and you can see Doublelift trying to use that tree to get some shots off and hide behind it, but there is so much poke that can come back at them. They really have a great way to defend this.
As soon as Alternate decided to use Mundo as a giant minion to tank the turret for him, they were able to just push right through CLG. It gave Kerp time specifically to land enough harass and get CLG off of defense mode.
Oh, Creaton going big, gets the Banshee's Veil out, 6-0-4. Actually has been beaten CS by Doublelift, but only because that's why they're feeding it into the lane. That was a pretty ambitious flash. We'll see if they can catch him. They have stacking slow here.
He's going to flash over the wall.
They can get on. There's the clutch down. Nien's on the other side of the wall. Oh, nobody saw that, but he is going to go down. 12-7 now on the score. A little bit of gold is brought back, but the lanes are hurting right now. And the top wave is going to be big, so see what CLG can do with this.
If you're ever going to chase a Mundo with 5 people, that's actually the time to do it.
Yeah?
There was no threats elsewhere on the map where Alternate could take advantages, and they not only get the kill, looks like they get the turret too, Rip. That was a smart play by CLG to chase down Kevin.
Take one thing, you got to take the next. They also got his flash down. Mundo ult comes up pretty quickly, so he'll still be effective in the next fight, but he will have to run his way home. Kerp's going to farm out the top lane, so it doesn't look like Alternate's going to be forcing any or too many fights, I should say. You still have Shyvana and Leona in the mid lane. Who knows? But right now, they'll keep it lax and push the lanes.
We might see Alternate just waiting for the next Baron. Especially since when they're sieging, they take so much little bit of poke.
That's true.
Right? And I don't think it's because they're not confident in themselves. I think it's just a smart move.
See what these supports have for themselves. Aframu is still trying to get himself tanky, and Athene's to a giant spout on the Ruby Crystal, Locket, and the Talisman of Ascension, which doesn't, as we talked about, give the stats out for the HP and whatnot, but that's still a big J-Re.
Yeah, that's another tank for them, really. Especially when he has that W on from Leona. His stats just explode through the roof. It gives him 75 armor and 73 magic resist when he's got his W on.
That's
to
just
go
a
with
little
his
bit.
thousands and thousands of health. One thing to note, though, is if Doublelift can miraculously stay safe, he does more damage than Creaton right now because he hasn't built a defensive item, aside from that Negatron clip, which he just completed recently. And he's just got more damage multipliers going on right now.
50 seconds on both Baron and Dragon. Alternate is trying to keep them pushed. Oh, it's going to be the Zanyas. He finally puts it in his mouth. He will go down. Nien puts himself in the fight. Nien is the only one in there right now. Link and Doublelift trying to throw from the outside. Dexter is not able to do much in this fight, and Link makes it out. The double buff is on him, Nien rather, and we're going to see if they will re-engage. They don't like not having Kerp.
The spear goes through and hits Kerp. It's a whole lot of trouble, as we saw there. So CLG still packing a punch. This one's not going to be over too easily for Alternate. It's a pretty long death timer too, Riv. 40 seconds, which means CLG might try to push out of mid lane. He's actually going to be dead when Baron respawns. Maybe we could even see a fight of Baron here, 5v4 for CLG. This could slingshot them back in the game.
Got to take out that first siege minion wave. They want to make sure. This is difficult as well. RNA is very low. Being that low means this is more of an engage. They're going very strong on this. Smites are up on both junglers.
It's very dangerous as a poke comp to go into Baron against two people who want sustained fights, Kevin and Aranea. Let's see how CLG handles this one. They're all running out of the pit, but Link's getting beasted down.
All right, they are able to jump it out. Very nice job with the lanterns, but how much have they given? They're going to have to walk all the way around I was going to say, Arnea, that would be a very risky call.
But the 5v4 only has a couple of seconds left, and Baron is still at half health. CLG wants to stay in this one, but they're going to be trapped in a 5v5 for a bit longer if they do.
Here comes Kerp. He's just on the outside. They may go hard on this. Oh my god, shots coming in from Double Lift.
Really?
Junglers are inside. The spike goes down. Arnea is able to grab Nasher. And it looks like Alternate will make their way to the base. They will clear down the mid wave. They don't have a bottom to push, but they do have a top.
That was actually a genius plan by CLG, but it was poorly executed. Dexter, even though he can spike the Baron down with his Venomous Bite at the same time of spiting and do more damage than Arnea, Arnea is the one who smited it out. So the health bar management from Dexter was off there, and it actually just gives Alternate their second Baron of the game.
The 50-50 heads up Baron, so intense and actually brought out. Both junglers had a chance. And we see Alternate coming out on top. Now a 15,000 gold lead. Dragon will be fought over for a little bit, but that gold is going to be very much so needed by CLG right now.
Yeah, that gives almost as much gold as Baron at this point. Baron
you
goes
see teams
1,500.
fighting that.
Dragon gives 1,300. Dragon's a little easier to kill.
Yeah.
For one. But now it's the Baron regen once again, which is what ended up cascading down that middle inhibitor turret. Of course, the middle inhibitor is back up. I think Alternate's going to be able to take that one. It's definitely what they're planning next.
Looking at Kevin's to Nien's build, when you know someone is building full outright tank, you don't have to follow that at all. They'll still be able to take him out as this late game comes.
They're definitely going to try to. I mean, Olaf and Mundo can do slightly different build paths, and they've been able to kill them slowly, but now with the Baron buff, I don't know if they can.
It looks like he is going to be absolutely unstoppable. Thornmail, Sunfire, Spirit Visions, and the Randuins to keep it going. They are getting the good pulse down, Jack. This is how you said it has to happen. Aframu gets engaged on. It's going to be Lucian. Creatine to the back line. Gets one shot in. Will he get the second kill on Nien? The culling just following on the backside. But look at Kevin. Can't be stopped in that 2v1. Pulls himself out now. Double Lift trying his damnedest to shoot the brick wall, but nothing is chipping off. The inhibitor is low, and they've taken out members as well. The HP bar is going down, but the inhibitor is going to fall first.
The damage dealers are still up for CLG, but they have to flash away. What happened in that fight, Riv, is they thought they could catch on to the squishy guy, but no one could get through the meat by the end of it because Aframu went in, no one could get past the tank line, and it ended up being a clean fight for all of it. They're going to look to sweep these turrets down.
Looking very, very low here. Link knows he can't dive in. They know they cannot aggress on this. The poke is all that they have. They got Kevin locked up. His ultimate's just about to come up as well. Flame Chomper's on the ground. Dexter with a huge chunk of damage coming out. Link saves his life. Shut down. Double Lift gets excited. Do they have the speed? Link flashes over but doesn't want to be there. Goes down by the hands of Kerb.
Just imagine if CLG had actually gotten that last Baron. All these people that are regened up wouldn't be. CLG trying desperately to fight off Alternate.
All of these health bars were just as low as the last inhibitor we saw on the side of Alternate, but now at full health, near full health, they back off, walking away with their heads held high and a base to be taken on the side of CLG.
Yeah, and let's just actually see right here. Koreachan got a little overzealous with that, and Double Lift's last auto attack was able to finish him off, but then Link got a bit ahead of himself. Not only did he get hit by the Cleaver, he got hit by the Gragas as well. Here is nowhere for him to run.
One last drink before you go down.
May as well.
45 minutes into this, we said it may be going the length, but the laning phase did not go anything as we would see. And the late game is being pushed back on CLG more than most would have thought as well. Alternate playing very well, almost fully itemed up here, and Arnea is now going for a Blade of the Rune King, just putting the Cutlass in his inventory.
But CLG's getting there as well.
Yes.
That's the dangerous
This is the holdoff we were talking about. At 35, we said, give him 20.
14,000 gold is much more than they want to deal with, but Double Lift is sitting at pretty much 6 items. Also, Link is 1 item away, so he's sitting at 5. He's right competitive with what Kerp is doing. We saw 1 spear from Link could nearly clean out Kerp. I think if Nien could finish off his item build, Nien's really far away from his item build. Those last 3 items aren't finished full items for him. He needs to upgrade all of those, and then CLG might be able to repel them. Looking at that last engagement, though, when Alternate all had Baron, and it was kind of a 3v5, and CLG was still able to repel them,
yeah,
there's hope yet.
I feel like CLG's comp is actually coming a bit more into what they wanted, seeing the Crucible come out, now the Mercurial Scimitar, as well as having that cleanse as well on double lift. They always get themselves out of a chaotic fight, but there's nothing chaotic crowd control to happen. All the bursts just happen from alternate, so.
Another Leona all down without landing.
There's in Creatine, good damage onto the 80 carry, that forces him backwards. The Talisman of Ascension goes off. ZLG is starting to get a little bit bigger here in these fights.
And that was the worst push Alternate has had yet.
Yeah.
They got almost no turret, and if Kriochan would have went down, it could have cascaded into many more kills once Double Lift's Jinx got excited. There's a lot of danger coming from Alternate now. They're kind of, one good play from Alternate could win them the game because they're pushed so far into CLG. But CLG probably needs a series of good plays in order to come back. But with how close that last one is, the next play could really go either way.
This is really going to tell it, Jat. The teleport being up for them last time messed up that communication. It hurt where they were positioned, but it looks like they will not just send Kevin down to the bottom lane. They'll decide to back here. They have something to get before their last hurrah.
Yeah, I don't know if the last hurrah is going to be that soon.
Probably not.
Definitely a minute and 15 seconds from now, Baron's going to respawn. I wonder if CLG tries to fight there again. It's a dangerous proposition because they're holding quite well, but if they just give up the Baron, it does seem like Alternate would be able to push through for inhibitor number 2.
Well, that was like one of the most forced Barons we've really ever seen here. Nobody has used Baron that way to fight each other while both taking it down to about 1,000 health before they decided to. Usually it's one or the other, the fight happens, and then they take Baron. So these teams are putting everything on the line when it needs to be.
And if someone were to get picked off here for Alternate, CLG would be able to get the Baron. If I was Alternate, I wouldn't be in this situation right now. I would just pull back, use this time to control the jungle near the Baron, and work on securing that. But Alternate has other ideas.
This part of the game usually tends to slow down quite a bit. It's like the team can't get past that door anymore. Right now they're looking for that inhibitor. Has come back up in mid. No engagement there, but we're looking at J-Ree. There's the Solar Flare going on the backside. The burnout goes down, and it's all just the flex of muscles they needed for the inhibitor.
Kerp's ultimate hit so hard right now. It immediately sends CLG back. And yes, to their credit, they were able to get the inhibitor there. Now they can pull back for Baron.
Slowing themselves down, CLG.
Oh, they're waiting for something.
CLG doesn't really have the ward right there. Swept out. Only one more vision sits out the outside of Baron.
Behind him.
Here it comes. It's Alternate coming in for the backside. It's going to be the Dragon Descent right into the box. How much damage can this provide for them, though? Both teams are actually backing off of this. They wanted CLG to engage on that, but CLG wanted to feel out the fight.
Who can poke who harder right now? Kerp is waiting for his Gragas ultimate to be back up. CLG is trying to chase through, and they're actually taking more poke than Alternate is.
Alternate taking the long way around inside the base of CLG. They're going to take an inhibitor, possibly this inhibitor. They're going to take the turret, rather. We'll see J-Ree doing what he can as the melee up front. And that's got to be considered. These guys are melee taking out structures. That's one shot there. It's going to be Leona going down. J-Ree finds it. Can Arnea be the next one to go down? The zap does not hit Kerp. The Ragnarok is not on. The Ghost is, though. There's the undertow on. It's going to be Link into the brush. Link finds Kerp. It's going to be the Zanyas and the safety for the rest of the team.
That's 2 kills right there for CLG, but they're down 2 inhibitors. They're in a tough place right now because they want to go for Baron, but their base is in peril.
They have great pushes on the top and the bottom lane. It could not be better with having 0 people pushing those lanes at any given time in the past 20 minutes. Baron's going in their favor right now. It looks like they have a good enough caster minion wave to grab bottom lane, and Baron will be there. Is it 50 minutes? The teleport, that has to be stopped.
He came in.
It's Creatine on the back line. Creatine going in hard. He throws down. No, the Banshee's Veil gets popped off of him. And looks like, oh, he gets not dead. So sliver of health as he limps away. Arnea goes in by himself, gets taken down, and CLG just turns this game around.
And you can see Double Lift snipe off Alternate with his Super Mega Death Rocket. They actually have 3 dead right now, and they might try to brute force down some Alternate turrets here.
They got a lot of turrets to deal with here, chat. They only have 1 big tank that counts in this game, and it looks like they are going to head towards the bottom lane. They do have a huge minion wave to work with, and this is going to be a 51-minute stretch if they can do it.
They're just going to keep pushing on. This time they have the Baron, and there's still a lot dead for Alternate Riv.
The inhibitor goes down. 44 seconds on Lucian and Shyvana. They do have Kirp back up.
They want to end it right
Huge
here if they can.
damage. Kirp has the ultimate up. He will be able to blast them off. Link, the solar flare hits 3 and slows. You're going to see Link going down instantly, completely obliterated from the fight. CLG stands with 4 and they all can deal damage, but I don't know if they have what it takes.
They just keep this fight going. They get the hook.
The hook onto him. Kirk goes for the Sanyas. The box sits around him and it's going to put him under. They go for kills back and forth as the retribution comes up. Double lift. Can he finish it? The rocket takes down Jerry. Kevin is doing what he can to live. His ultimate comes up in about 25 seconds and there's not enough minions to win the game.
There's no dealing with Mundo right now, but this game is completely flipped around. Actually, if Ultimate can stop Double Lift from backing, the minions could kill CLG's base.
They have to get back in time. CLG knows the power of minions when it comes to the endgame fight. They are trying to make their way through.
Don't kill the dragon.
They know they
Walk
can't
base.
back there. Trying to walk, trying to the auto attack. They should be able to get back without. Oh, wow. I was going to say
down.
without too much damage,
Open
but
Mundo
that's
find him.
damage.
Nope, Double Lift is back. He's back in base.
Still trying to run. Oh, whoa! So close. So close. And it looks like the turret may not be safe. Oh my gosh, the turret getting it so hard.
It's down.
No
it's
way.
Down.
That
it finished off.
is not the easiest thing to save. You have a teleport on Moondon now. Kevin and RNA coming into the base. These guys are full throttle.
And Double Lift is still trapped in base. This game just got absolutely out of control right now. But I think everyone's respawned. COG has nothing left in their base. I'd say it's game on.
People are scratching, even the players are scratching their heads right now. You can see a bit of communication, their size. I don't even know if they can buy anything else. We got a Frozen Heart coming in onto Nien, as well as his Warmogs. These guys are stacked.
Let's take a little bit of a step back here for a second.
Sounds good.
Alternate got a little bit overzealous in COG's base, and that's how all of this madness started. And it kind of needs to be a lesson here that when death timers are 75 seconds long, and Double Lift is at like the absolute maximum 6 items.
Only 23,000 gold.
You got to be a little bit careful. He's only got 518 CS. There's plenty to go from here. It's actually max items. He's totally full. But really, this game, even though there is no defense at COG's base, there is almost no defense at Alternate's base either. I can't say COG will come back from this one because they have lost everything around their Nexus, and Alternate has got to play this next thing more safely. I feel like they over-greeded on that top turret.
That fight was based on them thinking they just had it too much. They could do too much with what they had at the time.
Especially the fight afterwards at Baron, when they went in one after the other, Mundo and then Aranea. Sure, it was impressive because they're really tanky and they think they can just teleport into 5 people, but that's just sloppy play, and it nearly cost Alternate this game. They still have a chance to finish it off, though.
Well, first battle of the Atlantic Day. Definitely pleasing. 54 minutes into this one, almost hitting an hour. And it's 95,000 to 84. Oh, Aranea threading the needle behind some minions. Very nicely played there. Uses the flash to get out. He still has the Dragon's Descent to come up, so he shouldn't be in too bad of a spot if they need to initiate.
Well, the thing with COG as well is all 3 of their inhibitors have actually respawned. So even though their Nexus is unprotected, unless someone kills an inhibitor and then moves on, they've got a bit of a buffer before someone can really backdoor their entire base. Double Lift, that's a dangerous way to go. He's fine. But he should not have ran that way. Wow,
So
one of those AoE hits is hitting for 1,000 on the minions from Double Lift. That can hit a team, so pretty scary.
A very, very big team if you look at it. Leona and actually Afra moved for himself, both picking up Warmogs, moving up to the 80 carries. It was a 6-0 and 5 Creatine versus Double Lift, who wasn't doing very well. Now 8-2 and 6.
We did say Double Lift's Jinx would outscale Creatine's Lucian, and that has definitely happened. I think these fights are going to hinge on whether or not a squishy can get caught by something. And I'm only going to count 4 squishies in this game. It's Link and Double Lift on COG, and Kerp and Creatine on the other side. If any of them land their poke on a squishy, it's over. But if the tanks can just move through, Alternate's tank line is also much stronger than COG's. So if Kevin and Aranea can block all the stuff while Alternate is able to do damage, Alternate's going to win this fight. COG kind of has to get lucky in these fights in order to win them, I think.
And we have to consider Alternate probably should have won this game by now. So they kind
20
of
minutes
faltered.
ago.
Yeah, they faltered moving up to the base, and that just seems to happen here as they may try to engage onto a fight, but still, it's coming down to, it's not that they don't want to win, it's that these teams don't want to lose.
Exactly, and they're trying the side swipe initiations on each other now.
Yeah.
I think this poke fest in the middle lane does
trade
favor
base.
alternate right now. We know they're stronger in straight up fights, and they're just going right for the exposed inhibitor. This is forcing COG to fight here.
They saw the teleport to the left actually on the way in, so they can
Mundo
really
could get
approach
behind
this.
him.
Greg, oh my God!
That's game.
What was that?
He just won the game with a couple buttons, and the Nexus is undefended.
That was spiked. I don't think that was legal. They're looking for the Nexus, the Battle of the Atlantic. A game that I think turned everyone on their heads. The first of the series goes to alternate.
And it's a little shocking that it ended like that. Kerp, the bootless Gragas, barrel from heaven, just destroyed Blink and Dexter. Holy crap.
Yep,
that's that. You fight back for 57 minutes.
Wow.
You turtle your base. You hold after losing both your Nexus turrets. And then Kerp hits a couple buttons and moves. Welcome to mid lane.
I don't think I've ever seen that happen. That was really
interesting.
Fast.
That was really fast. That's a good way of putting it. There was just the Athene's Unholy Grail defensively for Link. And both those barrels hit him at the same time. That'll do it. I mean, we can talk about the whole game.
We could.
That's what ended it.
Yeah. Boop. So so we were bringing it up right before they did actually win it. They probably heard me say it, that they should have won that game a good 20 minutes ago.
They could have controlled their tower diving a little better if Kevin and Aranea went harder while they had the Baron buffs at tanking the turrets and prioritizing the turret damage a bit. I definitely think Alternate could have won more cleanly. But seeing as how they kind of faltered near the end, and COG showed a lot of quality team play down the stretch, I think COG's got a lot more coming for game 2.
Also got to give a thumbs up to Alternate for having only Lucian as a ranged and still being able to dive/take down turrets the way they did with all those melees.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why they were struggling a little bit,
Yeah,
is because Lucian himself isn't the longest range AD carry, and it's a little bit risky.
Yeah.
But because they had so much beef in the front of their team,
that's what I was thinking.
could
I'm
have been
like,
a
this
little bit
Mundo's
easier.
getting really big. I don't know if you're going to be able to do that. So we may see a Mundo ban just in general because even with the Olaf getting tanky, they still couldn't produce that amount of brick wall for a defense.
Yeah, it was a pretty difficult hold for CLG, but the weird thing is they kind of dealt with the tanks. They lost all control of the game, but when they look back at this game, they'll think, wow, if we just didn't get outmaneuvered late in the game, we'd still be turtling.
That's true. They actually had a way to pull that back. They were getting so much
A lot
stronger.
of that turn for Alternate really just, every time Alternate could trap themselves between the base and CLG and trap CLG out, it actually worked out.
I've actually never seen that before.
It worked out amazingly.
It's like
for Alternate.
there's a giant Baron in your base and you have to fight for it.
And the Baron's name is Mundo.
Yeah, or your Nexus. Right. We got to take a quick break, but when we return, Team Alternate looks to make it a clean sweep against Counterlogic Gaming and even up the points in the Battle of the Atlantic. We'll be right back. Stick around.
Still. 3K. They're doing it. They're doing it. Alright. Nice! Good job. Push mid now. Wow! Come on!
right now at this moment, our team is like strong on every lane. If Double Leaf is as good at League as in Trash Talking, it's gonna be hard for me.
Welcome back to the Battle of the Atlantic, live from Los Angeles, California. We're just minutes away from Game 2 between Alternate and CLG. But right now, I want to get your take on Game 1, because what an incredible game that was. And, you know, we got to start off at that level 1. And CLG might not be playing with Tricks anymore, but it was Alternate that brought the Tricks on that level 1. How much do you guys think that that influenced just the way the game went in that early game?
Right off the get-go, you saw Alternate doing all they can to get the lead, and you saw it with the TP bottom lane with Mundo and Leona. The thing is, they had to blow Flash on Leona for that gank, which made it really obvious that Dexter was going to come down for the gank and even out the game. But as you saw, Dexter eventually progressed to go top lane to try to gank for Nian, because Elise and Olaf are two champions that can deal with heavy, beefy front lines since they have percentage damage and true damage. But Kevin played excellently throughout the laning phase. He played it safe. He knew he was going to be a target. He was going to get picked on because you pick Olaf to kill the tanks. And he didn't die a single time. He read all of Dexter's ganks and was able to stay safe while RNA ganked middle and bottom and snowballed the game for his team.
Yeah, I actually want to give a lot of props to RNA in this match because we talked about early game how Shyvana's not the best early game ganker. You don't get to do a whole lot before level 6. And so instead, every time that RS saw Dexter go gank someone, he went and counter jungled. He would steal away a whole bunch of the buffs. And again, you saw on the red buff steal, he hit level 6. Once he hit 6, he started comboing with J-Ree. He started coming in there and diving in off the Leona ultimates. He got a couple of kills bottom lane. He got then a kill mid lane as well off of Kerp's Gragas and snowballed that way and sort of played the game really well and built this huge early mid game lead just using his ultimate.
Yeah.
How much do we think that the influence of that junglers and that early game influenced the bottom lane? Because it seemed to me like there was a huge difference there in the Creaton J-Ree matchup versus Double Lift Afromu.
Exactly. It was J-Ree's engages. It was the Leona coming in there. And I know Jat talked about it. The Flays usually knocking back the Zenith Blade engagements. But then anytime he would miss it, Leona got on top of him, popped the ulti, and you just blow up when that happens. You're a fairly squishy lane, Jinx, Thresh. There's not always a lot of stats there. And when a Shyvana comes in as a dragon, it's going to tend to pick up kills that way.
Do you think, Crumbs, that you were mentioning the way that Kevin can read Dexter, is that something that you can mediate from one game to game 2, or will he just keep on doing that in the series?
I think he is able to, he may be able to keep doing that in the next games, but seeing the team comps and how the laning phase should have been played, the team comp that CLG had, when you let somebody get Mundo, you obviously want to have a plan against it. So by picking Olaf and Elise, I think he's able to know that he's going to be a priority target throughout the laning phase. So that's why he played it. Maybe he just doesn't really know Dexter that well, but just knowing that he's going to be a priority target for ganks, he's able to hang back. But the times that he read the ganks were beautiful. You saw the ward in the mid lane, brush in top lane, and then when Dexter was trying to come in for a gank through the lane, he backed out right away, and then he was just left empty-handed while RNA kept counter-jungling him and ganking bottom lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And how much... It's like typical CLG fashion, right? They are very much, they were behind in the early game, and then they came back, and it seemed like their comp really came together. Do you feel like Alternate made some heavy mistakes in that mid to late game?
There were a couple that were a little bit suspect. I think anytime they ended up actually getting caught out, the thing is CLG doesn't have any real engage tools. They have to try to land a Cocoon or land a Thresh Hook, or like hope that they can use the Ascension active and catch up to people. So anytime someone got picked on by Alternate, that's them being out of position. We saw that a couple times with Kerp getting caught out. We saw that any time that CLG actually got some ground was, I think, kind of a mistake getting caught out there by Alternate, and that eventually snowballed into CLG actually getting a Baron off of that, off of a really, really silly sort of overextended engage. CLG picks up some kills, picks up Baron, and then Alternate does more silly things, and they teleport in to try to take the Baron back after it goes down in a 3v5, and they die some more. And
yeah, thrown out.
There were a little bit of silly moves there by Alternate. I think the rest of the sieges went pretty much optimally. They slowly poked the turrets down, used their gigantic health regen pools to just whittle down on structures and finally get some way in.
Yeah, and then at the end, they, of course, got the positional advantage over CLG. Well, they could just rush into the base. And in the early game and in the mid game, we saw a lot how strong Lucian was, but Crumbs, were actually you that noted that Kerp was doing extremely well in that matchup.
Yeah, looking at the end game screen, Kerp actually did 3 times the damage dealt to champions that Lucian did. And his barrels were what made it possible for Alternate to actually push down turrets, because they only have 1 range and 4 melee champions, which are not going to be the best in terms of pushing towers. So what they need to push turrets is going to be poke down CLG or spread them out so they can get some chipping into the tower. And his ultimates and barrels were hitting Dexter and Neon all around. And you saw in some of his pushes, just ulti the wave. Don't even go for an engage, just ulti them away, do damage. That's going to be able to put CLG's health bars low enough that they can just face tank the turrets, get the turret, get the inhibitor, and then eventually get objectives. But he was just so farmed and so fed that you saw late game, he 2-shot both Elise and Italy and was able to win the game. But even if that didn't happen, all he needed to do was throw an ultimate out, and they would have been able to push down the turret.
So we saw good play from both teams, but also a lot of mistakes, if I can say that fairly. And in a first game that they've played in a long time, that is to be expected, of course. What do we think will happen here in the next game? Will Europe close it out, or CLG coming back?
I gotta say, I'm surprised Alternate came a lot stronger than I expected. I really thought that the addition of Dexter would bring a whole lot to CLG and they'd have just a ton of pressure. But as Crumbs pointed out, Kevin was reading all of Dexter's ganks, and that gank style from Dexter hasn't done very much. I think Alternate's play calling, I think, largely has been better. I think they've done some really smart things, especially that ending base trade where they said, we have positioning, we can dive up mid, just use Gragas for disengage, we can just hit buildings and win the game. Plays like that are really, really smart. And things like that, I think, makes me feel a lot better about Alternate here.
I also think that you got to look at the dynamic of how this series is going to go. It's going to be different from any other game because 3 games is going to be played for Alternate on blue, CLG on purple. So picks and bans are going to have a completely new dimension, because oftentimes you see people try to change their picks and bans and see, okay, now we want to get these champions since we're first pick. But now that they're purple the entire time, we are maybe able to just see the exact same combos. Maybe CLG feels confident. You know what? We just misplayed it. We're not going to fall for the same things again. We're going to play the same thing out. You can play your game again. And we just think we're going to play better this next game. And we could even see the same combos 3 games in a row.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how everything plays out. But now we're going to check out our favorite answer to the first Twitter question of the day. Of course, earlier we asked, which Battle of the Atlantic lane matchup are you most excited to see and why? And here's what you had to say. The first answer is from @lolcanoe. He says, I'm eager to watch Dexter face off against Aranea. They both are very strong junglers with the capacity to make game-changing decisions, and we saw that perfectly in Game 1.
Absolutely. We know both of these junglers are good enough that they can get ganks basically anywhere they go. We saw Dexter ganking bottom lane multiple times. We saw Aranea gank mid, gank bottom, and is able to turn kills. Dexter made some plays and able to get the first dragon for CLG, actually. And outside of the laning phase is really where the game was determined. And that's just where champion picks comes along. But even Dexter, even though he fell behind, he was able to pull off plays with cocoons. We saw in the top tower, one of the things that snowballed CLG's Baron was a cocoon on Gragas. And he's still able to maintain himself relevant into the game. And these 2 players are basically the ones that are able to determine the early game for each of their teams. And that's what we're going to see in the next couple of games as well.
All right, now the second tweet is from @Malblood. He says, I am most excited to see Hai versus Xpeke. If Hai can hold his own, I think Cloud9 will win.
I think that's actually the key to the Cloud9 strategy right now, is basically Hai's champion pool. Thinking back to the last time these 2 teams met was at Worlds, and basically Hai got banned out. He had a really short champion pool, and it really hurt his team. I think if Hai's used the offseason to gain a couple more champions, and he doesn't get banned out and gets to bring a lot to help his team, I think that helps Cloud9 a ton.
Of course, see that matchup play out on Sunday. And then the last tweet is from @Oriana is mine. ManCloud versus Alex Ish. We haven't seen this matchup before, and both mids are phenomenal.
I actually really agree. I like watching ManCloud. He really stepped it up throughout 2013. He became one of the premier mid laners in North America. Alex Ich, of course, has been a premier mid laner for like ever. So, of course, these are 2 of the best players in their role. And honestly, XDG's been dark for a while, whereas we just saw Gambit crush a bunch of faces recently. So I want to see how these teams stack up.
Yeah, we'll see that matchup tomorrow, of course. Now, those were some great answers, but we want more. So keep hitting us up on Twitter. We're @LOL Esports, and remember to use the hashtag LCS. And now let's send it back over to Riv and Jat for the play-by-play of Game 2.
Thank you very much, Shocks. It's almost time for Game 2 between Team Alternate and Counter Logic Gaming, as you say. And after a back and forth match 1, it was almost back and back.
Back and forth
Cretan and Alternate are looking to even up the points in the Battle of the Atlantic. just one more win.
Yeah, Alternate looked solid most of that game, aside from the one mistake they made in the start. They obliterated CLG early on in that match. I mean, just from the level 1 strategy where they had 3 people in the bottom lane to just completely shutting down Doublelift again and again, it was nearly a quick and decisive victory.
It came into the factor of strat calling, but it was on the fly. It wasn't, we are going to do this. RNA was in the jungle, and he said, we can now do this. It was already on the move, and that reaction has to be faster from CLG, and we didn't see it until late game.
Yeah, it's amazing that CLG even came back to make that a game that turned into absolute madness, because you don't usually see bottom lane getting destroyed, mid lane losing control, jungler losing his jungle, and top lane going even, and have that turn into a game that's actually close. You know, Alternate did a lot of really strong things in that last game.
We'll see what they pick. We heard what the focuses might be from the analyst desk, and we will see as they are put onto the picks and bans list. Some of the same coming out.
Of course, in this series, COG has elected to go red side every time they have a choice, and Alternate has elected to go blue side. So it's the same side selection as last game, and so far, the same bans as well. There's Annie and Ziggs were banned last time from COG, as well as Lee Sin was their final ban, whereas for Alternate, their bans have stayed exactly the same as well.
It's interesting because usually it's the back and forth. You'll kind of force one picker ban for yourself, but we're not going to see that, and they feel that it's going to be okay to give them Kevin. They did find that they could push back at one point in the game, but do they want to funnel into that again?
This kind of says, like, how stubborn is CLG right now? Because Alternate had a lot of success with Mundo and Shyvana, and if CLG doesn't pick Shyvana here, I feel like Alternate has no reason to not do the same thing. Maybe CLG thinks that because Leona is off the table, they won't be able to get their initiations, but Leona's missing a lot of her ultimates last game. Jayri was not having high percentage plays. It was the Gragas and the Shyvana and the Mundo for Alternate that really carried them through, and none of those things have been taken away by CLG.
And even if they take Shyvana, Arnea still has his lead, something left up from last picks and bans, because Doublelift, I guess Doublelift and Aftermove really felt more of the pain from Leona than they did a complete game Mundo.
And they're just messing around with this. How much sway does Doublelift and Aftermove have on this team? And they've went for the Shyvana, which is a smart choice.
We'll have to see. Now up to Arnea, there's no reason. I guess he would or wouldn't pick his jungler. I don't feel that Dexter and him use really the same junglers.
Dexter and Arnea, it's hard to say. There was definitely a Jarvan thing for Dexter last year in the European split, and mainly Vi for Arnea.
Right.
So he could always go back to Vi if he wants to, but I like the fact that he's taken Jinx away from Doublelift.
We'll see. Aphromoo losing possibly his Thresh this time, so you know,
alternate
alternate with momentum, take away what they're feeling already good on right now for the matchups.
What's interesting here is Alternate did so well in the bottom lane against the Jinx and the Thresh
dominance
of CLG.
You put it well when you said that first kill gave them the idea that they could do it over and over.
Exactly. And the fact that they've taken them away now from CLG is a little strange, because they kind of proved that they could beat it. But now they may as well just prove they can beat something else.
It's almost like a battle of sides.
Yeah. They're like, well, you played us with that? We'll play it with that.
We'll still wait. And CLG, it's a little slower this time. Oh, wow. You know what?
They're trading champions now.
Yeah. Coming into the tournament, I was really hoping somebody would play Tristana, because nobody has lately. And I'm excited that somebody picked Tristana.
Tristana wasn't on Doublelift's tier of 80 carries.
No.
He didn't have him high up. He was lying to us.
Yeah.
This would be a late game pick for Doublelift. Tristana has power early and late, but a large lack of power in the mid game.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be a 2v1 lane, or they may just find the same thing that happened last time. Looking at a little bit of AD on this side, we have seen that Syndra is in the playlist. We have not seen her played, though, for quite some time in NA.
No, I would like to see a Syndra here from Kerp, because he could definitely keep Gragas in bay and be a bit of a lane bully, actually, which would play all into Alternate strategy, kind of what they won with last game, is get control of mid lane, get control of the jungle, and then start roaming. And Syndra is a champion that can actually do that to Gragas.
Vi still slippery enough to counter in your jungle and get herself out. And looks like those two are going to be locked in, so Alternate definitely mixing up the champion pool a little bit, as CLG looks more to steal that away.
I really wonder what the last pick from Afro here is. He thinks that Karma is strong against Thresh in these situations. It might leave CLG a little lacking in the. Actually, it would fit quite well with this team composition. You could speed up the tanks. He could peel for double lift. I think it's that or Lulu, I think, is what he's probably trying to decide between.
Aframu does like to be a bit aggressive on his supports. You can do that with Karma.
Especially early. The Mantrid Q, you can just fire that in the face of a Threshold and coming on top.
Double lift still holds on to that cleanse, too.
He's taking his time. Yeah, it's going to be a Lulu.
Oh, I haven't seen Lulu in quite some
hasn't
time
locked it in
either.
yet.
He has 10 seconds to choose this one. It's really all up to him. Last time they left mid lane, now they're leaving the support. So everybody just, they kind of knew what they wanted to do.
They picked so many of the early ones really fast, and then Aframu was like, yeah, I'm going to make you wait.
Actually, is Dexter going to jungle? Oh,
they could swap those if they wanted to.
Yeah, because I was going to say they all picked for themselves, but 1 and 2 didn't. Wait, why didn't 1 and 2? Because they can. So maybe they did.
Hey, Olaf can definitely jungle as well.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who would have guessed it? All the top laners can jungle, and except for Vi, not very good top laner. Looking at these team comps entirely, regardless of what COD tries to do, it's a tank buddy system with double lift as well, so it's not nearly as much poke. And I look at alternate, and they are still going for lane domination, but this time they have more of a late game punch. If COG tries to stretch the game, they're definitely going to have Jinx as well, who can almost go toe-to-toe with Tristana.
I like it. This Jinx is, J-Ree still has pretty much what he played on last time. He's going to have early aggression, and they're going to be able to get kills in the early game. Oh, I wasn't seeing. No, he is running teleport on Mundo. So they may try to 2v1 because Tristana's not the best dual lane.
Like, Kevin did very well last game. I think it would be doable for a swap, but Aframu really likes getting aggressive in the first couple levels with Lulu.
That's true.
And Double Lift also loves to 2v2 duo lane. I wouldn't expect a swap, but we might see it because a lot of it can just be guessing where to go.
Right. We'll see what they do for each other. But don't forget, remember the Battle of the Atlantic continues tomorrow with North America's XDG, the team formerly known as Vulcan, taking on the resurgent Gambit Gaming. And it's not a game to miss.
Yeah, just a reminder that starts tomorrow, which is Saturday at 11 a.m. Pacific and 8 p.m. Central European time. We'll be starting at the same time all week.
It's going to be good.
Well, next 3 days.
Consistent. Yeah, that's true.
Until the 22nd of December.
And then we just rock out the entire spring split.
Merry Christmas. Yeah.
So we are heading... Yeah, holidays. Everybody loves it. Heading into the matchup, the teams facing each other, pitted up right there. Alternate versus CLG. Alternate looking to close out the Battle of the Atlantic with +1 more point. On the side of Europe, CLG looks to thwart that here and keep this series alive.
And we have a different trinket in the works this time. RNA has went with the sweeping lens instead of the warding totem right now. We'll see if that can come into play. I always find that the sweeping lens is very hard to use early on in the game because you throw down a sweeper, they see it, and you go away. But they all saw Dexter.
I feel like he invaded with the warding trinket, right? I feel like you'd have the sweeper when you invaded, so maybe he'll actually play a lot different in the jungle. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
Well, if you invade with the sweeper, you get to sweep on top of where you invaded to make sure you're not standing on a ward, which can be a little bit of safety.
Right.
I think they would have done that if they'd made it into the blue buff without getting spotted. But because Dexter was playing some defense, I think we're going to see a standard defensive line like we did last time.
We've seen Nintendo Dex play a lot of Olaf jungle as well. Seems like this Dorn's Blade is the thing to do. Some Sylvana's doing it.
Yeah, Olaf loves going double Thorns early. He has so much just straight up damage early on in the game, and it helps him clear a little bit faster. He's not worried about the sustain early.
So it looks like we will get this lane swap going back and forth. Double Lift doesn't want to get that Tristana taken out. Not the most powerful ADC early, but he will be the one to ramp up on that U power curve towards the end of the game. Looks like it's just going to be the personal sentries here, nobody getting too aggressive.
And could Alternate be trying the same trick 2 games in a row?
Oh,
aha! No. No trick this time.
We have found you. But I do believe they know they will get the 2v2 matchup now. So I don't think Double Lift's going to like that very much. The junglers will begin their rout. We got Biscuits in the mid lane, and that's our featured matchup. So we'll keep an eye on it. It was that Nidalee versus Gragas last game. Now it's Kerp versus Link, Syndra versus Gragas.
Absolutely. And just in case you guys were wondering and not listening in champion selection, CLG is on the red side because it was selected in game 1 and 3 for them. They wanted to be red side. In game 2, Alternate had the choice and they picked blue. So every game will be on this side.
It's not a Zenith Blade, but it still is a long-range grab, and they have taken Doublelift to 50% health here. And this isn't terrible. That's going to happen. There's not much you can do about getting hit in the face with Tristana Lulu just in the beginning. So they're dealing with it.
Yeah, and the more hooks that land for Alternate, the better.
That's bad.
J-Ree's pretty powerful with these. 1 for 2 now. Couple jukes there by Doublelift. He needs to do that early because they missed the level 2 jump right now. Since J-Ree and Kriyatalk push that lane early, it means they get the upper hand early. Let's see if Dexter sneaks his way around that ward.
Arnea still to his jungle. Dexter, he's got good movement on this one. J-Ree is going to be on the backside. Looks like he's telling Cretan, we need to get in a better position here. Let's get lateral to each other, and they are safe.
Sometimes luck just hits the wrong way. When Dexter walked down to where it was just pinged there, he's saying that's warded. It's not warded anymore because the ward died as he was walking into it. If he waited 5 more seconds, it would have been an unsuspecting gank, and it may have even given them the kill. But that's now the second game in a row, I'd say, where Dexter has kind of been spotted around a little bit and puts himself behind the pacing of Arnea.
And it looks like it gave Arnea a little time to hang around, too. Went for another Wraith. Now he's going to invade the jungle knowing that he was topside. So being safe and very nicely played here as Arnea goes for the Wolves. They're going to be there. Hope they just spawn. Lucky him.
More smart counter jungling by Arnea. He's done this in both games, using the smite to make sure he doesn't AoE everything down. Leaves one pathetic little 8 gold wolf up and gets out of there. What's Nian trying to do?
Interesting. Nian going top. Feels like he's pushed in Kevin enough here to draw the jungler down and figure out that he's not there. So a little bit of wasted time on both sides because Nian doesn't get much.
Yeah, but he doesn't see Arnea right here. This could be a lined up gank. He sees him now. Where you going?
Oh, no, the ward's outside the bush. Hey! Oh, Nian taking some damage. There's the slow. How's the homework, says Kevin. And they're going to put a few more to the backside. Is there an ignite to come out? There is not. The flash goes in. Too many minions. And it looks like Nian is going to be all right. But Kevin didn't take too much damage.
Yeah, Nian really took his time with that flash. He was hoping to not burn it. He was very mindful that Kevin didn't have ignite. Otherwise, you would have flashed much earlier. Even so, it was a sloppy rotation by Nian, and that's why he had to burn the flash.
Looking at that matchup, only 30 to 25 in CS, so even with the harassed Doublelift, still keeping in range, and you're always expected to have more CS than a Tristana due to that E explosive shot passive farming. So doing all right in that lane. Right.
Wonder if Kevin's going to get a little overzealous in this lane. Found a friend. He's not.
That's just him. There's no ward there. He said, you know what? Spidey sense. So clearing out. Dexter having a little bit more trouble. There's always knowledge of Dexter on the map for Alternate. It's got to be a pain in the butt for him.
What's interesting is because Dexter was actually in the same league of Alternate, they've spent so long playing against him.
Yeah.
Sure, he's slightly different gank pass in the new season. It's not like what Dexter will be like against all the other American teams, where people haven't played against him before. Alternate's very experienced with where Dexter goes.
Also have to consider how much these lanes here are being pushed up. If it looks like they're going to be able to get a gank bottom, they may just be reading it that easily. Top lane now being hugged up by Arnea here. Looking for a possible entry on a 3v2 gank. But it looks like the safety by CLG as they back. And Kerp actually pushed Link out of mid lane. We'll have to see how he does when coming back with a pink and a green.
Well, Syndra has the upper hand on Gragas if he gets level 6 first.
Oh, yeah. And he is, yeah.
Yep,
wow.
And that's why Link went back right there, because he needed the gold to pick up a Chalice of Harmony, and that Chalice of Harmony would hopefully save him if Kerp tries to burst him down. Kerp, since he was able to wait a little longer, gets boots as well, so that's the edge he's been able to get because he played that lane properly.
So we'll see how the farm goes. Still to that mid lane as it is our matchup. Kerp is going to be winning a bit on this one. He was beating Link, I believe, by about 10 to 15 minutes by about 20 CS. So keep an eye on that. The gold still quite even. I believe that was in Vision.
They want to get a Mundo. Tower diving Kevin here. All three of them are going to have to do quite well. Kevin's going to pop his ultimate almost immediately.
Oh, he is actually heading away from the turret right now. He does not want to give Link this assist, but it is inevitable. And they are able to get first blood in the bottom lane. Link being the first one to roam in this game.
Yeah, and there wasn't too much of a push back towards the mid turret there by Kerp. He's going to try to catch Gragas in transit here.
Ooh, I thought he was going to wait, hit him with Scattered and Unleashed Power. It probably would have been enough being Syndra, but it doesn't look like he's given up on that hope just yet.
He doesn't realize he was spotted by a ward in the river. He's got to get out of there before trying to steal that blue.
He knows now. The ward goes over, but that almost makes him safer because they know they're going to try for it, and he's going to give himself a bit of vision. Try to steal this away, nice and cheekily.
He wants to be able to grab it, but
no deals.
Link was able to spike it down. So CLG is the ones that made the first successful maneuver this time. They didn't get tricked by any brush tactics from Ultimate, and they were able to go around and get that kill. And to get back to our featured matchup, it hasn't really played out like I thought it would. Last season in North America, Link was a very dominant laner, but Kerp has actually been pushing him around a little bit.
Yeah.
And it was actually Link transitioning fairly well into the mid game on Nidalee that helped keep CLG into that, which is something he was weak at last year. So it's almost like Link's skills have swapped around, whereas Kerp, in his first competitive experience in mid lane, has just dominated. Not only did he beat Link in lane, he also won the game for his team at the end of it with the kick-ass double kill barrel combo.
Yeah, that was a little ridiculous. Still kind of wrapping my head around that right now. Double lift. He loves to put a hole in his pockets with money. He's sitting on about 2,000 gold right now to the 1,100 on the other side, but I think that's their entire point of the Tristana Lulu lane. Save Doublelift when he needs it, let him farm until late game. Because they saw the result last time. Doublelift was in a better position.
Doublelift right now is having a better time farming than he did in the last game.
Oh yeah.
We haven't seen RNA's gank yet though, and level 6 ganks from Vi usually show what person Alternate wants to go for.
It's true. A lot quicker from RNA last time, so with this 6 now, we'll see if he makes himself present in the lanes. He is going to be walking through a ward into that mid, and all of his lanes but bottom are quite pushed up, so maybe the go on the end that they're looking for.
Yeah, well, at least RNA's mid lane Kerp is doing quite well. Again, he's 20 CS up on lane. And he doesn't necessarily need to help that lane. With the way Kerp is pushing it as well, it's not an easy lane for RNA to gank. Actually, if I was RNA right now, I wouldn't know where to go. It's a tough decision to make at this point in the game. There's not many places for him to actually gank because the mid lane is always pushed back.
Yeah.
Nien is saving his ultimate to escape potential Vi ganks, and they don't have that much lockdown in that lane aside from just what Vi can bring. And then Doublelift and Aframu are also playing extremely passive, so it seems like RNA is making the right call here, despite being level 6 and now 7 on Vi, just trying to farm.
This doesn't get any easier for her as it comes up to the objective. Once they start rotating those lanes down, Gragas still has an upper hand at a dragon fight. Olaf now, everybody's up to ultimate level. They have a pretty good idea of what should happen right now, actually.
And the timing of this couldn't be more unfortunate for Ultimate. Right as RNA was trying a gank on the opposite side of where Link was roaming to, it's a dragon being taken straight by CLG. And no ward coverage either, so a clean dragon from CLG.
I did not think it was going to happen that fast. I expected a quick tower pressure in the top lane with a 3v2, but very well played. 10 minutes making that nice for them, and the first real gold lead that we've seen, but it's not helping out too many people. The BF sword finally brought out by Doublelift. He increases a little bit in power, but still nothing they can use to get kills in lane 1.
No, and this is the dip in the game right now for Doublelift. Around level 7 or 8, Tristana starts getting quite weak, and he's not even doing the Blade of the Ruined King Tristana to help augment his weak middle game. He's going all about the late game. Doublelift's going to have an Infinity Edge and maybe even a Zeal and Last Whisper before we start seeing him making some big damaging plays. Which means, Riv, got to hanker down for a long game.
A long game? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Oh! For a Mega Death Rocket to the face, and he is going to go down. Arnea finds that kill. Aframu goes down as well, and when Alternate wants something, they take it.
That was actually a little bit surprising. It was a double roam up top, and CLG just got caught in a really bad place. And to add insult to injury, Jerry landed his death sentence when the cavalry was already on its way. That was just really well done by Alternate.
You can see not too many summoners used by Doublelift and Aframu there, and they knew that was a sealed fate. They were going down. 12 minutes to the top turret. Dexter is forced to be up top now. This again gives RNA a free reign. They know where Dexter is, but again, Link with the rotation to the bottom lane, and there is not much crowd control to be had for Kevin, so he could tie his shoes and run this one out pretty well.
Oh, RNA's trying to save him.
Oh, he punched behind him. Almost being able to save him. Kevin goes down. Now he finds himself in the 2v1. But here comes Kurt from the top lane. Will he be able to scatter and get that ultimate off? Unleash Power is ready to be used. They can't get that punch off, and there's no crowd control for in the end. He goes in hard. Tries to get RNA from the backside and stay with the walk. Forces the flash. And you can see Kurt may not have the damage. The Ignite is going to be enough. And he finds Link before he can get out of this situation alive.
Kerp played that one just right. Even though Aranea had to run away, Kerp kept and played defense for him. What ended up happening is Yan thought he saw an opportunity, he baited his teammate Link into it, and it ends up getting Gragas killed.
And Kevin says, no, my lane, let's go. Still, wow, he took a lot of damage just teleporting in. Full HP, and Yan was able to take him down with a few auto attacks in that burnout. Link coming back up, the Athene's finish for him. And we are seeing this Nien actually go for the full damage Shyvana. Maybe he'll go Hydra after that and be crazy for us.
Yeah, that would be a little bit absurd. I think the Blade of the Ruined King is first up for him.
Yeah.
He's trying to use it to directly counter the health stacking that Kevin's going to try and do on Mundo. We'll have to wait and see if that works out. I think it's a pretty bold move considering he's up against Syndra, because if he doesn't go tanky, a lot of Shyvanas would go Spirit Visage first against Mundo. Since he doesn't go tanky, he is opening himself up to getting spiked out by Kerp's Syndra.
Or spiking people out. Yeah, he's
with Shyvana.
Gold coming back to even just about, and they look to stretch that here. Dexter hitting the undertow very nicely on the max range backside. It looks like they're going to be able to take down Kevin here. Dragon's Descent as they share the kill, but also give one up. The retribution for himself there. We may have a finisher by Gragas.
Yeah, we saw a couple things there. Like, he used his Bilgewater Cutlass active to help that gank happen, but then he died to the turret because he wasn't tanky. Give and take.
Link trying to get his assist on it, but he couldn't get in time. 14:08 on the clock. Aranea back into the opposing jungler's jungle. That's where he lives, your jungle. And he is going to be taking that up. 57-71, and as much time as he's actually been wasting trying to gank, he's down 20 CS, but still putting out the power, the wild growth as well as the Vault, or Salt and Battery rather.
Yeah, and it means they can secure this turret as well for alternates. So I'm not going to say they did it completely alone, because Kriaton and J-Re had some help from Aranea coming up, but this is the second game in the row where Kriaton has had a substantially better laning phase than Doublelift. He's up 31 farm on him right now. Both Doublelift and Afromoon have taken a death, and it's just Kriaton winning once again.
We also see the mid lane stacked up in CS. We said it would be about 20 by 15 minutes, and Kerp has found that. But then again, Link has been roaming. Link has been trying to fuel his team with kills and get them up to par. Kerp finishing the Deathfire grasp here. He is going to be a big problem.
He's all about the single target burst right now. You can see some Syndras go for the death cap because they're looking for more of the team destroy you instantly. Now it's the singular person at this point. If he catches Link in any type of stun combo, he might be able to burst him down with that Deathfire grasp as well.
Blade of the Ruined King finished up on Nien. They have swapped the lanes back, so Dragon Control could be the same. Now getting it out Unleash Power is not going to be enough, as the Ignite just coming up for Kurt, but I don't think it would have made him follow through.
Yeah, the Ignite wouldn't have quite gotten him the kill. I think he's going to need a bit of magic penetration before that combo is going to work, but that just went and showed you the power of Syndra and why he is keeping Link so far back in the lane.
Dexter walking over a ward once again, but he's doing what he can, trying to be omnipresent for his team. This has given Aranea the chance to stay really away from him instead of in his face, as actually mid and top meet in this one. Kevin's going to be taking a little bit of damage here. Mid turret goes down. It's the second one. Alternate now. Both games in a row have taken the first turret. Coming in hard. And it looks like, I don't know, not going to slow him.
Cleavers to the face. Keep
All
him
of
alive.
them.
But it showed you the Blade of the Ruined King definitely gets a lot of damage out of Kevin.
Yep.
That was Nien's Ignite, though, so he won't be able to try a maneuver like that for a while. The Dragon is also up at this point. Maybe we'll see a contention point.
TP is down for Mundo. I don't know if he's going to... Wow, very
that's
nice
a nice
scatter. Get in the weak. A death sentence. Oh, he pulls him in. He goes downtown on Doublelift. Will they be able to get the kill on this one? Is there anything to finish it up from long range? The rocket misses just on the outside, and they're going to be able to start cleaning this one up. Aframu, can he get one more glitter lance? Fires it onto Arnea, and they are able to solidify this kill, but he is going to try to keep them locked up here for Creaton. Not much can be done, though.
And Jay Reed kind of sentenced himself to death when he went for that long ride back into double lift. Nobody could finish him off. The rest of CLG actually sandwiched alternate. It meant Kerp couldn't get to the place he wanted, and CLG comes right back here, knowing the Dragon is up, gets a turret, and a little bit more.
That is going to be a lot bit more. They get Dragon, Timer, no ward to come onto this, and they hold the pink in that area for the time to come, which just means the map is now becoming theirs, even though they lost turrets first, as they did in last game, and it didn't turn out the same.
Yeah, let's take a look and see how this fight actually happened. The shot back from Doublelift actually hit the team right into Gragas and Dexter. Then the long jump from Jayreen overextended him from the team. There was so much protection on Doublelift as well that they couldn't quite finish him off. And then even the Super Mega Death Rocket couldn't finish Doublelift. They end up getting 3 kills all told at the end of this one. A turret and a Dragon. Pretty much everything went CLG's way in that fight.
Now they have the 2,000 gold lead. A lead in the gold is not something that they had last game either. So really turning this one around and finding their bearings a lot earlier.
Yeah, and you know, we didn't think Doublelift was going to be able to do much, and he didn't really. There was alternate overextending on Doublelift that created that fight. Doublelift wasn't doing damage. He didn't even have his Infinity Edge, and he didn't even get a kill on that. If the rest of alternate would have focused more on the primary team fight, I think they could have actually gotten a lot more done.
He's actually still ramping up his rapid fire as well, so he's not getting everything out of that speed steroid just yet. Maxing his E in laning phase and trying to match that level 5 Q with his timing of the Infinity Edge. See, the 2 kills on the team are to Dexter and to Link, so enough to keep the game going, enough to keep the game carried.
4-man dive to a half-health Doublelift right now. Look out!
You may have finished that Infinity Edge, but it may not last long. Oh, a lot was missed by Kerp. Can they still get the kills in on this one? Yes, they can, and the double kill for him working out very well.
There was no escape in that one. Alternate got the jump on CLG, really good roam, and then they didn't need to execute perfectly, but they executed quite well. Kerp got the double kill, and that's all they wanted from that dive.
The trackball plays are real, and they are coming out right now. 6-6 is the score. The gold lead is still held, and CLG is doing this thing. It seems like they're down, but they're up in everything right now. There's a few ultimates, a little bit too much assist, I think, on the pushing him away. Dexter's forced to go a little bit harder than he wants, but it's not stopped. Very nice job getting in and out. He may be able to finish by a Q. Kerp doesn't follow it up. Oh, waiting on the cooldown and the undertow to keep him alive.
Oh, but Arnea is going for him as well. Are they going to get him stuck?
He got the scat of the week. Nien's just on the other side, and Niemann had drawn the whole party with him. Nien to turn on the burnout. Arnea cannot follow up.
So he did go too hard because it ended up costing him his
little
life.
bit.
But at least we got some more excitement out of it. It's now 5 kills on a Kerp, 3 kills on a Dexter, and this game has gotten quite interesting.
20 minutes in, even across the board as that last turret has just gone down. The mid turret's now falling. We have to remember that mid turret going down for CLG last game pretty much cost them the entire mid game. Stopping that is really allowing them to put these fights out. Pushing now Arnea out of the jungle. Before, that was them getting their buff stolen and a whole lot of chaos.
Well, that was a nice steal by Alternate right there because they were able to get it right out of Link's hands before he was able to collapse in behind them. Trying to take stock of really what's happening in this game. I feel like Alternate needs to make some plays sooner rather than later. They're kind of getting dictated to by CLG right now. Dexter's ganks have been much more successful this match, and Arnea's have been much less, especially since Kerp is at a very strong point in the game right now. He's finished 2 of his magic penetration items to go with his Deathfire Grasp. He can kill pretty much anyone on the map right now, and the rest of Alternate needs to kind of go with him and try and make more plays happen. It's this awkward part in the game where both teams have 3 turrets down. So you can chase quite long distances and you can catch people in a lot of open field.
And even Alternate this game is staying much more in a laning phase. CLG was kind of forced into this last time, but you can see everybody's still farming in their regular lanes instead of Alternate 4-manning something as they just did bottom. They went back. They're not 4-manning mid anymore. They were all pushing mid turret by this time last game, and then it slowed down. Here, they're not as sure.
And
and Alternate is not falling for this.
Oh dear.
Little trick. No one's close to you guys.
The upper
So
Fnatic
you should
rush.
just back away. At this point, Double's going to farm up a little more. He's still far behind Creaton's Jinx. Although Creaton's went with a much different build than Doublelift did. He's going Bloodthirster to Phantom Dancer. That's actually not something you hardly ever see anymore. You'll usually see a Bloodthirster to Static Shiv or an Infinity Edge to a Phantom Dancer, but not that combination because it's not a super strong lane push and it's not the most damage.
Kevin getting a little bit of harassed. Whoa, Dragon's Descent going down. He sees the damage that he's got out. Blade of the Rune King has already been used, so the speed up is going to help Kevin get away here. Fully utilized. Nian putting himself in some sticky situations, and the team cannot push anything off of it.
Yeah, Nian got a little ahead of himself right there. If the rest of COG was doing something, it would have been a great distraction, but he was completely on his own there, behind enemy lines, and he got no support.
Just taking a look at the cams, seeing how much these teams are communicating. You can see a bit of chatter on the side of Alternate, getting the kills, saying nice job. Not too many strats here. Both of the teams, I think, are kind of just playing the let's feel out what the other team is doing. And this is what it really started to come down to at 40 minutes, but these teams are feeling it now.
Yeah, 22 minutes in this time. Gold is still even. Link put a barrel on a ward, decided to sit around. His item build is coming along, though. He's got his death cap on Gragas. He's not necessarily safe of getting spiked out by Kerp right now. And what COG is hoping to do is catch Alternate prepping for Dragon by beating them to the spot, but Dexter kind of gave away COG's cards there.
Just want to get full vision, eyes on everybody on the team. It's too dangerous to push one of these turrets without having wards on your entry to the jungle on either side. Really nice damage going down onto the Dragon right now. Doublelift actually has that Zeal and critical cloak out, so he will start to put out some big damage if he can get those shots. And Dragon's down to half. Alternate's going to force them right off of this one.
It's a smite
well
battle.
within range of the smite. It actually just goes to Kevin on that one as the smites go down. Arnea didn't even get to that time, but they do get out, and with smiles.
Dexter smited, but it was a Mundo Cleaver that ended up getting it, and they end up not fighting each other. Really curious circumstance right there. You could tell neither team wanted to fully commit. There's a lot of displacement on COG with the Gragas ultimate and the Buster Shot from Tristana, and that's not something Arnea really was willing to jump into.
You almost can't. Neither can Nian, or rather, Nian cannot jump in. Neither can Dexter, because you get that unleashed power. Kerp's going to take somebody out, and nobody can follow up. That's one of the scariest things. That literally, everybody needs a Spirit Visage right now, and a lot more health.
And they're working on it. You can see the Kindle Gem on both of the tanks for COG. Even the Spectre's Cowl for Nian. The Spirit Visage is definitely going to be his first item.
Dang, I was really hoping for that Hydra, Jack.
The Blade of the Ruined King Hydra Shyvana build. Just go mess somebody
Hey man,
up.
it happens in gold, all right? Teams both coming up on 40K. We'll see what the inventories hold for everybody. Who really has the most cash right now? It was Doublelift around this point in time as he started to get kills. 8,800, 10,000 though in the hands of Kerp, as we do see him at 6-1-0. Nothing can stop him right now. They have to utilize that power in these fights.
Look at that teleport from Kevin. He's trying to block Link from jumping away, but the Lulu wall saves the day.
And that was one of my favorite things that RNA actually mentioned about Mundo when we were in Europe. And he says, Mundo isn't the person that runs into the fight and helps. He's the guy that teleports, and once he's in the fight, then you know it's already over because he's in the fight.
Yeah, once he makes it to the fight. But that one was over. He just couldn't keep him involved. He was not able to stay in front of Lincoln.
Yeah, nobody wants to stay when you hear that noise. Especially not once he's got that Sunfire Spirit Visage as well, so he's going to be able to run around Burning Agony Sunfire on. Right now he'll tend to top lane as well as Shyvana. The Bruiser Wet Spaghetti Noodle battle will begin in just a few minutes.
Well, they got to be a little careful because Doublelift's starting to get some of his items. Infinity Edge to the Phantom Dancer. We might see this fight over blue though because COD's got more people. It got stolen away.
No.
Kidnap.
They really... Oh, wait! He got it!
Was it worth the ultimate though? Doublelift jumps in.
Oh, whoa! Doublelift cleanses off the rest of whatever damage was coming towards him. Afromu looking to help him with one more shield, and here they go on to Creatine. He's forced to use the barrier. That's going to be a lot of damage he's got coming towards him, and it's going to be enough to take him down. Dexter will follow, and it's going to be Link trying to get away. The big man has blue buff, and he should be able to body slam to safely here. Safety, if he's got enough. I don't know. He went the other way.
Direction.
He went the other way, and it looks like he's hooked in. Hook, line, and sinker.
3 kills right there for Alternate, and COG's trying to push to compensate for this one. That was not a good fight for COG. You could tell Alternate just landed all the spells.
Once they start getting their full team up and they get to these turrets, their siege potential is immense. 2-man turret take. Kevin didn't even make it from top to bottom lane, so if the rotation is right, CLG will start to gain a lot on this push.
And it was yet more kills onto Kerp. That guy is getting so immensely powerful right now. Let's take another look at why this one happened. Doublelift was way overzealous jumping in, and he never re-engaged to the fight. That's a very important thing right here. That means when Link and Dexter went down to finish off Priachun and J-Ree, that the alternate collapse could finish them off. Because normally, CLG was kind of expecting Doublelift to help them out there. He was just too low. And that meant the rest of alternate could just chase down Link and Dexter, since they were the ones to overcommit for a kill.
Very
Dodge
well
stun,
played.
got hit by another.
Making sure you waste the most amount of time if you know you're going down. Chase me, chase me.
And they did get a turret out of it.
Yeah.
So a push and pull there in that fight, but mostly won by alternate.
Still down in gold and down in kills. It's swayed, not still, I should say. It's swayed back the other way. They do have the turrets in their advantage, and right now it seems up to the base. That's exactly what's going to get you these games. All that potential gold sitting on the map. It's what really put alternate ahead last game. They got mid, they stole the buffs, and took everything else they could on the map. Kills need to start coming in for CLG, though.
Yeah, you can see COD's trying to hold off, but Doublelift.
Whoa! Ooh. He like shot between his legs while he was jumping. That was nice.
Fancy.
Yeah, it was real fancy.
Yeah. Doublelift with the moves.
Let's see if he can do it again. I think it was lucky.
He's got to wait for the cooldown. He's still trying to farm up, though. Yet to get a kill. You can see he's off in split push mode. COD's one of the few teams to use their 80 carries as split pushers.
Yeah.
Aframu's trying to support him a little bit, because if a Mundo came for him at this point in the game, he would need a little help getting away. And since COG is actually down their 3 outer turrets, it's a little bit more difficult for Alternate to push in on them as well. We're still kind of in this, I want to call it an extended mid-game, because ever since the teams got the 3 outer turrets down on both sides, they've really struggled to gain any type of advantage, and it's keeping the big open battlefield going.
And a big advantage, at least CLG shut down early. It's good to see they cleaned this mistake up, was that laning phase in the 80 carry portion of it. J-Ree is not 6-0-5 this game, and they're ultimately faring better at the 25-minute mark. They're more aggressive. Nien going into the jungle alone here. They feel like they can create a lot more.
And they're just committing for this. All 5 members of CLG are down here, but they used a whole bunch and got almost no damage down. So CLG's got to kind of run away of this one, even though they're 5v4.
Aranea says, get out of here. One last punch to the group before they head out. Good damage, though. It's a bit of poke from the team that looks more melee, and it's working out for him.
And Mundo's trying to get around behind him. If Kevin could somehow close, this could be a good fight for Alternate.
Oh, Dexter, the wild growth is already down. That means they don't have the save. Doublelift has to play extra careful here. Kevin taking a good amount of damage as he throws down that Mundo ultimate, and the health bars of CLG just get absolutely shredded. Falling one after the other. Mundo on the front line. A double kill. The triple kill to come in here. Creaton actually picks that one up over the shoulder of Kevin, and they look fierce on that.
And there's plenty more for them to take after that one. You could see Alternate was just ready to go once they saw CLG burn their skills beforehand. CLG has nothing to fight them with here. Dexter gets locked down, but the big thing is when Syndra arrives to this fight. He gets the stun on 3, combos it with the Q and the ult, just everything. And then CLG had nowhere to run. Kevin finished off the rest of them because there's no stopping a Mundo once he's in a fight, and Alternate takes everything afterwards.
The fight up till now did not write that story. It did not say somebody was going to handily win a fight. That should have been back and forth, but it was so well played by Alternate. They also grabbed Baron coming off of that one. They get the first Baron last game, secured it this game, and CLG will do again what they can to keep those dragons in their favor. Stick in.
Yeah, I just can't say enough about the opportunistic nature of Alternate's fight there. We knew that Alternate kind of had to make something happen in this game, since Doublelift Tristana was actually farming fairly well after the laning phase ended. And then as soon as CLG showed 5 bottom, used a Lulu ult, used a Shyvana ult as well, it meant that there was no way CLG could realistically turn and fight.
And as long as Alternate could get in range, they'd be able to win. And they just really brute forced their way in there. That wasn't a fight, it was just a catch.
No, and when you look at the levels, it really tells you why. At level 17 Kerp, Dexter just hit 14. Link is still 16. Doublelift is 15. There's almost 3 to 4 levels of an average between these guys. I'd say 3. But that is huge. That means your abilities are wiping people out faster than they should.
Yeah, and they're just going to continue this push now if they have the Baron buff. They have Jinx, who's a better tower sieger by far to Lucian last game, and they're just going to be able to poke with the Syndra and the Jinx and take as many outer turrets as they can.
That's when Ragnarok is not a deterrent for an engagement. They will just continuously go onto you. They are ready to fight these. Looking at the inhibitor turret now, not much is going to keep them from stopping this. Kerp trying to put out the damage. He throws out a double lift. Holy macaroni, double lift. Didn't have to cleanse that one off, but does keep himself alive. The rocket! Oh, Dexter catches that one before it hits the end zone. And Alternate, it was looking for blood right now.
Yeah, if they could have gotten double lift down, they would have taken a lot more. But then Link fired back and actually got Kerp to just as low the amount of health. So that'll repel that push for now.
They have to know now, Kerp will walk inside your base alone and try to kill your AD carry. They shouldn't be standing that close. These guys are telegraphing that they really aren't giving any respect to the defense of CLG right now.
I gotta hand it to Kerp. He's played fantastic in both of these games so far. Really, mid lane just seems to suit him so well right now.
And especially to be one of the players that swapped. Like you say, mid lane suits him so well. Was the top laner. 9-1-3 versus a veteran mid laner.
Yes.
And 319 CS, so just above and beyond right now. Very well played. 15-8, 33 minutes in. It doesn't look like they're stopping whatsoever. The teleport comes in as well, and we have Doublelift trying to push.
What's he doing?
As they're getting on inhibitor turrets.
Doublelift is just nowhere to be found. This fight will be lost by CLG.
Dexter getting hit up pretty hard here. He tries to do what damage he can, but the bars, health bars of Alternate not even budging on this one. Doublelift looking to pick up potential gold for his team, but it can't be an entire base. Alternate's looking to do that.
Doublelift is going to try and push as long as possible right here, but Alternate has just mopped the floor with them so far. It's an inhibitor down. Do they stop or do they try to recall? Because Doublelift is still going.
They don't have much displace. The ulti's down from Gragas. You can only polymorph one person, and there's more damage than that. Doublelift looks for the turret, and it looks like they hang their heads on this one. No, comes back now. Doublelift gets into the base. Creaton getting hit up quite hard. He's forced to jump out of this. Has the red buff on, and they keep this going.
Link is just trying to keep them trapped in the base. What a ridiculous fight right now. Alternate gets away with the Nexus turret and a kill onto Link.
Alternate is going to move out. They're going to slow things down, but this just showed that they are ready to take the game. The Battle of the Atlantic was way in their favor once they started the second game because of the momentum.
Well, they had a very close game here. They've really just been playing this ever since about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Absolutely flawlessly. And CLG made a big mistake there. Doublelift should not have been in that bottom lane split push. With his inhibitor on the line like that, staying as well and not expecting Alternate to have the balls to just push through for the Nexus turret, a huge miscalculation.
With this experience being spread out now, level 14 Dexter to his counterpart, 16 Aranea in the jungle, he's not going to level as fast as he needs to. These are the guys that are getting pulled in, the ones that are supposed to break chaos in the fight and continue it. They're the ones that are dying first, and there can't be a follow-up after that. CLG is in a pretty bad spot right now, and they need to hold out like they did last game.
Yeah, well, this game CLG is not nearly as down in gold, but
that's true. It was about
also
10,000.
Kerp wasn't as farmed at this point in the game.
No, but that was Cretan last game.
Yeah. As well, this time Cretan is on Jinx, so that's going to help him substantially. Yeah. Once he completes that Infinity Edge, he'll be doing just as much, if not more, than Doublelift once the kills start coming down, because he can just get excited on Jinx and chain around a fight, much like Doublelift would want to with his rocket jump refreshing every time he gets a kill or assist. It's going to be a... You know, we're kind of in a situation where we were last game, where CLG has to hold off. And even though the gold is much closer, I feel like Alternate is just as much ahead.
See what Aranea can continue to do. Playing two different styles of jungle. More gank and counter-oriented last game, really messing up Dexter's jungle. The fact that Alternate has always had eyes on Dexter has really could be attributed to the laning phase and why it's so safe for them.
Yeah, and RNA has gotten so much assist bonus gold. That's another kind of new thing that junglers can get more farmed off of. He's getting 60 extra gold on every assist right here, actually, because he's got so many more kills than us, or assists than kills. Oh dear. That was 2 spells.
Oh, coming around the backside. They're going to try to initiate this. That was a great Gragas ult, but nobody's on the follow-up. Again, it was just to disperse. Nien trying to do what he can here. Link on the backside, holding up the damage. Cretin very low. That's what they needed. It's going to be Dexter wreaking havoc now. He's got it going down. That lower the HP goes, the faster he swings. But they can't take down the Kevin once again. Arnea there. The Baz brothers to go back in. Will it be able to happen? Nien and Dexter looking for kills.
Where's he going?
One last undertow, and he won't be able to chuck it. They need it for Kevin. They need it to thwart this up. Kevin flashes. Burning Agony and Sunfire Cape isn't enough. Can Dexter spellvamp this back? Oh my god, they stay alive in the turret. A third member finally thwarts him off the fight.
Everyone died except the tanks, and then they played for a little while and decided to run away from each other. But that was a very condensed fight, I have to say. It was a good hold by CLG because they couldn't have gotten away with anything else. Because Kerp was actually forward in this fight and decided to blow his burst on Aframu, it meant CLG actually got an initiation that they pretty much wanted. Watch the 80 carries as well. Doublelift got dove on by Arnea, and Link was able to get on to Jinx. So at that point, all the squishies have kind of traded themselves for themselves, and then once Dexter finished off J-Ree, there's just a couple tanks playing with each other here.
I gotta give props there. J-Ree's Thresh Flay on the Dragon Descent popped him right down into the Flame Chompers, and they negated all that
Could
damage.
have saved a lot of trouble. CLG may have came out of that one a lot better off if J-Ree wouldn't have pulled off that play.
See the 3,000 gold starting to sway just a little bit. What they want is backup, but we've heard about the Gragas on the red side. This is a little bit more dangerous of a steal to try and take.
Yeah, they can't actually do Baron if Gragas is in range with spells. It's far too dangerous. He would spike much more damage than Arnea would be able to smite.
They know it. They pulled off it a lot more than they engaged in that fight last time. They were already punching Baron in the face. Kevin with teleport up, heading back down towards the bottom lane, so they utilize that pressure again as the game gets later. He is ready to start being chaotic.
Well, he has his teleport up, so COD is trying to force a play right here.
Yeah, they have to back.
I don't know if this is the right idea for CLG. They're trying to push forward here, and Kevin can take these down. As long as COD doesn't find a clean initiation, there's no stopping that Dr. Mundo.
No minion wave for them to push right now. They're in a pushed lane, which really just gives time for Alternate to set up and Mundo to see exactly where they are. They're going to actually trail back through a set of wards as well. He still has vision.
And they're going right for Baron this time, so they're either forcing a 4v5 in the Baron pit or they're making Kevin teleport in. This is going to be a really interesting play. He's going for an inhibitor, but he's going to have to TP in if he wants to stop this Baron.
This is almost like the Hail Mary last-ditch effort. They have to turn the talisman as Ascension goes off. Dexter throws out the ultimate immediately. All they have to do is wait for that. Another ultimate is taken down.
Oh,
they are flexing their muscles, and nobody's there to see it. Doublelift gets focused on. There goes the Vault Breaker. Assault Battery right back out. And it looks like they are going to be just bundled up inside the box right now. Dexter and Nien are holding off. Good HP on them still, but it's ticking down on them. They can't last forever.
So a lot of disengaging in that fight. Doublelift hit his friend back over the blue buff area, but then just kind of stood there because he wasn't in range to shoot anybody. That was a very interesting fight. Only the tanks were really taking damage, and since they've all built mostly full tank, they couldn't get at each other. Now it's Alternate's turn to get the Baron. I don't know if COG can make it back in time. Link does not have his ultimate to steal.
The Zanyas is down. Randuin's is up for the side of CLG as well as Alternate, but they just have too much damage. Can't even make it from home base.
Yep. Alternate definitely outplayed CLG there. They got CLG low from the initial engagement, and then they were able to headily just take the Baron because they knew they were all healthy enough and they knew how fast they could kill it.
J-Ree already starting to build that tank as the Crucible comes out. Again on the side of Aframu, focusing on keeping the team safe before themselves a lot of times, trying to always focus Doublelift. It's the late game, he's Tristana, and they really put it as a priority.
The items are starting to get there too.
Yeah.
You can see Creaton is actually much stronger. Well, no, never mind. Did not see that Bloodthirster in there. They're very close in items at this point. It's a Negatron Cloak to a Spectre's Cowl. And if Doublelift is to be believed, he says nothing matches late game Tristana. But I think Jinx is right there with me. Like, they're incredibly similar. I almost think Jinx is a little bit stronger. So Alternate, I think, is still in a very good spot in this match.
Definitely. Both champions give that ability to outplay. We'll have to see who has the hands warmed up for this matchup. Now 42 minutes in, just shy of our last game's time. 21-13 means these teams have no problem taking each other out to get that next objective. 7-5. Only leaves 5 more turrets on the map here for CLG. Aframu going very, very low. One more shot. 957 crit coming out from Creaton there. They look onto the inhibitor now. Nien just on the outside. All he can do is focus Kerp. Everybody just takes down the inhibitor, walks through.
Aframu is trying to make a play there. Doublelift gets hit by a stun, and here's the fight.
Gonna be Nien trying to make his way. Again, Dragon's Descent used to pretty much half engage the fight, more for the flexing of the muscles. One Nexus turret stands, and this looks like the last game here for CLG. They're back against the walls, trying to make their way out.
This is a tough push to make for Alternate. There are some home guard boots on CLG. We're going to see it here.
Last-ditch effort going in to get onto Kerp. Big damage is going to be coming in. If Kerp can get its reckless swing out, he will be able to take him down. It is going to be Kerp on the ground. Dexter doing his job. Double kill coming in here for Creaton, and he starts to rack up those kills. Triple kill for Creaton. 8-3-8 on the end of the game. The Battle of the Atlantic sways the next way to the even, and it looks like it is going to be taken by Alternate here in the second game. 2 clean sweep against CLG.
And it was Creaton at the end of the day that just rolled through the CLG lineup. A very happy RNA in there, giving some hugs to his new top laner, Kevin. Alternate upsets, I'd have to say, CLG 2-0.
Definitely not something I believe the fans expected.
Well, not the fans here. We had a very heavy
absolutely.
CLG favorite fan here. The pre-roll videos had Dexter saying 2-0, but man, Alternate came out strong. Mundo, both games for
Had
Kevin.
to be respected.
Creaton and Jay Ree just beat up Doublelift and Aframu for 45 minutes in each game. It was a very impressive showing by Alternate.
Definitely have to be a happy crew right now. Our matchup, the melee in the mid lane of Kerb versus Link. Link coming out of 2 splits here. Kerb seeing him move down from the top lane. And I think it really just be said he played exceptional.
Oh, he played out of his mind. He started that game 8-1 on Syndra. For such a back and forth first game, his Gragas was also completely dominating. That was a very sharp looking Alternate team.
They had different strategies for what they wanted to do. Like we said, Arnea was counter jungling and ganking in the first game. The second game just kind of consisted of counter jungling, and they knew where Dexter was the whole time. They played per the situation.
A huge amount of ganking from Arnea too. He was 3-1-18, part of 21 of the 26 team kills. Extremely involved. That's kind of been his role on that team. It's generally a team of like back in its foundation, like the highest elo and highest rated players in Challenger. And then RNA, who's never been that high as far as the other guys are. But it's because he knows team play. He communicates more than anyone else, and he helps the other guys out. And that's what he did in that one.
Diamond was gold when they picked him up. Diamond Prox, so go figure. One of the best junglers in the world. All those junglers, they got the team communication, or the social, they would say in EU, to really make it happen.
Yeah, Dexter, also another European jungler, did not have the most impressive debut for CLG. He almost made a couple plays in that last game with Olaf, really trying to run in there.
Yeah.
But he could not run through all the tanks, and he definitely could not finish off Creaton.
It seemed like game 2, and it's something you can always do when somebody feels good. They played a good Gragas, they played a good Shyvana, they played a good Mundo. Is you take those champions and you play them. And while those champions, I believe, sit fairly high in the pools of CLG, I think they kind of did it on the whim of we're taking their champions.
Kind of looking at this one back, if we go all the way to kind of the picks and bans, you got to wonder whether the Annie ban from CLG or even the Ziggs bans were really worth it when Kevin was so comfortable on Mundo, and Kerp was destroying them anyway with whatever he decided to play. Kevin never got forced into any type of off-comfort champion. I think CLG is going to have to do a little bit of retrospection on those picks and bans.
Sometimes, I don't know, what did they say in the video? That they come into this one knowing what the teams play, but they're going to do what they want anyways. I think we saw that in the first picks and bans, and the second one was a little slower.
I think we've seen also when teams have long amounts of time to prepare for these best-of-3s, I don't like it when a team has basically the same bans in both games after not adapting.
Crum said they may just do it again.
Yeah, and they did, and it just got the same result. So.
All right, we're going to send it over to Shocks, who's standing by with team alternates Kevin and Arne.
Thank you very much, Riv. And of course, congratulations on the win. Fantastic win versus Counterlogic Gaming. I'm going to start off with you, Kevin, because there was some talk going back and forth in the intro bits, and you versus Nian. How did that matchup go for you?
Well, the matchup was good, but I got sadly camped the second game hardly. So I was a bit pissed, to be honest. But in general, it went good. I was still the same CS and even above after the level 1 in the first game. So yeah, trash talk always. I mean, it's the part of League of Legends at the end, and especially in a Battle of Atlantic. So yeah.
All right, tell me a little bit about your picks. 2 times Dr. Mundo. How does the current meta for the top laner suit you?
Well, I think Mundo over everything, and well, it's pretty boring though. But I mean, if you want to win, you have to mostly play the OP champs. So that's what I do. I'm a bit happy to play them, but on the other side, I'm not.
I guess like tier 1 Mundo, tier 2 Mundo, tier 3 the rest.
Oh, Arne, talk me a little bit through your games, your both games. Of course, you know Dexter very well from last season over in Europe. So how did the games go?
Actually, I'm quite happy because I think we fought for some Drakes, and I got like every Drake and every Smite in the Smite battle. And I'm actually really lucky against him. Like every time we fight in Nashor in Europe, he always stole me every Nashor. So I'm quite happy about the performance. Not only me, also my team. They played everyone really good. Compared with the scrims, like we usually like in the scrims, I don't know, like people doesn't focus at all. And when we play in offline, we always play really good. So I'm really happy with it.
Yeah, maybe following up on that, Kerp did amazing, and that after his transition, how do you think he will do in the EU LCS, where we have, of course, that there's so many good mid laners in EU?
Yeah, we know. Like I called it 1 month ago when we did the swap between Kerp mid lane and get Kevin top. I really said like Kerp is gonna become one of the best mid laners in Europe and probably one of the world's. And people were laughing at me like, haha, you're gonna get destroyed. Like your mid laner is worse than all mid laners, stuff like this. And I was like, no. Like you will see Kerp, and I think he's already like proving himself. Really happy for it.
Okay, Kevin, maybe another question for you. It seems like you feel extremely comfortable with playing together with all these players. We see you teleporting in at Baron, not so successful game 1, but in the rest, it just seems like you have a newfound confidence. How do you feel with those players?
Like, of course, with my mate Aranya, like I played him in Season 2, so I was always confident with him. Of course, Kreaton, a Polish guy, we shout a lot of Polish stuff in-game, so it's always fun. It motivates us a lot. Jerry is kind of like Nuf, actually. I didn't expect that, but he's actually like Nuf, the same style. And yeah, Kerp, of course, the special one. He's just a great solo player, and just the mechanics are like so strong. And it just feels really good to play with this team.
Yeah, and you guys looked really good. Great win over CLG. But of course, Aranea, last time in the summer split, you guys got off to a fiery start in the summer split and then kind of lost your game along the way. How are you going to try and prepare to not let it happen again?
I think this time probably is going to be the opposite. Like the start is going to be a bit tough for us. Like we are not training that much as we should, because I'm like still studying and we still like have some problems, family and stuff. So I guess like the start is not going to be as good as last split, but I guess the end we will be really, really strong.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Congratulations once again. Great games. And we've got to take a quick break, but when we return, it's the first game of the North American Spring Promotion Tournament, where Snoopy, Crepo, and the Evil Geniuses make their North American debut against the Tournament Gaming. Stick around.
I just watched some of your dude. Nice! Nice! Push up, push up, push up. Get him! Oh my god.
I will really sad again.
I will go for it.
Can I go link? So toxic.
Welcome back to the 2014 North American Spring Promotion Tournament, live from Los Angeles, California. Now, before we get to the matchup between the Evil Geniuses and Determined Gaming, I want to talk to you guys a little bit about Team Alternate Sweep over Counter Logic Gaming, and maybe starting off in Champ Select, where we saw that CLG was kind of seemed out of their element.
Yeah, there were a couple of things they did that I thought was really weird. So go back to game 1 a little bit, and they banned out Lee Sin. And then they go into the second game, they're like, actually, we want to take away Shyvana, but leave Lee Sin up, which meant they didn't really know it was actually contested with Alternate, because they just leave him back on the table, but they didn't even take away Shyvana the first time around. And then they ban out the Leona, but then leave up Thresh immediately. So they're really just like trading good picks back to Alternate and leaving them to play whatever they want. In fact, the same thing happened again with the mid lane pick, where I thought CLG took red side because they wanted a counter pick. And so they leave their mid lane for last, and Crumbs and I are like, oh, they want to play Orianna here in game 1. And so Kurt preempts them and picks Gragas, which is a counter pick to Orianna, and then CLG kind of waits and goes, Nidalee's okay against Double Bruiser, right? And it kind of fails. And then the second time around, they rush the Gragas pick, and then that gets dumpstered by Syndra. So again, their mid lane counter pick doesn't work. I mean, it's not a counter pick this time around, but again, their attempt to get a good mid lane pick fails both times, and it felt like they didn't quite know what they wanted to do in Champ Select.
And part of League of Legends in itself is adapting to the next patch, and that's not to say that CLG hasn't adapted whatsoever, but you know, we talk about the top 3 in the top lane now, that trinity of Renekton and Shyvana and Mundo. First game, they were glanced over in bans. Mundo was picked, but nobody else looked at that trinity, right, to ban out. Shyvana was also picked. And then the second game that wasn't given any respect, Mundo went through again, and the other bans were trying to take up, adapt to the patch. It's been what's played in EU. We saw the games have problems because of those champions, because they're so formidable right now.
And I do have to commend Nien because he held up his lane both times.
Yeah.
It was a 1v1, held up in minions, and I do have to commend Nien for that, but you're right. When teamfights broke out, Kevin was just crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely strong performance by Alternate. And if you are CLG right now, what do you take from this? Of course, this was only the first game. They're going to have tons of them on the season. What will they take from this?
I think number 1, they've got to take some better shape of their lanes, because the only person who held up in the laning phase was Niet. Doublelift and Aphromoo lost their lane both times. No, first one, okay, there was this level 1 gimmick. It was a nice little trick there. But then game 2, they just got outlaned. Link, both times, 1v1 matchup, got to pick second the first time, got counterpicked in game 2, both times lost his lane. That's the sort of key first point I think CLG needs to shore up.
Yeah. Well, of course, we'll see how their lineup develops as the season goes on. But of course, with their win, Team Alternate has earned Europe 1 point and a tie in the Battle of the Atlantic. Of course, tomorrow coming up will be the 2 more points on the line when XZG take on Gambit Gaming. And then 3 points are up for the games on Sunday when Cloud9 takes on Fnatic.
And now that's today's portion of the Battle of the Atlantic. It is in our matchup history. It's time for a knowledge buff transfer before we kick off today's Best of 5 promotion series. This weekend's matchups were actually determined by the former LCS teams who got to draft the challenger squads they faced.
So Curse finished 6th place and got their first pick of the challenger squad, and they chose they wanted to face Cognitive Gaming. Then Team Coast finished 7th, and they chose the Walking Zed with that second pick. And finally, there's Evil Geniuses, who are playing in Velocity's 8th place spot. They didn't get to choose. Instead, they were forced to fight Determined Gaming, which is arguably the strongest challenger team.
And that leads us to today's second Twitter question. Which North American teams would you like to see win in their promotion tournament series, and why?
Remember, we're at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag LCS. We'll be reading our favorite responses later in today's show.
Did anyone else get deja vu just now?
No.
No.
Now, to get us set for Game 1 of the North American Spring Promotion Tournament, let's send it over to Pastry Time and Kobe at the caster desk.
Thanks, Shocks, and I'm Julian Pastry Time Carr alongside Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler.
All right, well, welcome to North America Pastry Time. Glad to have you at the LCS.
Thank you. It's absolutely fantastic to be here, and there's some great League of Legends coming up this one. With that, it is time for Game 1 in the Best of 5 promotion series between the Evil Geniuses and Determined Gaming. Just a month ago, the team known as Velocity set a record for futility in the LCS and really struggled throughout the Challenger Series. But a lot has changed in the last 3 months, with 3 European stars crossing the Atlantic to try and win their way into the NALCS as the new Evil Geniuses.
After last year's results wasn't the same again, we knew something had to change. Some players want to stay in Europe, make their own team. Others of us were open for other opportunities.
At the same time, Velocity didn't have a roster anymore. We saw a chance, and now we're trying out in the Velocity spot under the EG brand and trying to get into the NALCS.
The reason for moving over initially was actually my idea. I always wanted to, in the beginning of 2012, was I wanted to come over to the States. It was closer to Riot, there was a lot more opportunities in the States besides just the competitive aspect of it. I didn't do it initially, I decided to stick with the team. Everyone had family in Europe, so we stayed in Europe and played out throughout there. But now we decided it's finally time. I wanted to do it, I didn't want anyone else to hold me back, and made the move to North America. And it's a huge risk to take to come through the qualifiers when you already have a guaranteed spot in Europe. We're definitely out here on a risk, and we're by no means under the illusion that it's an easy pass.
This kind of motivation that a challenger level team has that has never been, playing LCS or huge tournaments, that they really, really want to make it happen. It's just this extreme motivation that's kind of scary, honestly. Anything can happen. The amateur teams are hungry to get on the big stage, and it really is like, it's on the day, anything can happen, and it's gonna be pretty scary. Having Inox and Pobelter coming over and fulfilling the shoes of Froggen and Wicked is a very, very big thing to do.
It's a really new feeling, really excited to play with them. I'd like to think I'll be able to follow up and do what Wicked was doing for the team, and I'll try to do more.
I feel that replacing Froggen is something really difficult and something that I'll have to keep trying to work towards, but I feel like if I give it my all, then I can do it.
Because if you've been in a team with 5 people for so long, you start thinking about everything the same way over and over and over, and having like 2 people step in with a completely fresh mind opens you up to a lot more alternatives. Yes, it's a burden that we have to school them in the ways of professional play by a little bit. Then again, the metagame entirely changed, and it's a fresh start for all of us.
The aspect of like free trade and trading across regions is actually really exciting.
Talent breeds talent, people say. Other people come in and they elevate the talent of North America. I think there's a point to that, so it's definitely good that the people are able to cross the borders, go into Europe, America, Asia even if they want to try, and just level up the game all around.
Like players like Dexter coming in, or me, Creepo and Pete coming in, it's going to elevate the scene for sure.
What we want is the game to be played at the highest level. Other people are scared that too many foreigners will come in and kick America's ass, but I'm pretty sure that there can be motivated players enough to rise up to that challenge and just take it home. They need more competition, and I think it's coming.
Well, we'll see if they can do it indeed. Standing in EG's path is Determined Gaming. And while they've played under the monikers Team FXO, To Be Determined, and now just Determined Gaming, one thing has remained constant. This team has been one of the premier challenger squads in North America throughout 2013. They qualified for the promotion tournament by winning the MLG Spring Championship and remained hot throughout the Mobify Challenger Series.
And remember, guys, this is the team that nobody wanted to face. EG just got handed this, so they should basically be the best of the Challenger League that's come into play. And part of that is due to Robert X. Lee. He's probably the best AD carry, I'd say, that's not on an LCS team already. Yeah, some good love there for Robert, but also got to mention his support, Bubba Dub. He is a playmaking support, 100%. He plays that Thresh and that Annie so well, setting up Robert to get some kills. Then they also have a European import of their own, Broken Shard there, coming to jungle for the team.
And even though Broken Shard and Bubba Dub don't have the name recognition of Snoopy and Crepo, they're confident that will change after winning their way into the LCS.
An advantage Determined definitely has over us is their team synergy. They've been together much longer than we have.
I wouldn't say I'm entirely confident. In terms of like team performance right now, I wouldn't say we're solid.
Crepo, Snoopy, and Yellow Pete are very familiar names to me. They might be big names, but I'm not scared. In the matchup, I don't think we have any specific weaknesses. I think that the only close lane is going to be the mid lane, Arthalon versus Pobelter, and Arthalon's going to destroy Pobelter.
I think Pobelter's overrated. I mean, he can prove himself this weekend, but I think people overhype him too much.
I play against Arthalon. I've played against him a lot in solo queue, but he never like tries his hardest in solo queue, so he kind of likes to hide how good he is. It could go either way. I'll just have to try my best to beat him.
I definitely think we can win, yeah. I think both teams can win. It's going to be hard, but I think we can make it, yeah.
Well, strong words there from Determined Gaming. With that, we're going to check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Evil Geniuses. In the top lane, Inox for the jungle, Snoopy. In the mid, Pobelter, their AD carry Yellow Pete, and his best buddy Crepo in support.
And on the red side, it's Determined Gaming. Up top is West Rice, old face around here. Then we've got Broken Shard in the jungle, Arthalon at mid, Robert X. Lee on AD carry, and Bubba Dub supporting him.
And with that, we are going to be getting into Champions League very soon here, Kobe. And as you saw, Determined really look confident here in this one.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, West Rice is a guy who's been in professional league in North America for years and years. And, he's been in for a little bit, then he goes out and takes a break. He looks like he's on a really strong team right now, and he's definitely happy about this one. Glad to have him back.
Yeah, it's good to see him. He's been playing really interesting champions in a lot of the games. He really just sticking to his guns. He doesn't like the tanky top meta that much. He's been playing Akali, his old favorite champion, back in the top lane, even in the mid as well. Determined, doing some crazy stuff, playing really well as a team, and no one can really say anything about the new EG because we've never seen them play before.
Yeah, talking about sticking to your guns. West Rice has been playing Akali for over 4 years straight, and he's still not changing. Doesn't care how good Mundo is up top with that Perseverance Mastery. He likes to play those assassins, so that's what he's going to do. But talking about that EG, they also have a wild card in the top lane, Inox. Nobody has seen him play since he was on Napkins in Disguise. With this EG team, not only is he going to have to fit in with the rest of these guys coming over for Europe, but he's also going to have to find his place in the new meta of tanky top laners as well, because he has been favoring like Nidalee and some other assassins as well.
Yeah, and I think in general, we talk about EG and how they're a new team. Wildcard's a good word for both their solo laners. Pobelter, that guy can play almost anything, and when he looks good, he looks amazing.
Yeah, he has very high peaks, but also he has some crazy lows sometimes. So we'll have to see what Pobelter shows up today. Arthalon with some very harsh trash talking there in the video.
Yeah.
I think the mid lane's going to be exciting.
Well, we'll have to see here. I mean, all the lanes should be pretty exciting here. EG, no one's seen them for a little while, moving into North America. A risk, as they said, and it really is. But we'll see if they can get it done. And we're kind of talking about a couple of the players here, Kobe. Broken Shot's a big one as well. Another European import and another really aggressive jungler.
You know, what's funny is all the junglers playing today are European, I guess.
That's true.
Since all of them have come over here. Broken Shot going to be going up against Snoopy. Snoopy is definitely a veteran, and he's been playing in this league as a long time as well. But they decided they had to part ways with their solo laners, and they're going to try their hand out here in North America.
Yeah, we'll see what they can get done. I mean, the bottom lanes as well looked good. We mentioned Bubba Dub, such a great support, and Robert X. Lee, what a player. Really, he says he's looked up to Double Lift. He's looking like him in a lot of the NACL Challenger games, but I mean, Crepo and Yellow Pete, you want to talk about experience, Kobe, that's a massive amount of experience.
This bottom lane is the one that I'm really undecided on right now. I'm not quite sure who's going to win out because I'm a huge Robert X. Lee fan, but I also love that guy right there. Crepo, how can you not be a Crepo fan? You know, it's really going to be these two supports have very distinct styles. Bubba, I said, is the Thresh and Annie. Loves those two as the playmakers. And then Crepo is known for his Leona, which is actually really strong against Annie if he can get the jump on her because she's so squishy.
Yeah, so it's interesting. As you can see, Crepo in his screen clearly having fun. I mean, EG look relaxed here, and they should. They are the most experienced team. If there's one thing we can say about Determined that maybe will hurt them here is they've never really played on a stage like this. I mean, there was MLG, but they don't have the experience that EG does.
Yeah, you know, Crepo came in with some pretty big talk as well, talking about coming in to kick America's ass. I don't know about that one. Quantic was the last team to come over, and they didn't exactly make it very far.
I mean, that's true. It's almost interesting to see the teams that did make it through here, but Determined, they've looked so strong in the Challenger scene. Really, the team, as you mentioned, nobody wants to play against.
Yeah, we'll have to see if there's going to be some broken hearts and crushed shards.
Crushed hearts and...
Is that backwards?
Crushed dreams and broken shards. We'll have to
go.
see. But almost in this one, EG will see what they can get done. New blood here for their team as well, and Determined. They've just looked so cohesive as a unit. That's the biggest thing for me, is they've really looked like a team. Despite not being together that long, they've played under a couple different names, but they've always looked like a cohesive team. And in the Challenger scene, when teams are changing all the time, when players are moving around, that's a hard thing to do, to have a team that actually has experience in this scene.
Yeah, this is a challenge. They've been playing in all the Challenger leagues. So as a 5-man unit, they've been, they've put in the time, and they've worked as a team. Meanwhile, EG, they haven't had the competitive experience, and they have also had some pretty bad reports from the scrims they've been having in North America. Not very good results for them in scrims, but as we know, scrims don't say anything. CLG has great scrims.
Apparently. I mean, they could just be telling us something different, but I doubt it here is Determined. Looking really strong here, EG. I mean, we mentioned experience, but the roster's been together for such a small time at this point that who really knows how they're going to play, but it's going to be exciting. Kobe, we talked about the bottom lane. Seems like that's going to be fairly even. What about the mid lane as we move through? Who's got the better of it between Arthalon and Pobelter?
Well, like we said, Pobelter's a crazy wild card here. He plays extremely aggressively, so he'll either get off to a very good early start or he'll go on tilt and not do so well.
All right, so we are going to be getting into Champ Select here. EG on the blue side here for this game. Determined Gaming over on the right, and instantly Sinban from the Evil Geniuses.
Yeah. Targeting out Broken Shard there. Broken Shard's pretty interesting because he's not always a very early game focused jungler. He does like to weave in ganks with his farming, but he doesn't really commit wholly to one style there. So he's, pretty balanced.
It seems like he often plays aggressive champions, so whether or not he's being aggressive is different, but he's played Jarvan, he's played Lee Sin, he's played Elise, he loves those champions. But Gragas here, another respectful ban. Kassadin and Sivir, also the 2 first bans for Determined.
Right, we still are on 3.14 patch here, so it's before the changes to Sivir. She's just extremely strong at pushing, wave clearing, and with all the focus on mobility now, it's a really, really high priority ban, getting her out of there with that ultimate.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Crumbs earlier before when we were hanging out, and he mentioned that Olaf, Sivir, Karma has been doing the rounds in solo queue in terms of how good mobility can be. Lucy in the last ban here for Evil Geniuses. Again, another really strong AD carry on this patch.
All right, so looking at the top lane bans that everybody's been focusing on, Shyvana is the only one who's been taken out. So that does leave the Olaf as well as Mundo up. Now Olaf can also make use of that Perseverance Mastery, which is the reason why everyone's looking after these very tanky top laners. When he gets low, it's also going to boost his lifesteal that he has with W.
It's your favorite mastery, isn't it,
It
Kirby?
is. It's ridiculous.
So Olaf, the first pick there for EG, really tells you something about what they want to be doing with their team. And Determined, we mentioned that Westrise doesn't really like to play this style, but...
So here's the interesting thing about Determined Gaming. Even though Westrise is very locked into playing assassins, they've adapted by having Arthalon sometimes play the tanks top. Arthalon has played Shyvana up top. He may very well take Mundo up there as well if Westrise does not feel comfortable on that champion.
And it's really nice to see Determined actually swapping things around. And I mean, they know how Westrise plays. They know he's so strong on those assassins. They've really been flexible with their team comps just to make sure that he's accommodated. And when they look good, they look really good here. And I love this pick as well. Jinx up for Determined.
Yeah, they want to fit into the meta of the tanky top laners, even though they don't necessarily have the top laner to play that champion. So they've made the good adaptation. And then Jinx, this is what Robert has been going after every time that she is up. Very, very good endgame champion as well as strong in the late game. So she really brings pretty much the whole package.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned Determined don't like to do this. They've been practicing for sure for this tournament. Maybe Westrise has picked up Mundo as well. They could also throw him into the jungle, so we'll have to see. But EG got a couple more seconds to pick their next 2 here. Olaf, nice and flexible as well, but looking like they maybe want to complete a Leona pick here for Crepo.
I mean, I like to see Crepo on Leona. He goes aggressive pretty early. If they can get the early level 2, then you're definitely going to go all in with Leona. If she gets that level advantage, then they definitely can push you out very early. But, like I said, Bubba Dub also likes the Thresh. And even though in the CLG game we saw the Thresh play a little bit too early and miss countering the Leona, Bubba Dub's very experienced. I think he could get the timing right and stop Crepo in his tracks.
Yep, the next pick there as well for EG, Ziggs, a champion that got banned in both games actually that we just saw between CLG and Alternate.
Ziggs, amazing at shoving. He's just so good with all the area of effect magic damage. It's a very annoying champion for a lot of people to play against because he can just constantly shove the lane in and harass you while he's doing it here. And like I said, on the other side here, DTG, they waste no time locking in that Thresh. That's going to be the combo that they've been going back to for this bottom lane. So they feel really comfortable.
And I'm interested to see that Vi is actually the selection here though, because Elise is open. Broken Shard loves to play him, but it's actually going to be Vi here instead, which means Westrise or Arthalon will likely be playing Mundo.
Well, since they're looking at Jinx already picked, Sivir is banned, and Lucian is banned, they're not too worried about whatever AD carry Yellow Pete's going to go with. The Ezreal has kind of fallen off. He is mobile, but a lot of his laning pace does depend on those skill shots, and if you miss a couple, then you can easily fall behind.
Yeah, he's still very safe, which is the reason a lot of teams like to play him. I mean, when all the ADs and supports are so aggressive like they are now, having someone as safe as Ezreal is really, really beneficial. But I love this pick from EG, by the way. We said Pobelter might be a wild card, and they can still move this around, but Riven is a fantastic pick if you can play it.
Yeah, Riven is an Inox-style champion. I was talking about he he's a lot like Westrice in that he didn't like to play the very tanky top laner. So he could play the Riven top. It could be a Riven jungle as well and take Olaf top. So there's still time for them to switch these bruisers around if they really want to.
I mean, EG's working with the new roster, as we've mentioned, clearly working some kinks out here, but they've got a lot of interesting versatility in their solo lane picks here. I mean, you look at this team, it's not exactly obvious where everybody's going.
Well, they've got the engage there from Leona. That's great. You can always bring the guaranteed long-range engage from your support. That frees up their solo laners to be more damage-oriented. Ziggs with the AoE, and then Riven with the 1v1 potential.
And this is a big pick here. I mean, we're talking about Assassins, Kobe. Kha'Zix, the last pick for Determined.
That is a Westrice favorite, but also Arthalon plays this champion, so they're still going to keep you guessing. Kha'Zix can also all-in very early. Level 2 all-in from Kha'Zix is very deadly for someone like Ziggs. If Pabelter misses his satchel or ends up bumping the Kha'Zix along with him, then he could go down very early.
And I think maybe Arthalon's Summoner Spell is giving it away there. He is going to swap over to Mundo, and it looks like, as you called, Arthalon played Shyvana, as you said, in that one game, and Determined did a lot of really funky swap-arounds to make that work, but they did make it work.
So this is a nice thing that I think that Determined put a lot of thought into, though, because they know that there's this meta you can't get away from right now. The tanky top laners going in that defense mastery, they've decided that since Westrice can't really adapt to it, they're going to have Arthalon do it. So he's happy to fill in there, and we're going to see that teleport Mundo coming from the top.
So, Kirby, we've seen the draft now. What do you think of these two teams here?
I am so excited for this game because I feel like this is going to be one of the closest matches of the entire series that we're going to have here. I have no idea what's going to happen from this EG team because I haven't been able to look in on any of their scrims, and they haven't had any competitive experience.
All right, so as the teams load into the game, let's take a look at who you think is going to win today's promotion series matchup. According to LOLesports.com, 77%
you get the fan
favorite. Snoopy, Crepo, and Evil Geniuses will be playing in the North American LCS this spring.
There's so much star power on this team. Kind of expected that vote from the online vote. But, you know, Westrice and them have a lot of fans as well, so that's pretty surprising. 77% is very large number.
And remember, our coverage continues Saturday as Alex Ich and Gambit Gaming take on ManCloud and XTG in the Battle of the Atlantic, followed by Team Coast fighting to win their way back into the LCS when they take on the challengers, the Walking Zed. But we are ready to go here in this one. EG on the left for the blue side, Determined Gaming there, going to be on the red, and level 1 Kobe. Any shenanigans we can expect?
Well, we have no sweeping lenses. Everybody's starting with the warding trinkets, which is it's very common here too. You don't really need to switch over to the sweeping lens until later when you can upgrade them. And it's a lot more effective at clearing out wards. Looks like we may be looking for the old level 1 dance-off in the mid.
Yep, Arthalon just hanging out, going to throw a couple of briefcases out to say hello to Crepo, and we do have a pause to kick things off. So had a couple in the battle match as well. Players just want to make sure that everything's A-okay.
Everybody keeping their calm about them, though. They're all ready.
It is important to stay calm during a pause,
yes,
Kobe.
Especially the level 1s there. There's not a lot of action. There's not much that could be throwing them off here. It looks like everyone is really spreading out, too, for one of the normal openers. So it doesn't look like there will be any heavy invades, mostly just covering all the jungle entrances here.
Yep, so pretty standard stuff. I mean, we could see some deep warding happen. Haven't seen as much of it for whatever reason in the last few patches, it seems like. Teams aren't really moving around as 5 and going to do the level 1 warding, but...
So part of the reason for that is that supports now do not like to start with a whole bunch of wards like they used to. It used to be, oh yeah, support's just going to start with like 4 wards. We'll take them in the level 1 invade, get some nice vision down. But now they actually like to start with either a gold generating item or just the Doran's item for that combat effectiveness. And they don't have a lot of extra wards for the early invades. That's why I think it's fallen off.
All right, so we are back into it now. We'll see what does happen at level 1. Just kind of expect everyone to hang out and make sure they guard all the entrances, but you never know, Kobe. Always up for some excitement. I think most importantly, how this is laned is going to be really interesting by Determined.
It looks like it is going to be standard lanes coming up here. I mean, Arthalon, he's sitting around middle, but if you have teleport there on Mundo, he'd probably make his way over and find himself top. They are making the switch very early here, though. You know what's really interesting is that Crepo is the support that's been using these Doran starts a lot to get the early advantage and get those early level 2 fights started down bottom. But it looks like here, Bubba knows what his plan was, and he's also gone with a Doran shield.
Yeah, I mean, Crepo's talked a lot about Doran's, almost to a joke at this point, and so Bubba may be showing some respect, being like, I'm going to build it as well, but we are going to have Determined move around now. It has 5 actually up towards the top bit of Tribush, so this could be a big, big invade here. There are scouts available though, Kobe.
Inox is in a pretty good spot there, and he does put down the ward, sees the entire invade happening.
Yeah, that's good. Riven going to back off now. This blue buff potentially under threat. In fact, it will be invaded here as it's just about to spawn. Wards being put down there by Determined as well, and very little they can do for an answer here. EG probably just going to try and trade away for the other blue.
EG doing a really good job. They did not hesitate to walk over to that other blue. Crepo and Yellow Pete started up before Snoopy's even in range for it. So they're just going to prime that one up, serve it to him on a platter.
And Crepo being a nice support player here, tanking it up with the absence of Snoopy, and looks like he is going to be able to get that blue buff. In fact, might not have to use his smite. Arthlon actually looking for the steal, but Snoopy is going to get it.
All right, so Snoopy will be very happy about that one. Olaf suffers tremendously without the first blue buff because it improves his clear time so much with the axe spam. Without that, you go very quickly, and you also cannot throw at the axes quite as much.
Yep, and actually going to continue doing a little bit of counter juggling here. Very creative. Got Crepo in tow there, kind of an old, very old M5 throwback there, doing a bit of double juggling, and Snoopy going to collect an extra camper.
And here's the all-in from Westrice.
Well, Poberto, though, able to get out with a satchel charge, but exactly what you talked about, Kobe.
Right, that was that would have been the plan there for Arthlon, but Westrice, being the Kazakhs in mid now, does go for it. He's able to get a nice chunk of harass down there onto Pobelter, but no summoner burned.
Nope, just the satchel charge, so able to get himself out of the way. Westrice a little low in mid, actually. Gonna have to watch himself, but probably just getting poked down by Ziggs. I think that's one of the interesting tensions of that matchup, Kobe, is that there's some great poke for Ziggs, but if Westrice gets can all in, he can kill him very quickly.
Right, it's the kill potential, and here comes the gank!
Oh, that's bad news. Pobos are getting aggressive, but there comes Broken Shard looking for first blood, and is gonna find it onto Ziggs.
So, Broken Shard here, knowing that he's going up against Pobelter, who has a tendency to be influenced very easily by early game pressure, gets the kill on Pobelter. If they can set him off from this, get him on tilt, that could set the tempo for the entire game. But here comes Snoopy looking for tower pressure.
So 3-man push down the bottom, going to be the same up the top for Determined as well. And that tower is going to go down very quickly. Jinx, such a strong pusher, and Determined going to pick a whole lot up here very early on.
This game getting started off so quickly here. Broken Shard, he got the first blood and then went for the exact same move that Snoopy's doing. So even though he spent his time mid to get the kill, they also get the turret burst.
And that's just some really smart presence of mind from Broken Shard. You mentioned he likes to be aggressive when he can, but the most important thing about jungling is making smart decisions, and Broken Shard made 2 very, very strong ones.
And even though, it's kind of mirrored situations, I like that they got it a couple seconds earlier. It kind of turns this into a game of chicken, where the 3-man team that continues pushing and got the turret first is going to have the advantage, and it forces the other team to recall back, and they lose out on a little bit of extra tower pressure there.
So towers are going to get traded away, but Determined Gaming with the first blood, going to get themselves about 400 extra gold. Now Broken Shard looking for Pobelter. He's going to throw down the ward, though, and they're going to back off.
So instead of the extra tower pressure that EG gained from taking that early, they actually gain that pressure mid and allow Westrice to CS without the Ziggs poke coming down to him. But Snoopy is able to make the call here, and they go for the close objective.
This is a beautiful call from EG. A little risky and a very early dragon here at 5 minutes, but Determined already sitting up top. Pobelter rotated up there as well to push out the mending wave, and EG going to get 5-minute and 15-second dragon.
And that is the least that a dragon can be worth. The average level, the lowest is level 6 there. So like Jat was saying, the early dragons, yes, they're great, but not worth quite as much as before.
I think given that Determined we're pushing down this tier 2 turret potentially on top, makes a lot of sense to clear out the objective when you can. And look at that, Kobe, dead even now in gold as a result. Some really smart decisions by both teams here early on.
Right, so it's dead even. The only little nuance here is that this secondary turret for EG has a huge chunk out of it. It's down to like a third left. Broken Shard's taking a good harass in the mid though.
Yeah, Pobelter here with a satchel charge. Very nice. He placed the mines in front of him as well. Maybe going to pick up the kill. Does get it there with the bouncing bomb.
Oh, wow. Broken Shard with a little bit of misplay there. That happens sometimes for junglers when you go over to the mid lane, not quite used to laning there. He wants to get a couple lane CS, and Pobelter definitely makes him pay for it right there. So, people who are worried about Pobelter going on tilt, he's back to 1-1 now, and we'll have to see how he plays mid-game out.
Yeah, Yeah, looking good still in Pobelter. He's looking aggressive early on, clearly able to get a nice little kill in the mid as Broken Shard rotates through. I mean, the minion tax, Kobe, you're a jungler, you know it's very, very tempting, but did cost Broken Shard his life there.
Yeah, very tempting, but it's very dangerous as well sometimes. It looks like we're seeing rotation here from Snoopy up to pressure this top lane, and they're going for the dive onto Arthalon.
Inox looking for it. Arthalon actually already flashed out of the way. The Undertow will hit. Briefcase in the back for Olaf as well, but EG just going to try and continue their tower pressure, it seems.
Because of that pressure down bottom too, Arthalon definitely got zoned out much harder than Inox. Level 4 now, but he's still behind Inox as far as that 1 versus 1 matchup is concerned.
And then again, a pause just to ease things out here after a lot of early game action, Kobe. I mean, things look pretty even. What can you tell me about some of the early game decisions those junglers were making there?
All right, so it was very exciting, and there were a lot of trades going on, but really, what's come of it is a 400 gold difference. That's almost nothing. And all the games that we've seen have been going to 50-minute marks. So although this early game was very exciting and entertaining, thank you, Crepo and crew, it hasn't had the biggest impact. So it's definitely still everyone's game right now.
Yeah, so we'll have to see what happens. I mean, I do like a lot of the rotation here that's coming out from EG. We mentioned experience before. It's that experience that's going to really carry them through a lot of difficult decisions. And you have to think on both these teams, the junglers are really calling a lot of the shots as well.
Yeah, the junglers have had a pretty big impact here, and it's mostly because when you get those 2 versus 1 situations, they spend a lot of the decisions do come down to wherever your jungler goes. If they want to take those turrets early, which they have, it could go easily to the late game here. And if we're looking at late game comps, man, this determined team right now, not only do they have the upper hand in 80 carries, I think Jinx better than Ezreal in the extreme late game here. They also have a Kha'Zix for resetting kills, and they have the Mundo, the super tank on their team.
And that's one of the nice things about the way Determined like to play. When there's so many tanky champions in the game that people like to kind of have in their team comps, you don't get a lot of assassins all that often. The mid laners are often just kind of for burst. You can think of Gragas maybe as some sort of assassin, but when you have an actual assassin that has reset potential like Kha'Zix, all of a sudden your damage potential goes through the roof. And a lot of teams aren't necessarily used to playing against that type of composition.
Yeah, I mean, Westrise, they have had practice against him, and they know his style. But even so, after knowing the style of Westrise, it's still very dangerous to go up against Kha'Zix. He did get that early assist, didn't quite get the first blood, but he's had a pretty easy time also CSing in that lane because of the pressure created elsewhere. Pobelter's been doing a lot of roaming. So when Pobelter leaves lane, that means more money for Westrise.
And of course, Westrise could also potentially start roaming in there as well. Level 6 now to get that ultimate out, so can sneak in potentially with some invisible ganks and just jump on people's faces. You'd mentioned assassins and Snowball though, Kobe. There is kind of an assassin and certainly a Snowball champion on the EG side as well in Riven.
So Riven is really good at being a lane bully. Because once she does get a little bit of AD, all of her spells scale so well with AD, and all these players are so well trained at animation canceling, they can make the most out of that. But really, if Mundo can get to that point, where he gets a Spirit Visage and a Sunfire Cape, then it'll be very hard for her to actually make anything come of that early potential. And, Mundo is just very hard to push him out of lane.
He is. And really, we've seen what late game Mundo can be like. We saw Alternate before in the Battle of the Atlantic. Mundo all the time, all day, every day for Kevin. It's really, really hard when he gets to late game.
We'll have to see, though, because, it's only 7 minutes in. So we've got a little bit more to play out. And Arthalon is currently behind Inox. So we'll have to see what Determined can do to try and keep Arthalon from falling further behind and just hopefully be able to hold on to his turret, try and CS around there.
So given how the early game's gone so far, we've had a Dragon for EG, we've had some rotations around the turrets to take those out as well. Given what we think about Determined's late game here, given they're champions, where do you think EG are really going to try and close out this game?
I mean, EG have the Ziggs. I think that's one of the kind of defining characteristics of their comp right now. So whenever you do have Ziggs, you have the potential for shoving extremely hard. You have great wave clear, so you can also defend turrets. And then, like we said about Inox on that Riven, it's great in the 1 versus 1 potential. And he's also taken teleport. So they can have split push. I feel like EG are going to go more split push style. And then Determined Gaming are going to look for that end game, the team fights with the resets.
So with Ezreal as well, we kind of mentioned, Jinx just such a strong fighter, so good late game. Do you think maybe we'll see a bit of a change in Yellow Pete's build? I mean, it's been a while since Blue Ezreal, but if there was ever a team where you might want it, Mundo's not a bad champion to kite.
Yeah, I mean, Mundo does like to say that he goes where he pleases, but a blue Ezreal would slow him down a little bit. I don't know. I don't think that Yellow Pete is going to actually rush that build. But he might get something later in the game to give him a little bit more ability if he is having problems.
Yeah, I mean, he could. It's always an option, and I think it's a nice thing to think about as well. I mean, Ziggs, another champion that's not only good at shoving lanes, but controlling space. The explosive minefield as well. So we'll have to see what happens here. Should be back in this game fairly shortly by the looks of things. And Kobe already very, very exciting, but still very close between these two.
Definitely very close. All right, so let's jump back into the Rift here. We will take a look at that top lane. And like we said, Inox, since he's got the advantage here over Arthlon, he's gonna be able to shove it into lane, but it's very hard to dive a Mundo, as we've seen already.
Yep, and I like this little item choice as well coming up from Pobel to Ziggs. He may not necessarily finish the Zhonya's that quickly, but I like the Seeger's arm guard here, just up against Kha'Zix, because really, Kobe, you have to just defend against all that damage.
Yeah, not only does that arm guard help him in the lane phase, but you really need a Zhonya's late game so that you can stop the reset train from going on. Make sure that Westrise will all be delayed at least another 3 seconds when he goes for that kill.
Yep, so just down the bottom here, you can see a lot of farm being exchanged back and forth, and now Robert X. Lee and Bubba going to be working on this tower down towards the bottom lane here. They've already managed to push down one. Going to try and see if they can do it here again, and for whatever reason, all those rotations, a lot of movement from EG. Big CS discrepancy is a big all-in from Inox, but doesn't quite fire the ultimate. There we go. They couldn't quite get him.
And he takes 2 tower hits on the way out, almost evening up that trade. So even though Arthlon is getting bullied around, like we said, he's kind of just like a punching bag, a very, very sturdy punching bag that's taking these hits and then regenning up under turret. The only question is, how well can he CS under that turret while being pressured?
Well, Riven actually surprisingly good against Mundo. Again, talking to Crumbs before the games, and he really likes that as a champion against Mundo. But Inox is mirroring the summoner spells here, and that's not going to quite get a Mundo killed.
If you don't have Ignite against Mundo, it's really, really difficult to finish him off. And we've seen several times people just get baited because even though you know he's got crazy regen when he gets low, sometimes it's just too juicy and you don't want to let it go.
I mean, you want the kill. Everybody loves to chase kills, but chasing a Mundo, much like chasing a Singed, not always a good idea. Is down the bottom. This turret is getting hammered
now,
by Determined.
An interesting side effect of all the 2v1 action and the shoving that DTG did on that top lane is that this matchup here, that was Leona Thresh, that's kind of based on skill and can he interrupt the Leona, just got swung completely in Thresh's favor. This is all a Determined Gaming lane right now because not only is Leona lower level, but Krepo's also taking a large amount of harass, so it's very difficult for him to go for that all-in.
So Determined just continuing to shove down towards the bottom lane. Looks like junglers are sniffing around now out towards the bottom lane, but we'll see what happens. I think the next Dragon is due up quite soon, about a minute and a half here on that one, but you can see the Jinx Ezreal matchup really just looking good for Robert X. Lee.
And now we also have that amazing moment that is the level 6 jungle Vi. So he has the potential to go for those very high impact ganks on the mid lane. The only thing is here with Pobelter, he's playing very safe now because he saw the level 6 ding there from Vi. So he's going to be playing far back and he will save his satchel for when they come for that gank. Because if he does not have it up, then a Assassin plus Vi level 6 combo is a pretty easy kill.
We've seen a lot of fast pushes actually from Determined in their games leading up to this event, and they're really not slowing down here on the bottom turret. I think EG, knowing that they're trying to get it done, Krepo going to go in, flash done there as well. Great ult on top of it, the barrier, Ruga popped in there, lands it out, maybe another box popped in there as well, and Barbara maybe going to take him, here's Broken Touch, looking on to Ezreal, the Ziggs coming in as well, and Snoopy picks up the kill, now Krepo in a whole lot of trouble on Leona, and there's just people everywhere, as Inox teleported down, Mundo with the double kill, as Riven's going in, now Broken Touch has to get out there as quick as he can, but Pobelter roaming down there, Ignite plus short piece for the kill, and Arthlon, last but not least, going to get stunned up there by Kibo, so Westrise absolutely doesn't want anything to do with that.
And a huge win for EG right there. Krepo with a great job. He did not hesitate. Yes, okay, Bubba got the interrupt there, but Krepo didn't hesitate to follow up right there. He chained it, got the ultimate stun as well onto Robert, and then even though both teleports come in, they're able to get the upper hand because they got the first kill. All right, let's take a look again. There's the flash from Krepo because he got knocked back and knocked up, and that flash and stun combo from Krepo enabled them to get Robert so low that in comes Pobelter with the ultimate from mid lane, and Snoopy covers him off right there. Arthlon first TP in, but Here comes Inox as well. The Riven, with their ultimate up, able to just chop everyone down, and Broken Shard's not going to be able to get away. Neither is Arthalon, and Westrise is left watching from the bushes.
And when all is said and done, EG picked themselves up a 2,000 gold lead early on in this one, and Determined were looking for a dragon. They're very sneaky, but EG going to chuck down the pink wall, going to look to claim their second dragon in a row, potentially? No. Instead, just going to back up, clear out the woods they know are there, and we're going to go again, Kobe.
Well, Arthalon is up top again, but both people used their teleports last time, so this is an easy dragon for EG right here. They don't have to hesitate at all, and it should not be contested from Determined.
Yeah, and that top tower already gone, remember, as well. Determined finished that one up already, so Arthalon just kind of pushing as hard as he can to maybe get to the tier 2, get a little bit of damage, but that was a very nice dragon as well.
Yeah, I don't really like that rotation, sending your teleport top laner up there when you know the dragon is up. It was kind of an easy call there for EG to go grab that objective, since there was nothing really left for Arthalon to take up top and answer with.
And Inox now just going to farm away all these minions that pushed in, so not only did the pushing from Arthalon hurt his team in that dragon fight, but a whole bunch of easy CS for Inox to pick up in there as well. Blue buff going to get transferred over to Pobelter as well. And action down the bottom, but Bobadov misses the hook.
They are getting some nice damage onto this turret here, though, down bottom. And they know that there's no teleport, so the Riven's not going to be coming in behind them. Looks like they are not going to give up on that pressure down there either.
Ooh, Broken Shard. Bit of a miss Vault Breaker there. Didn't quite go through the torch.
Okay, so there's a big woo from the crowd. You know, it did look bad, but oh, here we go.
That's a beautiful stun. Great chain CC. Robert actually obliterated there. The Chomper's down as well, but cannot save him.
Oh, Robert found without his support there. Bubba not able to rescue him. Crepo, again, not hesitating. He's been on point with this Leona play.
I mean, he often is. That's one of the reasons he loves to play Leona so much. He is a sniper with the Solar Flare there. And EG, that last little fight's really giving them some confidence here. And we talked about it, Kirby. If EG are going to win, it's probably going to be a big min game. But Westrise going to try and turn it around. Now Snoop in here as well. And it is indeed leap away there for Westrise. He gets bombed out as well. Maybe going to go down. Is Snoop going to look for it? He flashes out of the way. Pobelts not quite enough. Unfortunately, the ultimate goes. Not enough though. Now Broken Shot on the Snooper. The dunk there with the Assault and Battery. He's ignited and will go down. And Pobelter, despite the blue buff, very low.
Broken Shot.
He's going to try to do it. He's going in there. Excessive Force coming in. Picks up the double kill. And Arthalon going to shake off the Riven harass in the top lane. But beautiful play in the mid.
This is often the story with Westrise. He is a very aggressive player. So Pobelter, knowing that he's going up against Westrise, tries to bait him into a fight. He does a good job. Gets Kha'Zix extremely low because he's got the Olaf right behind him, but in comes Broken Shard, and they're able to turn it around. They actually get the double off of that. Beautiful, beautiful just play right there, able to work themselves out of a bad situation.
And a little unfortunate for Pobelter. He just now finished his Zhonya's, and despite having blue up, ran completely out of mana to try and pick up that kill. So tower is going to go here for EG. That's a nice rotation. Down the bottom though, Robert Exley answers.
All right, so I said they weren't going to give up on that pressure down bottom, even though he got caught out and killed again. He returns and he finishes his job. Good job, Robert.
Inox going to do the same thing here as well. 3-2 now in turrets for Evil Geniuses as they pick it up. And the only outer turret left alive is the mid turret here for Evil Geniuses. That's a pretty important one.
All right, that importance of that is signified by everyone moving up around mid as soon as Determined show any threat of pushing it down. The Leona and the Olaf there just waiting in the wings, and after everybody backs off, they'll go to buy.
Yeah, so some curious item choices moving through here. We can see Tiamat's actually on both of the top laners there, so Kha'Zix and Riven going to be going for that item. So plenty of split push, plenty of all-in, plenty of burst. Lots of good looking stuff in there as well. Junglers well on the way with their builds. You can see Spirit of the Ancient Golem plus a Giant Spell apiece for each of them. Mundo versus Ziggs, of course, not quite the matchup we expected, but Sunfire for him with the Zhonya's in there. And double Bloodthirster now finished for both ADs as well. So everybody seems happy.
Everybody is happy. I mean, the Tiamat on Riven there is definitely an extremely popular build because Riven gets so much bonus AD from her ulti. An auto attack reset has even more value than usual. And she can just destroy waves as well as champions.
So Determined Gaming looking to group up now again We've mentioned how important the mid turret is. They really want to try and get it down. And I think another interesting thing, Kobe, the teleports back up now as well for those top laners. And we saw what Inox did with his last teleport on Riven.
Now, it's interesting because when Riven teleports in, it's usually a high impact very early on. Like, there'll instantly be a lot of damage there. You know that Riven's been there. But it takes a little while for Mundo to actually take effect in that fight. So he's going to want to be the one teleporting in first, and he's going to want the initiative there to start wreaking havoc a little bit earlier.
And Crepo continuing a good run for this game as well. Actually finished up his Aegis already. So that's a nice little one for the team. Sweeping Lens going to go down there, and Dragon up in just over a minute. EG looking for something here.
So they're trying to get a little bit of control here on the blue side jungle, and they're going to make Broken Shot pay for it.
Beautiful Xander's Blade forces the flash out there. Fight is going to be okay as Robert X. Lee will move the choke through with the Flame Chompers there. And now Blue Buff, though, really nicely timed.
Crepo, again, doing a great job. Has not missed yet. Uses his ultimate to get a flash out. That's always an amazing trade because Leona's ultimate, extremely low cooldown. Looks like Robert might even be chasing everybody off here by himself.
Mundo actually coming in for this one. Arthlon around the side. Westrise as well. Everybody from Determined trying to move in here as Snoop is going to take some damage. Westrise getting low. The Sonya's there from Pobel, so looks really good though as Robert flashing forward, trying to get some more damage. You can see Broken Shot low in there as well. And EG really positioning well though, forcing the flash out there for Bob. Up Robert X. Lee caught up in the Xander's Blade. Arthlon looking bad in here as well. The ultimate there moving through. Westrise almost dead, but Yellow Pete snipes him off with a Mystic Shot.
Just destroyed here, and they're going to let Bubba Dub walk away with his life. But another huge team fight win for EG. That is a really good timing, too, because you just talked about that Dragon, only 10 more seconds. Now, Determined thought they had the advantage here. They cut him off. Arthlon, again, with the early TP in. Westrise gets chunked out so low at the beginning of this fight, though, that even though he has upgraded for the resets, he doesn't get to do any damage. You can see him just walking back and forth here down in the bottom. So that was a large chunk of damage that DTG were not able to take advantage of. And Arthlon, even on that Mundo, is not that tanky yet. Not able to survive.
And I have to say, Kobe, hats right off to Crepo there. Once again, plays beautifully on Leona. He started so many skirmishes. He started so many fights. CC beautifully there with that one. And of course, the ultimate once again hit against Mark.
Yeah, people were doubting this EG team, you know, but it looks like they've really been working together very well. Inox has been teleporting down at the right times as well, and he was able to turn that one around.
Broken Shot once again. No flash this time. Does Vault Breaker himself out of the way there, and EG did pick up their second or third straight Dragon at this point, Kobe. I think it's the second, though.
All right, it looks like they are going to recall here. They have done a pretty good job of controlling the Dragons, but they've also taken all of the outer turrets, which is really huge for them. Like we said at the beginning, they want to be shoving constantly. They do have that Ziggs.
Yeah, I mean, you said it there as well. Ziggs looking good. Pobel's going to pick himself up the blue buff as a result, so he'll be happy with that one. Red buff going over to Vi once again, so Broken Shot now hitting level 11. Going to try and make some high impact ganks come through as well. Snoopy looking good as well. Randy one's on the way. And just in general, EG slowly but surely with some great team play, really getting the goal going here.
And if Snoopy gets tanky enough, you know, he can just run straight at Robert and force him out of the fight there. Oh, another engage here from Crepo. He does get stunned up this time, though.
Yeah, you got snared, unfortunately, so I believe you cannot move out of the snare if you're Zenith Blade, because, you know, you need to go from one spot to another, you just won't go to the other spot.
Yeah, Robert right there with Flame Chompers, getting his supports back.
And tower does go down there as a result for EG, so 4-2 now in that Magic Day, and you can see the gold lead really starting to creep up now. EG 34,000 more or less to the 28,000 or so there for Determined.
Now, an interesting thing here for the mid and late game is that since both of these supports did not start out with their gold generating items, there won't be that extra mobility there, at least for the EG team, because Crepo still has not gotten his coin. So he's not going to be having an upgraded coin for that speed of effect until much later if he does ever even decide to go for it. And all of the speed up for Snoopy for that Olaf is going to have to come from himself.
That's a little surprising to me. I mean, Olaf is just so great when he can speed him through. I think that's part of the reason why Snoopy actually has Ghost here instead of the Flash we've been seeing a little bit more of on Olaf's, more as a style choice, excuse me. But we kind of thought about Yellow Pete's build. He absolutely wants nothing to do with the blue build. He's gone full damage here, BT, and it looks like Trinity Force is going to follow up. He's just hanging out here with Arthlon. Mundo, a pretty tanky guy, but maybe he can get some work done here. And Pete must feel good here.
Yeah, I mean, he is going to finish that Trinity Force and get the speed for himself as well. So it looks like everybody going to fend for themselves as far as the boosts are concerned. And I think that that's just really Kreppel being so confident in his ability to hard engage that they won't need the extra speed up for any chasing.
Yeah, they kind of know that the late game doesn't look that great, so even if Ezreal's able to kite consistently, that's maybe not going to get it done here.
Uh-oh.
Going to have a little bit of a party here. Snoopy just missing that death sentence there. But the wards are going to get cleared out now as well. Determined really looking put back into their base here at this point. You can see Enox down the bottom. Teleport not quite up, but he's going to go in onto Westrise. Damage moving through. Westrise, oh, beautiful knockup moving through. He's trying to juke him out. Pops the active there. Should have the exhaust that does get him. As he just misses the key burst, but is able to do enough damage.
Yeah, that was just an outplay by Inox there. You can see Westrise was trying to pull some fancy footwork there, and he even flashed at the end, expecting it to come out from Inox, but so many back and forth movements expecting the wind slash, he actually just wasted a lot of time and wasn't able to get the cooldown on his Q reset for another kill.
And Inox, with that very nice bit of finesse, is able to take out a tier 2 turret all by himself out in the bottom lane as well. So Evil Geniuses, we kind of mentioned it, we're not sure what to expect. Apparently big things here as they're looking fantastic in this opening game.
Yeah, we said that in the beginning that Inox and Westrise are very similar top lane players. You know, neither has really conformed to the tanky top lane meta, and both of them just prefer those assassins. Right there, we just saw, you know, Inox kind of one-upping Westrise and calling him out.
Yeah, and that item build really progressing along enough. Inox's last Whisper has been finished up for Riven, so he's going to be doing all the damage here at this point as EG are kind of mooking their gold lead a little at this point. Pobelter, interestingly enough, is actually going for a Chalice of Harmony now, so didn't want it early, wanted the Zhonya's as soon as he could get it, and he's picked that up now, as well as we see rotation.
Yeah, I mean, it does kind of play into that late game vision that I talked about for EG. They've got the shoving, so it's going to be the Chalice keeping Pobelter's mana up even when he's not able to grab a blue buff, and they have that Inox split push down bottom. His teleport is back up, and we've just seen that he can handle Westrise, so Determined would have to send somebody else down there if they want to.
And as far as split pushes goes, Riven's a pretty good one here. I mean, AD casters in general really good at killing turrets, and Inox with the Ravenous Hydra as well, able to push very quickly. So Mudo's going to rotate over, but look at the chunkage, Kobe.
All right, yeah, so Arthalon is going to try his hand at this, but really, like we said before, he's just kind of soaking up minions under the turret. He can't force Inox out of that lane. He's just going to continue taking a little bit of a beating here, and Inox is going to do a great job of pulling resources of Determined Gaming down to that bottom side so the rest of his team can make plays up top.
Kreppel going to go in once again. The ultimate moves in there for Ziggs. Now Broken Shard in trouble as Barbadov goes down there to Leona. Pobelter looking for the satchel on Robert X Lee, but doesn't quite find it. Have to be a little careful. Super Mega Death Rocket as Broken beautiful find in from Pobelter though. And now Broken Shard can be in trouble. Westrise looking for the reset. Almost finds two as he gets one kill in there as well. Now Snoopy planning it around. Pete's out of mana though, but Inox chasing Mundo around the base. It seems like look to teleport coming in now for Westrise as well. And Snoopy going to look for the cleanup here. That's a kill there. And now Robert X Lee is very dead.
Yeah, he's cornered.
There's nowhere Jinx wants to be, and Olaf gets yet another kill.
All right, so EG was able to make their play up top, then overextend a little bit between two turrets. Everything turns out just fine, though, because Inox is able to teleport in, clean everything up.
And Inox once again looking really strong here. We said, kind of like Pobelter, not sure what to expect, and his Rivens look fantastic here in this game. Every single time he has used his teleport, the impact has been really felt here by Determined.
He's really a beast for this EG team, but everyone really on their side is ahead right now. Especially, we're going to have to take a look at Snoopy because right alongside Inox, he can dive just as well. There's the beautiful engage from Kreppel. Everybody wants to see it. Now, here is the overextension from EG. They get a little bit too close, and Pobelter will Zhonya's the ulti from Broken Shard, which is a great move, but Westrise can jump right in to finish him off. You only get one Zhonya's, can't use it again on that, and the non-reset right there from Kreppel delays Westrise damage just a little bit, and so he overextends onto Pete, and since Pete has Flash, he gets away, out of danger, and there's no escaping the axes of Snoopy.
And then Robert, absolutely nowhere to run after that. Snoopy is going to get himself yet another kill, and just looking so strong here. Evil Geniuses, really strong lead. In fact, they're 10,000 gold ahead already, Kobe.
Yeah, they're feeling extremely good about the way that this game is going, but we've seen so many teams on this 3.14 patch kind of get complacent once they have a giant lead, and it's so easy for teams to come back in this patch that they cannot afford to do that. one of the key things to look out for with those comebacks is going for the dragons. The mid and late game dragons are a huge comeback mechanic. Not only does it give a lot more gold, like Jack kept on saying, but it also gives so much bonus experience to help catch up anyone on your team who's very far behind.
So the position looks good for EG.
It does.
You can certainly say that at this
point.
point.
It looks real good.
So what happened here in this game to kind of get to this point? EG, we weren't too sure about the lanes. Pobelta gave up first blood, but from there, everything's looked pretty smooth.
So it was Pobelta giving up first blood, but he didn't go on tilt. A lot of people were giving him criticism, you know, for either being really great or having a very terrible game. He's been able to fight his way back, and he held his own in that mid lane, and then he was also able to help with the roaming kills. When Inox took his lead from top and teleported bottom to force the fights on Robert X. Lee and get that bottom lane behind, Pobelta was there from the mid lane with the long-range ultis. He was able to clean people up, and they won 2 fights around that dragon, getting their lead above Determined Gaming, and then also getting the objectives right after. So it's the kills plus objectives 2 times in a row that really boosted EG.
And now at this point, Riven looks so scary for Determined Gaming. Inox is split pushing everywhere. He's moving through. He's 1v1ing people. He's almost 1v2ing people now at this point as well. If you're EG, how do you go about closing out this game now that you're so far ahead?
So EG, they'll probably want to continue with that split push style that we're talking about because Inox is such a beast and he got a lot of damage down onto that bottom turret already. Like we said, he draws resources from the rest of Determined Gaming down to that bottom side and opens them up on the other side of the map to make plays. Crepo is so on point with all his ultimates, you're going to have to watch out for that.
Yeah, we are going to get back here. Not too long a pause as Evil Geniuses look poised to take the opening game here in this series. But as Kobe mentioned, comeback's definitely a bigger thing now on this newer patch here in the preseason, and it is certainly not over till it's over.
That's why I love how EG are protecting this dragon. It's kind of an old mentality that later in the game, teams stop caring about it. But it still is that big comeback mechanic. So EG, they're not going to let anything go. They definitely want to secure that objective and close all of the doors in Determined's face.
Yeah, EG really just looking to close, as you said, as many doors as they can and just close out this game in style here. I mean, EG, 2 young, 2 new players picked up for them. But if anyone can guide some new players into closing out a game, and we often almost criticize the amateur and the challenger scenes for maybe not closing games out that well, especially on this patch, if you have veterans like Yellow Pete, like Crepo, like Snooper on your team, you're going to know how to close.
It's very interesting that they're choosing to go for the Baron area as their means of kind of closing this one out, because along with all the vision changes, it's become so much more difficult to control that area since the sweepers are a very limited resource, and it's a team-shared resource. Vision right now, you really have to depend on the rest of your team. Oh, Broken Start gets caught!
Yeah, that's not good news. Pobelta picks up a kill. Babadov forced a flash as well, as Robert X. Lee is going to move the Chompers in. But that one kill is maybe all EG want to close out this Baron.
All right, so they've got Westrise down bottom pushing, so he'll eventually get that turret, but they're going to grab that Baron right now. And one outer turret or secondary turret for Baron is an amazing trade if they can make it happen. Robert will probably go for the steal, though, with the ultimate.
Yellow Pete taking a lot of damage. Beautiful barrier to protect himself, but Jinx still going to get the kill as Yasuo goes down. There's so much damage coming through. The Baron getting low. They've got to be careful. They are going to secure it, but Determined looking so strong here. Now Crepo going to go after Robert X. Lee. EG needs to back out if they can, but Inox doing the damage. Takes out Arthur on there. Westrise gets out Leona, and now the reset's coming through as well. Good death sentence they're coming in, and Robert X. Lee with the shutdown.
They were able to take the Baron before they started losing members, though. So they got the objective first. It was such a really good hook, though, there. 2 really good hooks from Babadov, catching both high-priority targets. First Yellow Pete, then Inox later.
Thankfully, though, Determined only take the 1 turret there down the bottom. EG, though, could lose this one in mid as well. Babadov kind of zoning out Pobelta if they can. Zig's great wave clear, but Robert X. Lee's going to take it out and ride the lantern away.
All right, so they're able to answer back a little bit. Now they're going to want to lick their wounds, though, because 2 of the members of EG are still wearing that Baron buff. Here goes the harass, and then there's the first hook I was talking about onto Yellow Pete. This just gave so much hope to DTG, and this is why Babadov rotates down around the entrance of the Baron. I gotta think that if the rest of the team had rotated as quickly as him, it might be a different story. But Westrise comes in, defends Robert, and then they're able to clean up Inox. So even though Arthalon did end up going down, he showed that he can last as long as 2 members of EG in the enemy lines.
But EG still maintain a big lead here in this game. I mean, it's not going to quite be the big Baron they can push on maybe that they would have wanted, but they're going to keep trying to close this game out. And Inox, his teleport's almost back up. He knows what his job is.
It is getting a little scary for them, though, because Mundo's creeping up on that point where he gets extremely beefy, and it just takes so long. Yes, you can kill him, but it takes so long, and it takes so many of your spells and cooldowns to do it, that sometimes you just want to bypass him and go for the resets here on DPG instead.
Yeah, and for all the kills and gold that EG have, the AD carries are actually surprisingly close in gold. You can see there's under 1,000 actually between Yellow Pete and Robert X. Lee.
Well, before all the madness with the kills down bottom and the rotations with teleports started happening, Robert had a huge lead down there. And he did have a big upper hand. He's been able to keep his CS up, too. So he's going to be doing fine going into that late game. And like we said, Jinx is amazing in that late game. Not only does Westrise have the ability to chain kills and get resets, but Jinx with the Get Excited is one of the best AD carries there for the end game because she can continually chase people down and use that mobility that she gains after 1 kill to reposition.
Evil Geniuses, though, member missing there with Inox up towards the top. He does have his teleport if he wants to use it, but he's going to have to be careful. And a lot of the gold interesting is actually on Pobelter and Crepo. So that's good for Ziggs. He's going to be able to poke and really clear waves. And Crepo, he's spent his items well, but you maybe want that gold on someone that can carry a little harder.
Yeah, I'd say Crepo deserves that gold with all of the amazing ultis that he's been landing here. He has been getting himself extremely beefy, so he is just as strong a tank here as someone like Snoopy. And he's going to be wanting to use his ulti for the engage, but then also he has the ability to peel for the likes of Pobelter and Yellow Pete.
And so EG going to start this siege now. Got Baron on a couple of members. That's good enough. Inox going to take away the red buff there as well. I mean, the wave kill looking pretty good here for DTG. Jinx is very, very good, not just at sieging, but counter-sieging.
She is at that, but I mean, EG've got a really good combo there. Pobelter, you know, he can use the passive from Ziggs to just get 1 auto attack onto a turret, and it takes a big chunk out of it. So even with the small regen of the inhibitor turrets, if they just get those Ziggs empowered auto attacks and the Ezreal Trinity Force empowered auto attacks onto it, then they can chunk it down pretty significantly.
Yeah, and the poke as well from Ziggs maybe make the difference here in this fight, but we'll have to see here. Determined, holding on for dear life here at this point. Inox was up towards the top lane, but he's rotated himself through the jungle, just kind of clearing out what he can. Westrice, rotating up towards the top to kind of push that back here, and it is the split push here for EG Kobe. Like we mentioned, it's pretty much their plan at this point. They're going to look for a good point to teleport.
Yeah, I like the kind of answer from DTG. Westrice just went to split mid instead, so he was like, okay, you're going to split push top. I don't really want to fight you again, so I'll take some minions and then come and try and hold on to my turret.
Yeah, but Inox really just going to try and be a pain here, and you can see Broken Shard kind of in the middle, wants to mediate these lanes here as the push happens. I mean, one of the issues with teleport is that, Broken Shard going to go through. There's the Assault and Battery. Westrice going to try and see if they can kill him, but Inox going to look for the 1v2 here. Damage down to Westrice, but he's kind of invisible, can't really see him, and Broken Shard still putting the damage through.
It's burning!
Almost enough, does get it. Pops the GA, the turret goes down as well towards the bottom, and Inox is still alive, and Westrice back up, does get the kill, but they're losing everything here, Determined.
They spent the GA, and it took them so long to finish off Inox that the rest of the team was able to make the plays because, like we said so many times before, all the resources from DTG going over to try and stop Inox, they get an inhibitor for it, and Inox was able to take down that GA from Westrice, so that was definitely worth it for EG. They're also able to take another dragon off the table, so that comeback mechanic's not available for Determined.
And it almost feels like Determined got a little impatient there with that kill. I mean, they could have just left someone to move up there and just keep the lanes pushed out, because again, if you teleport, the longer the space is, the better the port is for you. So from one inhibitor to another, it's actually not that far.
Exactly. Westrice could hold on to that lane as long as he's at his turret, because he's not that afraid of Inox actually diving a turret, but you can see from the flash ulti there from Broken Shard, they thought they could finish him off very quickly. And then once the fight began, again, it looks kind of like Westrice didn't know quite where to go, walking back and forth because he's so scared of the damage and the burst from Riven that it took them way too long to finish him off.
And Inox now has finished a Guardian Angel for himself. So that's going to be pretty interesting news here. I mean, you saw just how hard it was for Westrice to kill him, and Inox was doing so much there 1v2. If it had GA in that last fight, it probably would have been a clean 1v2 there for Riven. And I mentioned how scary Riven can be. Inox is looking at the peak of his power, and that is the thing for me, Kobe, that's the interesting timing point for this game. EG kind of have to win now.
Well, they've got a really good chance because Inox now has GA of his own, and Westrice is going to be on cooldown. So in that 2 versus 1 situation, if they repeat that fight, I'm going to have to give the edge to Inox.
I mean, it looks good now for EG, but if this game goes longer, and we've seen it long games already today, Kobe, then Determined Gaming can certainly get there with their late game and turn it around. But right now, looking really up against the ropes, Baron up very, very soon as well. So you can see the triple sweeper there actually on EG. They want absolute vision around this Baron area if they can get it.
Right. Okay. So that shared resource vision point I was trying to make before is that, you know, since everyone only gets 1 pink ward, and you can only have a couple sweepers. Oh, they're gonna face a contend.
Broken shot, wrong place, right time. Ziggs their bomb coming through. Yellowbeard able to pick up that kill. Now Snoop chasing through the Ragnarok. Nothing stops Olaf in this wall, and that's a double kill for Pete moving through. Robert X Lee in a whole lot of trouble as well. His GA is gonna get popped here. Should be finished off here at this point. Oh, everybody misses. Can't quite time the GA respawn, but 3 clean kills.
It is exactly the same result as last time we started talking about that. Those sweepers definitely paying off. It's Broken Shard going in there to try and grab a little piece of vision and ends up dying for it. They get 3 members down. It should be a very easy push in here.
EG just waiting for their minions to come in. Bottom inhibitor already down. They're looking to take a second one here as well. And they can quite possibly move off and take Baron fairly safely after that as well. You can see the inhibitor turret going to drop quickly. The inhibitor not long for this world either here as it quickly goes down. And Determined Gaming, there's still comebacks here maybe, but this is a tough spot to be in.
Now, this spot is 2 inhibitors down, minions in your base, and Baron is up. They are extremely scared right now because if they choose to go contest this Baron, those minions are going to constantly be doing more damage to the base. They will lose Nexus turrets.
Kobe, I have to ask you, is the 3rd time the charm? Because that is exactly what EG are hoping for here.
Broken Shard looks like he wants it, but this time they're going to use the ulti first. Okay, he sees they're not on Baron. Broken Shard may live this day.
I mean, it might already be gone if you're Determined Gaming.
You know what's funny is they saw that missile go by, so they know that Determined think it's clear, and now they'll just take it.
That's actually really, really clever from EG. And Broken Shard's going to get the bad news. He'll look for the smite steal though. Volt Breaker charging out. Oh, that is really smart for EG. He's going to go in Assault Battery. He steals it. He gets back. He gets out with the lesson. Amazing play there from Broken Shard.
I thought he wussied out, but he was just waiting. He uses the ulti, grabs it anyway, and here's the teleport.
Inox moving through. Robert X Lee very, very dead as Riven's going to pick up that kill, but Broken Shard, I thought EG was so smart in waiting for Volt Breaker to run out.
It was.
Forgot about Assault and Battery.
It was the perfect play right there. Both teams played that perfectly. It's just that the smite goes to Broken Shard. They end up with this one, but EG are going to take the bait.
And Crepo missed his first Xenos Blade of the game, I think, but this 3rd inhibitor looks very, very, very dead at this point as Broken Shard moving back in. You can see it looks like Bubbledub getting jumped on as well. Crepo going real deep there as Snoopy jumped into the fray as well. Now Yellowbeard moving forward with the damage. Pobelter picks up 1 kill as Thresh is going to go down and moving the rest of them out with the mines as well. The last inhib going to fall there and EG going to back out with almost everything. But that was a steal and a half, Kobe.
Yeah, DTG's only hope now are home guards for everybody and hoping that EG will stay too long and they can actually answer back with some kills.
EG going to stay a little late here. Oh, Home Guard actually moving through. Broken Shard, ult not quite back here. Crepo a little low. Looks like they are going to back off there just enough to move out of the way. Westrice's GA back up too. Super Mega Death Rocket actually going to kill Crepo. But Westrice going to get jumped on. The GA gets popped there. Pobelter with the ult coming through. And beautiful kitings moving out of you. EG, a beautiful turnaround there and Determined. A little greedy there on that one. Robert X Lee's back though. So they might have to get out of the way, and they will.
Oh, the burst damage from Riven. Even when she's slow life, not only can she put out so much damage, but her shield also is a massive amount. Able to just instantly destroy Westrice as soon as he jumps in.
The good news though for Determined, they did get their last inhibitor back. So they at least have that.
All right, they got 1 of 3. That's pretty good.
That's true. I mean, it's not 2 out of 3, which ain't bad. But 1 out of 3 is better than 0 out of 3. And Broken Shard here just going to clean them out, clean the minions out, out towards the top lane here. I mean, his team, some of his team at least, does have Baron.
Exactly. The Baron was recently taken, so that objective is not on the map. There's not much that's going to draw Determined out of their base now. And even though their inhibitors are down, they can just farm the waves inside of their base and force EG to come for a 5-on-5 team fight. The only thing they would be giving up is that next dragon, which is probably going to go to EG anyway.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, EG just have complete control of the map. You can see right now the sweep is only just starting to come out for Determined. They've really valued the yellow trinkets here because they've just not been able to leave their base pretty much at this point. As you call Kobe, the next dragon is going to go down, and EG, they're looking to win now, surely.
Yeah, I really would make the call for Determined to stay inside the base. There's almost no reason you should be outside of the base for their team right now because all the minion waves are going to be pushing in anyway, so if you want to farm, you can farm close to the priority objectives that your team's going to be coming for.
But EG moving in for the kill here. On top of this inhibitor, Bubadub looks for the death sentence but doesn't quite find it. Arthlon just throwing out the poke. Another inhib respawns though. That's the mid one coming back up. And DTG going to dig in deep here.
And Inox is fully potted up. His GA is up. His flash is up. His ulti is up. So he is looking to burst down Robert or Westrise here. And it looks, even though they've got another inhibitor respawn for Determined, it looks very scary here.
Yeah, and we've seen it before. One solar flare here from Crepo could change it. He's going to go in for it, but doesn't quite get it. I think Robert actually was forced to flash there. Now Determined going to come back in. Crepo under siege there as Inox gets out there on Ribbon. Bubadub tries to throw the box out, and Pobelter runs defense with the ultimate as Broken Shot getting crushed down by that Ribbon. Inox going so deep there with his GS still ready to go. Robert actually, his GS is going to go down now as well, as Arthlon's looking to be in trouble as well. Robert goes down instantly once he gets back up from Ribbon, and EG, I think they've done it, Kobe.
Yeah, Determined didn't quite all go in all at the same time, and EG are going to take the first game.
Looking really strong here, but Kobe, remember, one game out of a best of 5. We've got a long way to go for these teams, but EG showing up almost everybody, it seems like here. No one knew what they were going to be like. They look good. Oh, Crepo.
Yeah, deserved right there. Good job, Crepo. I have to say, you know, Inox showed up great. He was a massive force in the end game there. And, you know, Pobelter did his best. He did not go on tilt from that early kill. But the MVP, I have to give it to Crepo because he made the game-changing engages down bottom in the early and mid-game to get them ahead.
And I think I have to agree with you, Crepo. As I said, I think he missed one Zenith blade that I was able to see on camera, just looking so solid there. And his Leona, it's scary for a reason. I would be shocked if that didn't draw a ban next game.
That'd be interesting. If they do ban the Leona, you know, Crepo still, he could take away something like the Thresh. So, you know, he has a lot of other options to go to, but they won't have that guaranteed long-range engage. I wonder if that's so important to this EG team that they'll make up for it with a pick somewhere else on the map.
Maybe. I mean, that's kind of specific to Ziggs, I think. I mean, and that was one of the things that I really liked about EG's comp was that they sort of built their team comp around, we want to pick Ziggs, we know he's strong, but he's not the, you know, engager middling like Gragas can be, like Orianna can be. He's all about the shoving, all about doing big burst damage and controlling space. And Leona's actually a beautiful complement to that sort of champion.
Plus, Crepo just loves that champion.
He does too, yes, which helped out a lot. And you could tell his experience looking really solid there in that game. And EG, as I said, we didn't know what they were going to look like, but looking really strong. And the two unknown players here, the two stars, really showed up big this game.
Yeah, they did. I would have to be pretty worried there for the Westrise fans because Inox was looking great. And in the couple of scuffles, even the 1v1, when, you know, Westrise, he just kind of got outplayed.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned it before, people going invisible, and Westrise was trying to juke back and forth, but Inox just found him and was able to kill him 1v1. And at that point, Inox was looking very good on Riven, but he just caused so many problems. If Crepo was the MVP for the game there, especially the early game, Inox has it for the mid and late game for me.
Yeah, a lot of the times when your opponent is so focused on tricking you and juking you, trying to make you miss your abilities, just holding on to them like Inox did, and then waiting until he's out of movement to finish him off was the right call.
So moving through to game 2, of course, it is a best of 5 here, Kobe. Plenty of time for these two teams to kind of get things going. What do you think Determined are going to change moving through the game?
I think that they're going to switch up the 2-versus-1 situation. It didn't seem like that helped out too much because, you know, they did get the extra turret there. They got it first. They got the first blood down mid too. But they, you know, they lost out the dragon in that exchange as well. And then once it turned around, they had the teleport down and the engages from from Snoopy, EG was just able to roll ahead from there.
Yep, so we'll see what happens. We're going to take a short break, but when we return, it's Game 2 between Determined Gaming and the Evil Geniuses. Crepo and crew look to make it 2 wins in a row and get one step closer to the NALCS. Our coverage of the 2014 Spring Promotion Tournament will continue right after this.
I saw him. Yes! Yes, good job. Got him. Contact coming down through try. He's slowly. Kill him. Slowly. He's slow. Keep going. Nice!
making the relationship between like David Beckham or these stars that came from Europe and then moved to America is definitely one you could say for myself.
A lot of people try to compare Snoopy to David Beckham, you know, this British fella coming over to the States to expand his reach.
I'd have to compare Snoopy to David Beckham. He's mostly been functioning as like the poster boy.
Then again, I wouldn't call him that. I mean, he's not as ravishly handsome. His underwear modeling is still at a very, very low state, but there is some comparisons to be drawn.
Welcome back to the 2014 North American Spring Promotion Tournament, live from Los Angeles, California. Before we get to the second game in this best-of-5 between Determined and EG, I'd like to welcome the Walking Zeds mid laner, Bishu, to the studio. Welcome. Thanks for coming.
Thank you for inviting. It's great to be here, Shocks.
Well, of course, you're playing tomorrow, but I'd like to pick your brain on this matchup specifically because you know these teams so well, especially the challenger teams. What are your impressions of that first game?
I honestly think it's a little surprising because I scrimmed. The Walking Dead, I scrimmed against both EG and TWP to Determined Gaming, and I honestly thought they would destroy EG. I was very unimpressed a little bit.
If you'd have to pick a certain lane matchup that you thought would go very much in favor of the other, what has surprised you the most?
I guess it would be a little surprising with mid lane. I mean, obviously Arsenal didn't even go mid, and honestly, I thought Arsenal might have just gone window mid because he does some crazy stuff, right? But I think Westrice could have even destroyed Ziggs a little harder. I was kind of sad to see them just get pressure so hard.
How much do you think that it's an influence on the play of Determined that Westrice seem to want to keep playing those assassins?
Obviously, right now it's a really tanky top meta. I guess they get kind of covered that with Mundo. I feel like just having no magic damage really hurt them, and it's a little bit tolling to the team by not going those champions that really help the team right now.
So Determined Gaming up against EG, and you guys tomorrow are going to be up against Team Coast. I maybe want to start by asking that they picked you guys as the second team to be picked. If you could pick, who would you want to be up against and why?
We would probably pick EG because obviously, and first of all, it's Coast made a mistake by just picking us because we are obviously going to destroy them, and they're just going to lose their LCS spot. Wrong choice.
I see that you're already preparing to be in the LCS. A little trash talk here and there, but seriously, your matchup in the mid lane is going to be up against Shifter. How do you think that's going to go?
Shifter, I really respect Shifter a lot. He taught me how to play the game quite a bit too, but I feel like as a team though, we have much better synergy, so I'm not afraid. I think it's going to be great. Yeah, it's going to be a fun matchup.
Talking about that synergy that you hit right there, you guys are actually quite a young team. Can you kind of road us through your personal history with the team?
Yeah, we originally were a team called GG Los Angeles, and we're on a team about 2 months ago, but we've had some roster changes, and now we had this the roster right now for only a month. So we're pretty proud to be where we are right now. We're really good friends, and it just feels great to that, just like 5 friends creating a team and just being here right now and having a chance to become an LCS team.
Absolutely, because only a month old, and then we kind of saw that Quantic were very favored to be here, maybe Complexity a little bit earlier on. Why do you think that is, that there was kind of a changing of the guard in that challenger scene?
It was really unfortunate for Quantic because they were by far the strongest amateur team that NA has had so far. And it just goes to show that just one off day could ruin your hopes. It's honestly a little sad because our team and a lot of other teams had high respect for Quantic because they were really solid. And Complexity was just another unfortunate case because they obviously had some roster issues. So, but I think it's just amateur scene is quite luck dependent in my opinion.
Okay, so you think that'll be a big factor tomorrow? Are you nervous? Because you said you were quite nervous for this interview tomorrow.
It is quite nerve-wracking, honestly. I streamed before, but it's nothing like this. And I wouldn't be this nervous tomorrow. Like this is a lot more nerve-wracking than it should be.
No, but you're doing great. Now,
Thanks.
As a final question, after that first game, how do you think the rest of the series is going to go?
I still think Determined Gaming will take the series. They've spent so much time as a team, and I respect them as a team. And I just really want to see them make it into LCS.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and good luck tomorrow versus Team Coast, of course, Bishu. And now for the play-by-play of Game 2, let's send it back across the studio to Pastry Time and Kobe.
Thanks, Shox. It's time for Game 2 in this best-of-5 promotion tournament matchup between Determined Gaming and the Evil Geniuses. And for Crepo and his crew, their North American debut was brilliant.
I mean, EG looked great. They had good decision-making. They had good team cohesion, which wasn't really expected. And they had really good rotations as well. You know, especially Crepo, he had some very pro ultimates. You got to give him props on that Leona. Might draw a ban here coming up.
We'll see, but as we head into Champ Select, we have a ruling from the refs, actually. Determined Gaming will lose their first ban in this game for talking during pauses, unfortunately.
Yeah, we warned them several times, and all the teams that are already in the LCS, you know, that's pretty much one of the main rules here. No talking during bans or pauses, and they broke the rules. So one ban, small price to pay, though.
Yeah, I mean, pretty simple. Don't break the rules, but ban will be loose there in Game 2 for Determined. And for them, given that they're 0-1 down, which I don't think they expected, given the way they were talking during their video, I think they were expecting to have a pretty nice 3-0 here.
I mean, they even got Mundo, too, which has been a very highly prized pick on this patch, and weren't really able to make anything of it. He never got to that super, super tanky point. And EG really kind of ran away with this one.
Yeah, so Game 2 is going to look really interesting here. I think the biggest question, Kobe, is are we going to actually see the Leona ban? Because that will change a lot about how this game happens, because there are so many top picks.
The thing is, the Leona wasn't just strong like during laning phase. It was about his ability to engage later in the game as well. When they have a split pusher, the rest of the team needs something to enable them to make those plays, and it was always Crepo going in with that engage that enabled them to happen. So they might consider actually taking that one off the table.
And I think Riven as well is maybe the other champion we could consider seeing banned here. I mean,
or taken. Westrice.
Yeah, that's
loves
true.
him
He
some
does
Riven.
love Riven. I mean, it's funny, right? Because we have two very similar style top laners here between Westrice and Inox, and they might have some picks here that are contested. Like, I don't think Akali's going to come up, but they both want it. But maybe we could see some Riven
I mean,
fights.
so how does this, after this first LCS game that you've been casting, how does kind of the meta here for in North America compare to your experience over like casting LPL and stuff?
Yeah, so for those of you that don't know, I actually, you might know me if you do from the LPL, the Chinese league, which I cast alongside Papa Smithy, who's back home. Hi, buddy. How you doing? It's different. I mean, I haven't seen the Chinese play on 3.14 yet, unfortunately, so I couldn't quite comment how they're going about it, but just in general, it's actually kind of similar now. Teams are playing more aggressively, picking champions that are a little more like lane dominant and just wanting to go at each other a little more and have games. I mean, obviously the games are a bit closer than they were last season, but in terms of aggression, which is really what the Chinese are known for, yeah, I'm actually really liking the play I've seen so far. Really
there
fun.
was definitely a lot of aggression.
Yeah.
Early fighting was definitely the story of that first game. I'm hoping they're not going to switch it up, because that was an extremely exciting game from beginning to end.
It was, and we'll see if we get any more. Remember, it is a best-of-5 between these two teams. And has anyone who's ever seen one or played in one, I'm sure you've played in best-of-5s in your time, Kirby. That's a long time to play good League of Legends.
I mean, you guys saw that side from Crepo after they won. He knows that he's in it for the long haul. He's got a lot more ahead of him. So even though they won the first game, glad to see that they're not getting ahead of themselves, and they know that they've got a lot more work to do.
Yeah, and they'll know that. They're an experienced team, as we keep mentioning. They've played for years now. It almost feels like since the start of League of Legends they've been playing. And they'll know to tell you, hey, we had a good game, but things are going to change. The draft will be different, and we need to make sure that we're still playing our best League of Legends. And, we mentioned that we had in Europe, last weekend, the epic 3-2 comeback there.
Yeah.
SK ran it back, and we could potentially be in for a long series here, but looks like we are going to get in the Champ Select for this first game here. They're swapping sides now. Determined Gaming are on the left here for this one. They'll have first pick and first ban with the Evil Geniuses on the right.
I think they definitely, Determined will have the composure here in the second game too. I think they, like you said, they got caught off a little off guard by the Leona ultimates as well last time. So we'll have to see if they actually switch something up here and use one of their 2 bans on a Leona. That would be interesting.
That's true.
Because another strategy, instead of just banning out a lot of high priority picks, is leaving all the high priority picks up. And then you get some of them as well when it comes back to you.
Yeah, especially on the red side here, you can potentially get 2 of those really strong champions that people want. So no ban there to kick things off for Determined, of course. They did lose a ban. Shyvana, their first ban, and Gragas and Lee Sin are going to be the first 2 for EG. Very similar to game 1.
Yeah, so EG sticking with what worked the first time. Can't complain about that. Broken Star did well on Vi as well, though, so I don't know how big of an impact that Lee Sin ban actually did have.
Yeah, we'll have to see. At least, again, went through the draft, actually, and there we go. Determined actually will ban out the Leona.
All right, so we won't be able to see the initiations from Crepo this time, but I'm thinking that he's probably going to then want to take away the Thresh from Bubba because that's also, you know, a highly prioritized pick there for Crepo.
Kassadin actually the last ban here, interestingly enough. So we'll see what they want to go for, and instantly they pick up the Sivir.
So there's no Sivir ban this time, and they instantly want to pick that up for Robert. He loves that champion because she's so great at shoving the waves, and then the mobility that she can provide for her team and chasing people down is just huge at this point.
So these are going to be two really important picks for EG, Kobe. They've kind of navigated the draft in a way where a lot's open, as you mentioned. If you leave all of the good champions open, you get your pick when you get to pick 2 champions, as it brings back over to you. I would like to see some aggression still from Crepo. I think we're probably going to get that, but what do you think they're thinking about here? Given
Well, just from this, if they... Okay, so he actually locked it in. Crepo still wants to make plays, and he has a really high chance of doing that with Annie. Annie not quite as long range as Leona, but he can make that up with the Flash. Flash Tibbers, still an amazing initiate. Crepo wants to fill the same role for his team. So, like I said before, you know, if he had to switch on to some other support, they would try and change it with getting someone with hard CC in one of the different lanes. He's actually going to take that Annie, and they'll bring the exact same initiation power.
So what do you think of the Olaf here from Snooper, yet again, probably going to be in the jungle?
He did great in that first game. We didn't mention him very much, but he had great objective control as well as, you know, pressuring the lanes when he was able to spare time from farming. So I was very happy with Snoopy's Olaf last game, and he did get to the point where he could dive into the Determined team and stick on the AD carry. So I like that pickup once again.
So Determined actually going to get Vi and Thresh here as their next 2 picks. So had the opportunity to pick Thresh and didn't take it. He took Annie instead.
Yeah.
And the answer immediately from EG, we've got Ziggs and Lucian.
Yeah, I think the reason they picked Annie over the Thresh for EG was because it's much more of a guaranteed engage with Annie. Thresh, a little bit more chancy, easier to dodge those hooks, plus they take a little bit longer to come out. They want the instant engage plus AoE CC that Annie provides. It's much more of a Crepo style.
Yeah, so looking at the bottom lane here, speaking of Crepo, a lot of these bottom lanes on this patch are very action-packed. There's lots of aggression, lots of all-inning happening. Do you think there's one of these lanes is better than the other? Because Annie Lucian for a while, even now, is kind of considered just the best aggressive lane.
It's an extremely potent lane. Lucian already at this point, especially on 3.14, has the highest early trading power of an AD carry. So if he can get in the abilities into the double shot, then he's going to win that trade. And if you have a support like Annie, who's the best at setting up trades, as long as he can lock someone in place, they'll win that trade. The only thing is that he's going up against Sivir, which is the one AD carry who can actually block with Spell Shield and nullify that stun. So this will be a very interesting matchup. If it does end up 2 versus 2, it'll be down to the split seconds, and can you Spell Shield extremely quickly?
Yeah, and Sivir spell shield still lasts quite a long time on this patch as well. So Robert Exley, as you mentioned,
for junglers. I definitely know the feeling.
You've given me your spiel on that one. It's good times. Well, not for you, unfortunately. But actually, Mundo is the last pick here for EG. So Inox, despite having that similar assassin style that we kind of noted Westrise for, he's actually going to go for the metagame this time.
So Renekton versus Mundo. I feel like Mundo in this patch is going to have the upper hand in that one. Renekton is a beast up in the top lane, and he does not lose very hard. He'll have the edge early, but you know, once it does get to the late game, Mundo's a bit more tanky than Renekton does get. So we'll have to see if Westrise can make some plays on that Renekton when he's got the upper hand in terms of damage.
Yeah, and I actually like the last few pickups there. We didn't quite go through them for the tournament, but they've got Vi and Orianna with their next few pickups to go through, and that is a wombo combo if there ever was one.
Love seeing those very well-placed shockwaves. And if you can actually get a shockwave and then a Vi ultimate, it works even better because you can group them up only to be split apart once again, and really disorients the opponents.
Yep, you've got options to potentially AoE Vault Breaker as well, which is kind of cute if you shockwave them all together. But lots of, again, really curious champions here. EG taking a little bit of a step back, it feels like, going a little bit towards the metagame. They've got Olaf, they've got Mundo, still running that Zig as well. In fact, EG's team almost looks exclusively 3.14.
I mean, it's definitely, they're playing to the strengths of the patch. I like this. I think that Snoopy is also going to go heavy into that defense tree because, like we said before, the Perseverance and the Second Wind works so well with his kit. When he gets very low, you want to try and finish him off, but it's very hard because he increases so much of that health regen and lifesteal.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. It looks like we're going to be getting into the game nice and shortly here, and it's going to be a fun one here, Kobe. Game 2 between Determined Gaming and the Evil Genius, with the potentially unexpected result here. EG actually up 1-0 in this series.
Yeah, they've taken the early lead, but like we said, this is a best of 5. So even if they win this game, there's still another one, at least one more on the way.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of League of Legends to be had today and this weekend as well, Kobe. So make sure you tune into all of that. But EG, now swapping sides, going to move out. And I think we are going to see a level 1 invade. Maybe not for kills, but certainly with Annie, a lot of teams like to use that AoE stun to try and invade early.
So he's got his stun charged up all the way, as noted by the half mana bar. And both supports, once again, have started with the Dorans. They've said, yo, great, you've introduced all these amazing gold per 5 items for supports. We're just going to go with back to Dorans.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, Crepo does like his Dorans, and Bubba seems to like it here as well. So lots of action here, but Robert Xlee, gets cleaved. Bouncing bomb going to move through as well. Flash starting there, and Robert Xlee very much in trouble. There's a short fuse coming through, and Undertow's going to clean him out.
Okay, so Robert, at the point that he was caught by that Annie stun, I was thinking that he was just going to give himself up for dead and not flash, but he actually flashes and barrier, which is a huge loss. On this patch, getting the first blood doesn't actually mean as much as before. It's a lot less gold that you get for it, but burning 2 summoners means just as much as it ever did. That is going to be really hard for him in lane.
Yeah, and Crepo burnt both of his, but Yellow Pete still has both his flash and his barrier available here. So Robert does give up the first blood there, and you mentioned it before, Crepo wants to make plays here. Does someone Annie there for the first blood?
He has not wasted any time, and it's the same old Crepo. They were able to secure that first blood, and it went to Snoopy, but because of that reduced gold value, even though he went back to base, he's got nothing to say for it.
Yeah, but when he does go back for that first shopping trip, the potential level 4 gank will look very, very scary once he moves in. But Junglers are going to start their buffs now. Looks like Olaf's going to get his blue, and we're going to have Broken Shard actually start towards the red. So both of them going to be looking for the top lane.
Now the one thing here for Determined Gaming that, even though Robert had to burn both summoners, Olaf as a jungler early on is not that scary coming in from ganks. He only has a slow, not a hard CC. So I think that as long as Determined play a bit safer and they just put under those wards in the river, then they should be okay and wait. They could just wait out the cooldowns on those summoners. Since they were burned actually so early into the game, it wasn't even close to minion spawning.
Yep, Snoopy just going to hang out at the race, continue his farm. Broken Shard off towards the blue buff now as well, so should hit level 3 nice and early. And going to be able to look for the top lane if he wants to. And if you're going to keep Mundo down, you kind of have to do it early.
And wow, that stat for Snoopy actually is surprising. I remember he did well in the last game, but he kind of snuck up there. Only died 1 time and got extremely, extremely tanky.
I'm kind of busy watching everyone else from EG look good. Focusing on Crepo, Snoopy.
Yeah, he's off to a really good start here, though. And in the bottom lane, it's as expected. They're going to have the upper hand because Robert knows he does not have a barrier to fall back on. And like we said, the early trading potential of an Annie and Lucian lane is extremely high.
Yeah, looks like Broken Shard hanging out towards the top lane now. Gonna maybe look for a gank here, especially without the spell shield, as you mentioned, down the bottom lane. They're very hard for Siva to really get any work done, and Vi's gonna back off.
Now, the thing is, this is the 3.14 patch. So the trinkets that you buy, since everyone has bought this yellow trinket, they show how many wards you've placed. And Broken Shard should have looked at Inox's inventory, moused over his ward trinket right there, and seen that he's placed the ward. So he wasted a little bit of time right there. It's one of my favorite tricks that's now gone in the current live patch that you can't actually do anymore. But it just made gankings for junglers so efficient. You can check how many wards each laner has placed and usually guess where it's been placed.
Is that the penance for the Siva spell shield being so long?
Yeah, I mean, I was really happy with that. It's no longer live though, so you can't really make use of it now.
No. But it looks like, again, we are going to have a pause. For me, Kobe, one of the most interesting matchups here is actually in the mid lane. We've got Orianna versus Ziggs. Now, Ori was very, very popular for quite a long time, but haven't seen her nearly as much now.
Yeah, Orianna, she can go pretty even with Ziggs there. That's a farming kind of skill matchup, but Ziggs definitely still has the upper hand in pushing. Since he can wave clear so easily and harass while he's doing it. Cheering there for the tech crew.
Hey man, they're doing good work.
Good view.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, just to let you know, Crepo's computer is actually being switched out. So despite playing so well, having a few issues there, unfortunately. So we'll get that done as quick as we possibly can.
Too many plays.
He was too good.
Wore through.
They're nerfing him.
Wore through that Q button.
It's all gone. He needs a new keyboard as well. Needs to be replaced.
Don't start with the conspiracies here. North America's sabotaging the EU team that came over.
Said nothing. I'm neutral. I'm Australian. That's
all
how
right.
that works.
Oh, that's perfect. The neutral party coming in. All right, but yeah, I'm excited for especially the bottom lane because I think that Robert and Bubbledub can pull this one back, even though they're behind very early and against a Lucian Anley, nonetheless. If he can farm under the turret, well, then he'll be fine, and he'll be able to get back this because he is at Sivir, and Sivir's looking for the later game impact that she's going to bring with her ultimate.
Yeah, it's just kind of as long as they don't die again. That's the key thing here. But Crepper's got no summoners left. Level 6 could get a little scary with Tibbers coming up, but Spell Shield, I mean, Robert's a great player. He should be able to shield any sort of stun coming through, and they're going to be good from there. So looking up towards the top lane, I said we're looking at Renekton and Mundo, actually, two kind of curious landers. You think Mundo actually has the advantage here on this patch? Why is that?
Well, I mean, later, once he gets more tanky, becomes a lot harder to deal with than Renekton does. Early on, Renekton, like always, he's the beast in the top lane. He's got more damage. All you have to do is charge up your rage, and once you just hold on to that, any empowered abilities just make you win the trade. So Mundo really stays a bit further back in the early game, just kind of CS's, similar to like he did last game at the turret. And he should be fine.
Yep, so we actually got a replay for you guys. So we're going to go check out that first blood once again here while we get things swapped around. And Kobe, take us through what happened.
Okay, let's relive this moment. I'll try not to scream once again this time. But Robert, it's just, you always, when you're invading that tri-bush, you send your first skill shot right to that back pot, because even though that's a spot that everybody kind of sits at, they feel more safe there. He lands the cleaver. That was enough for Crepo not to hesitate, jumps in with the flash, lands the stun, and there's nothing he can do to get away from it. I was thinking he would just hold on to summoners and take his death like a man, but he decides to flash away and barrier as well.
Yeah, just took it all, unfortunately, and did die there. I mean, Crepo, I mean, that shows team cohesion to me. If he's instantly flashing when a cleaver hits, that's really like brave play from Crepo. I mean, yes, he wants to make plays. Yeah. We saw it last game in Leona, but to trust your teammate that much, to be like, I'm going in.
I mean, yeah, we keep on talking up the Crepo plays, but he's taking a risk when doing that, because if you flash in there that early and you don't land the stun, then you're going to be the one down summoners.
Yeah, but a nice first blood there for EG. Not a huge deal, as you mentioned here on this patch, but a good start for Evil Geniuses once again. And that was the story for them last game. They got off to a great start in Game 1.
They did get off to a great start in Game 1. Game 2, though, it'll be really interesting because I guess the gold has already creeped out to about 800. So it's even more than just that first blood. It's also the CS. They're doing very well in the CS.
So I have to ask you, Kirby, as a jungler, what do you think of the lack of Elise actually here in this draft? Because twice now she's completely fallen through the draft.
Yeah, Elise extremely popular in solo queue as well. Just she has such high early game impact, and her ganks are extremely potent, especially early on. But in this, these two junglers here, they're kind of looking more for later game impact. I mean, you want to have that vault breaker for the end game, and then Snoopy likes to be on that Olaf, be able to dive the carries and stick in that fight for a long period of time. Once the game goes on later, Elise transforms kind of. During the team fight, she's really relying on the skill shots and the poking. And if one of those cocoons, goes wide or something, then in a team fight, she's not going to be worth as much as someone like a giant Olaf who's going to be beating down your AD carry.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, back before when Evil Geniuses were the European version, I suppose, one of the criticisms of Snoopy was that he just didn't really adapt to the changes in meta, but he's playing Olaf here, a champion that's kind of seen the renaissance almost here in League of Legends, and it's nice to see him just looking solid and playing really well.
Yeah, plus there's that mastery I keep talking about.
It's really good.
I should probably stop talking about, but man, it is powerful.
If you haven't tried it at home, try Perseverance. It's pretty good. Does that come Kobe approved? Is that how that goes?
Yeah, it did. It got balanced.
Okay,
it got balanced.
Not here, of course, because they are playing on 3.14 here.
Yep.
Seen a lot of fun here. I mean, determined, pick a comp that seems a little not out of the ordinary for them, but I think Westrice isn't quite playing his favorite champion. You got to play Kha'Zix last game. He's playing Renekton this game.
That's true. They don't really have that assassin that's really kind of defined their team play. But this time it'll be more conventional. They're looking for the 5v5 fights. When they stick together, it's a very, very potent team because Vi can catch someone out and force the engage because, man, Sivir's going to speed her up. She's going to get off her ultimate. And then they have a very beefy team that can stick in there for the long haul in the extended team fights. So it'll be very interesting once we do get to that mid game and they start contesting dragons and stuff like that. I think that DTG actually have maybe a better Dragon fighting team than they usually do.
And to be fair, Westeros actually does play Renekton as well, so it's not like a champion that he's never played before that's completely out of his comfort zone.
Like all top laners.
Yeah, it's certainly on the aggressive end as well. He's not playing like Shyvana, for example, who I think was open this game as well.
I think that was the only top lane ban.
Actually. It was the ban, and Mundo was picked up. So, I mean, kind of has to default to Renekton, and Renekton, he used to see tons of play, but one of the reasons he's dropped out is Dr. Mundo and Shyvana. He just can't really compete with them.
They just get so tanky over there in the late game. It'll be interesting to see. This time, Olaf is also going to have the dive buddy of Mundo. Both of those guys can go where they please because Olaf throws off all CC, and that is a very scary duo that's going to become chasing you around. But like we said, this DTG team, very good at the clumped up 5 vs 5. So they'll probably make use of the Shockwave and the Sivir Ultimate to control the battlefield and enable Robert to be able to get off that damage and kite.
Yeah, it feels very similar to last game, actually, where Determined seemed to have the late game in terms of team fight. They had a really strong team if they could get there, but the story was EG just got ahead and were able to get it done. So we'll see if that happens again. And if Crepo can keep making plays, and he uses the flash button like it's a Q on cooldown or something. He loves to hit that button. But we'll see what happens here. We are going to get back into this game here. Hopefully everything's okay. Crepo's new computer, I'm sure, very shiny. But Yellow Pit and Crepo hanging out down towards the bottom lane. Nothing massive here right now, but especially here in the lower levels, we're going to have to watch Determined Gaming's bottom lane.
Let's watch the upper levels, because Olaf's going in there for a gank.
Westeros there does get out there. Oop, bit short on the undertow, unfortunately. Ooh,
got some slows.
Still hits him there. Westeros maybe forced to flash here, but looks like Ziggs in the mid, forced to get out as well there. As the satchel shot's going to get popped in. Crepo finds the stun, actually. Yellow Pit immediately going to dive in. And he's going to poke back and forth there. Great little trade, but Yellow Pit.
Good answer.
Death sentence in there as well. Flayback actually pops the barrier. Crepo round the back. He wants the kill. He's popping it everywhere he can go, but he can't quite get it. Yellow Pit, though, does get away on a sliver of health.
Both AD carries getting away with sub 50 HP right there. This is all about the supports lane. This is the supports making the plays, and both of them almost coming away with kills right there.
Yeah, it looks like Snoopy once again going to come for Westeros. Didn't blow any summoners last time. Huge chunk of damage though he takes. And a big one there as well for Olaf.
Now, when you go and gank a Renekton, very good stun there by Crepo, by the way.
Very nice.
You can knock Vi out of her Vault Breaker when it's charged up. It will go on only half the cooldown, but definitely worth it right there. Nice defensive play from Crepo. Anyway, when you go and you gank a Renekton, you want to not go from directly behind him because you allow that double slice and dice, which is a very easy escape. And he doesn't have to burn any summoners. You always want to go from the side when you're ganking a Renekton, or you want to expect the slice and dice and bait him out by walking back a little bit.
Yeah, and you mentioned Crepo before is really looking good in the last game and kind of dictating the pace here in this lane. Or Broken Shard, though. He's hanging out, bubbled up looking for the death sentence, but I think they know what's up.
So you can do that as a jungler and just wait in the lane. Wow, they get the play.
Good play, actually. Yellow Pete in a lot of trouble. That looks like it might be a kill, and Robert X. Lee gets the answer he wanted.
All right. Well, Bubba Dub just coming up big right there. He throws out the hook, it doesn't land it, but he gets in range for the play, and that's enough. Now Westeros goes aggressive.
Yeah, Inox could be in trouble. Ignite down onto Mundo as well. No ultimate available. He's going to try and run as fast as he can. The flash is up for Renekton, but decides pushing him out of lane is enough.
Yeah, so Westeros, he's trying to make something happen because he knows he does not want to let this Mundo get super tanky, but because he's trying to go so aggressive, Mundo actually doing fine in the CS. Not only is he even right now, but he's got a nice wave coming to him. So as long as he can CS that under his turret, he'll actually be pulling ahead in gold.
Yeah, and using that Ignite for Westeros is going to make it even harder to kill that Mundo. And Inox is on the way to level 6 as we see Pobelter hanging out in the mid, just chunking away, pushing as hard as he can on Ziggs. Actually has a sizable CS lead as a result.
Wow, Snoopy doing a lot of early ganks here. He wants to make something happen bottom, but they're so close to the turret. Be very difficult.
Just walks down, throws an axe and says see you later. Going to probably help the push out here as well. Broken Shard actually off towards the top side of the map now as well. Maybe looking for a gank, but not quite level 6 yet, but could still sneak around Pobelter. We saw before, the one thing that got him is a beautiful satchel charge happens. Nice ult from Arthalon though, and Pobelter wants to throw the ultimate, but I think he knows he's in trouble. Vault Breaker moving through now as well. He's trying to run somewhere, does get knocked up, but he's okay.
Yeah. You're able to hit the Vault Breaker, but when you know your laner can't back you up anymore, Arthalon had been chunked down too early. You don't want to waste any time there taking on that solo laner by yourself. And he actually goes to rotate to his red buff instead of holding that mid lane because he doesn't want to allow Snoopy the chance to counter it.
Oh, Westeros now proxying up towards the top lane as well, so going to keep these minions pushed in on Inox as much as he can. The ultimate is now up for Dr. Mundo, so he's probably going to be fairly safe here as Snoopy is going to donate the blue over to Ziggs. Thought for a second he was going to pick it up, but decides Spirit Stone's enough there.
It would be very nice to have on Snoopy. I'm sure he'd enjoy that, but since Pobelter's doing so well already, adding a blue buff into that Ziggs Orianna matchup is going to make it even more painful for Arthalon there. Orianna really having a tough time here because now Pobelter can just continually spam out all of his abilities to clear the wave and force Arthalon to try and CS under turret.
And I like this from EG. I think they are trying to steal away the enemy blue now as well, actually. You see Snooper and Pobelter rotating around, and Broken Shard's going to get a surprise he does not like. There's Snooper coming through there. The pink ward actually put down. That's very aggressive from EG.
Yeah, I mean, Broken Shard's got his smite, but Arthalon's probably not going to get this blue buff. Oh, Pobelter steals.
He does. Very nice work there from Ziggs, picking it up down the bottom. Yellow Pete in trouble as he eases out of the way. Now Barbado looking to go through. The damage in there from the Q as well. Great double stun there, and Inox in a whole lot of trouble up towards the top lane. Now he pops his ultimate. Going to kite Westrice around, and he'll be okay. Drawing a trinket in his face like, yeah, have that.
That's that Ignite that you're talking about, Westrice using earlier. Not back up now. So when Mundo pops his ultimate, nothing stopping him from regenning.
And you were talking before in the mid lane how blue's so good for Pobelter as Broken Shard's going to find Snooper level 6 actually.
Both of their skill shots right there. A jungler fight, you know, not much coming to that one.
No.
It's pretty futile.
But he's going to continue to kind of walk back slowly towards the jungle here and see what happens. The Yellow Pit quite low here in the bottom lane, but look at the mid. Pobelter just pushing in time and time again, and without blue buff, this is really hard for Arthalon to hold off.
Yeah, Pobelter holding on to both those blue buffs. He got the refresh on the duration from stealing Arthalon's away, and he's feeling fantastic about the situation. Look at that CS difference. That is disgusting.
And this is the Pobelter we were hoping would show up, I guess, or at least if you're Evil Geniuses, you hope he plays this way. Looking really good here early on in Game 2 as well, and looked solid in the last game, but Broken Shard, he's having a sniff.
Looks like he wants to come in and check Pobelter. They do miss.
Beautiful satchel charge there from Ziggs. You can hear the crowd there. They're impressed, and so are we. That was a very nice
smirk
escape.
from Pobelter as well. He's happy about that one.
And he seems like a player where if he's really feeling himself, if he's feeling confident, it seems like he just plays even better.
So there's a double-edged sword there because Pobelter will also go for some crazy dives there. When he feels that he's ahead, he could be prone to overextending. We'll have to see if he actually gets carried away with himself or not.
Yeah, so up towards the top now, Inox just fighting Westrice away. You're actually keeping pretty close in CS. About 10 the difference here. He's going to clean these out from under his tower. Tower not too damaged either, so Westrice trying to be aggressive early on here in this lane hasn't really found a way to get on top of Inox. And he's going aggressive here. He's got Tiamat once again here for his item build.
Yeah, Tiamat definitely great for Renekton for shoving that lane into the turret there, which is another way to try and keep Mundo down and have him CS under the turret. But man, Westrice is getting to the point where it is going to be hard for him to keep that Inox in check. And since Inox is the one running teleport, it's actually bringing a lot more threat for his team because he can join them elsewhere on the map for objectives.
Yep, so it looks like Yellow Pete hasn't quite gone shopping at all those, building a Trinity Force, which is, I guess, the other build we do see from Lucian. We see Bloodthirster a lot of the time, but looks like with the Ruby Crystal plus the Longsword, he's going to go Phage into an eventual T-Force.
Yeah, you can go with the Trinity Force build early. Wow, Robert pops the ultimate. Okay.
Feeling keen? Doesn't quite go though, and looks like crap on Yellow Pete. Just gonna back away.
He got me to sit up straight real quick. That's about
He knew you were watching. He's like, Kobe's not sitting up straight. I'm gonna make him pay attention. Here is Arthalon gonna get the blue wraith for himself. Always nice for the mid lane to get the wraith, but Arthalon, he really needs to play catch up on CS. He's miles behind.
Yeah, it's gonna be very difficult for him to get back into it. Because, like we said, Ziggs is the shoving champion. He's just going to continually do that. Not much is going to change here.
Inox could actually be in trouble here as Westrice uses every trick in the book. There's the Masochism pop from Mundo. He's like, uh-oh, need some of my health back. Gonna last it under the tower. I mean, as long as, if Westrice can't actually kill him with the all-in, but he does have his Ignite back, Inox is totally happy with what's happening.
And Inox, he actually also has the option, since they're up top, to go farm double golems. If he gets to the point where he feels like Westrice has kill potential on him, then he can always retreat into the jungle and come back to farm a turret.
Yep, so it looks like Determined just kind of sniffing around the mid once again. Broken Shard really wants to kill Pobelter, but there's a nice ward being placed down there, and Pobelter is really feeling himself in the mid lane.
Yeah, good ward by him, but here we go, the stun does land.
Oh, bear down as well. Robert actually needs to be careful. Didn't click the lantern, the ward play.
So that's a very cheeky little play that we've seen quite a lot, is dropping not only wards, but pretty much anything you can on top of the lantern to block it so that your opponent cannot click on it. The tippers was there as well, just for good effect.
and they're able to take down Robert and looking for the objective after.
Yep, Evil Genius is going to pick up a Dragon a little later than they picked it up in game 1, but again, just looking so cohesive here as this team determined they're sniffing around to maybe trying to find the steal.
Wow, they're being very cautious about this one, taking out all of the wards.
Yeah, they've got to be careful though. I saw the teleport started by Inox, but
wow, they're
didn't
still
want to
waiting.
Go. Oh, good ult there as well for Oriana. The Dragon does go down though, and Crepe could be in a little bit of trouble, had the stun. Didn't want to throw it over the wall, and a bit of a weird one, but the first Dragon.
All right, so it was actually really good that they waited that long because Snoopy did smite early, and he did not get the Dragon with his smite. So it looks like it was a good call there.
But props to EG. Yellow Pete did manage to pick up the slack there for Snooper, and he did get the first Dragon. So again, a nice early 2,000 gold lead.
Babelter now grabbing another blue as well. So the pain continues for Arthalon at mid.
If he gets denied another blue here, and again, they were up at very similar times, so it should be back up now at this point as well. He doesn't have his... Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think Snoopy is actually in place to counter this one because he got so low tanking that Dragon for years.
Yellow Pete now 1v2 down the bottom, but just using his smooth moves there. Lucian, something we didn't mention, but when you have a dash like this as an AD carry, you're even better against a champion like Thresh as well, which is kind of a nice little extra.
Yeah, he dodges both skill shots right there. Some nice jukes from Yellow Pete.
Yep, and now Arthalon gets a little low, has a bit of trouble, but is able to solve the blue buff for himself, and he'll be very, very happy to have that picked up. Again, the CS lead really massive between those two. It's closing on 40. As we are going to have
so let's
the Dragon up. Uh-oh.
Let's take a look. The EU jungler import that they've gotten. Red buff is very difficult. There's the Broken Shard smite, and looks like Lizard wins out in this fight.
You win this time, Lizard.
Tricky Lizard.
Very tricky. Poor Broken Shard there. Didn't quite catch that one, but everyone else did. And that was unfortunate, to say the least.
Yeah, that's...
No red buff this time. As Pobelter in the mid on Ziggs, blue buff still going. He's going to be pushing as hard as he can. Tower very low for Evil Genius in the bottom lane there. They're going to have to watch out.
All right. So we're we're going to have to watch that Robert running from the fountain. It looks like they have a good pink ward as well in this bottom bush. So they won't have the surprise attacks from Crepo. Well, never mind. They just cleared out the pink ward because they sniffed that one out. One of the drawbacks of getting that side lane or side bush control is that pink ward's now being visible. You can just walk in there and auto attack him. So Belter is not letting Determined have anything, even their own race.
No, and that's a very bold use of your ultimate if you're Pobelter, to use it to steal away the Wraith Cam, but just annoy and damage the jungler a little bit.
So it was actually a really good move by Pobelter. He damaged Broken Shard with that ulti too. So if Broken Shard died to another jungle camp, which he apparently he might do again, then it was a really sneaky play there because he'll get kill credit.
So one thing I do want to ask you about, Kobe, is trinkets is something we've really seen come out in 3.14 that you've mentioned. EG did this last game, but they have a very fast triple red trinket.
That's a pretty quick triple red trinket, you're right. Already looking for those sweeping lenses. And you do need to upgrade those as well before they become extremely useful. So it's a pretty good little investment that you're going to have to make because you're not able to use it again for a nice cooldown. So what you want to do is place your ward, then go back to base, then sell it and buy the new trinket.
And so Pobelter, as you can see, looking good in the mid, still streets ahead in terms of CS and looking to take out the first turret of the game, actually, potentially 1v1. That short fuse passive there from Ziggs, looking really good in terms of getting that tower down. I mean, Arthmon going to defend with the blue buff as best he can as Mundo sniffing for something here. They are going to go in towards the back. Inox there as Robert actually pops the ultimate, and that's really smart play from both teams.
Yeah, teleport burned, but nothing gained there. And it is going to give Westrite alone time up there top. It looks like they're making the rotation already, so Snoopy will probably be able to clean up most of these minions. We'll have to see if Westrice can actually cut him off before he gets there.
And that's the first teleport we've seen from Inox that wasn't massively high impact, unfortunately. He's looked really good with those ports for the most part, but couldn't quite make it happen there as Snoopy actually here on top of Westrice. The tower does go down as Renekton gets enough time to take it out in the top lane, and Determined Gaming catching up nicely at 2 towers to none.
It was a very good answer there. Westrice was able to make Inox pay for that teleport. Not only was it unsuccessful in grabbing a kill, but now the top turret being down does allow Westrice a lot more room to work with up top.
Yeah, it looks like Snoopy just clearing them out in the mid here. Westrice wants to stick around as much as he can, just annoy Snoopy. Good damage actually coming out there. He's just trying to split push as best he can, and Inox desperately needs to get back up towards the top lane because Snoopy can't quite contend with all that power.
Yeah, talk about wave clear. Ziggs down in the mid lane is doing a great job, but a Renekton that's ahead and has the Tiamat does a great job as well.
You can see how quickly it turns around here. Westrise does not like Inox one bit. The Cleaver actually going to hit here. Snoope looking for the chain slows here. There's one more Q. It's going to be Q train here. And Westrise, he's kind of in trouble. He does have his splash. Used it there as Broken Charge going to come in. Pobelter misses the ultimate of it. Moves Arthlon out of the way with a satchel charge. Assault and battery though on top of Pobelter as he's low. But Westrise goes down to Ziggs. Now Kreplo joining the fray as well. The Lantern up there. But Broken Charge moves up the wrong way and they're standing on top of it. Denying it once again. 3 clean kills for EG.
Oh, the evacuation mission has gone wrong for Determined Gaming there. Everyone trying to get Westrise out of a bad spot, but they just end up dying themselves and giving up their turret.
Oh, Bubba pop back in there as well. That's beautiful play. And that's going to be yet another kill there. 4 in a row, plus a tower for EG.
Belter with the satchel charge to grab Bubba for that one. And now we've got the Annie, Tibbers, tanking up the turret. They're going to go for 2.
EG are going to get 3 here, it looks like, Kobe. They weren't happy that they were down 2 over
turrets.
turrets.
Robert gets bursted down 2, but they're not close enough to capitalize.
Yellow Pete, though, does clean out that turret in the bottom as well. Cleavers almost cleaned up poor Robert X. Lee. He did have his summoners, so hopefully would have been able to live there. But all of a sudden, EG, one great little fight around Baron there. They clean up the map, though.
Yeah, apparently when it rains and pours here, they've just got a huge chunk of gold. A giant lead that they've been able to grab. And now it's up to Determined. They can try and answer with this dragon objective and grab a little bit of that back while EG are shopping.
Yep, so Dragon is going to go to Determined, it looks like here, although they're rotating down. Pobelter will have his ultimate. I wonder if he wants to just throw a blind and see what happens. No, there it goes. There, Inox actually going to get grabbed up here. Mundo could be in a little bit of trouble. Pops his ult. There's 4 people chasing him now. There's a satchel charge moving them out of the way. And Pobelter once again really on point with those charges.
Yeah, Inox did get caught and he had to blow his ultimate, but they also got Sivir's ult down. So that's really big for them.
Yeah, looks like Inox is going to clear out the mid now as well. Which should be equal on Dragons now as Determined Gaming picks up the last one, but Evil Geniuses once again looking aggressive here as Yellow Beat's hanging out with Crepo. Oh, look at it, try and steal it. Broken Shot. You'll be in trouble there as the damage moves in. Did get the rebel, so Crepo actually gets himself grabbed up. The Culling popped in there as well. Bobbin taking a big chunk of damage to Tibbers. Looking through, but a great drop dive there comes out. Now Yellow Beat's in a ton of trouble there as the rest of Determined are coming through. Snoop going to go down as well. And a 3-1 answer there for Determined.
Yeah, bit off a little bit too much there. EG, they wanted to contest that red just to see if they could steal it, but since Crepo got hooked right there at the end by Bubba, they had to commit actually to a 4-on-5 fight, and they could not make that one count.
Inox up towards the top lane though will clean out the turret, it seems like, so that's at least some good news there for EG, but they do have to be careful. They were in this spot last time, Kirby, a few thousand gold up, started snowballing here. Determined, they brought it back a little. If you're EG, what's your game plan to win this time? Because the last time was Inox split pushing.
Yeah, I mean, they can split push again with Inox, but Mundo not, quite as effective as that Riven was last time. And like we said, we usually want him in a team fight early if there's going to be a team fight. So he would want to use that teleport extremely early on and have to coordinate very well with Crepo, because Crepo has got an itchy trigger finger. He's been initiating just in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, and he's a Haunting guys actually as part of his item build. He is going to go for the Talisman this time, it seems like. Has that Ancient Coin ready to go and be upgraded eventually. But, I mean, Crepo, we've seen how aggressive he is already on Leona. Going to try and continue to make plays here as Pobelter with the blue buff almost on his way to Rabadon. So a big power spike coming up in there as well.
Yeah, it looks like both mid laners going with the similar builds that we've been seeing.
What we expect.
Pretty much all day today, yeah. Pobelter, though, it seems like he's always got blue buff on, and he's had no trouble shoving that lane in. Huge CS numbers.
It'd be interesting to see like how many minutes of this game, what percentage did Pobelter get blue, because it's probably going to be quite a bit. But it looks like EG, again, trying to control the vision here. Pink wards all over the shop. Lens is ready to go and sweep as well. And they've defended their mid turret.
Interesting, a duel down here with Inox and Westrise. Westrise looks like he has the upper hand right now, but he has to be careful about chasing a champion like Mundo.
Yeah, the Masochism does get popped on. Inox fancies himself
ignite.
once again. Westrise lost the last 1v1, so we'll see if he can get it done. Who's better, Mundo or Renekton? And Renekton, I'm very sorry, my friend. You do not have a Doctrine, but Broken Shard's actually coming in. The knock up there for Voltbreaker going to make it happen. Does he have the damage? Inox has to turn off the Burning Agony. There's the dunk down on top of him with Assault and Battery. And Westrise just dodging the Ziggs ultimate. He'll get out.
All right, so once again, Westrise losing out the duel, but he's got buddies. It's a team game. You got team in the area, and Broken Shard's able to come in, pick up Inox. I don't know if it was part of the bait where Westrice ignited Inox before he popped his ultimate or not, but either way, it really worked out.
It did. So Broken Child, right place, right time there for that one. As Yellow Pete up towards the top, going to clear out wards here. EG look like they want to do an early Baron almost.
It's extremely hard to do an early Baron now because it's so difficult to get vision control now that you have to have those early sweeping lenses and only one pink ward per champion. But EG are doing it. They've already secured vision over that entire area of the map, and Determined have to be very careful.
You know what the best part about that part of the map, Kobe?
Yes.
The blue buff. They're really trying to keep it away from Arthalon as best they can here. There is a pink ward there, though. Determined Gaming sniffing around. Crepo going to find out there's a pink ward there. We're going to have a bit of a ward battle, but Bob it up a win for now. Oop, never mind. They clean it out.
Thought you could win that ward because, or that war. Here's the initiate.
Good stun there on the Bobbit, the damage moving through as Robert X Lee's trying to pop his ult to get him out, but the culling does come through before the Ziggs ult, and that's going to give Yellow Pete that kill, so really nice plays there from EG.
All right, so usually the pink ward wins the ward wars because it takes 5 hits to kill, even though you can see both wards, but the double shot there from Lucian really turning that one around.
Did manage to clear them all out, but EG once again have a stranglehold over that left side of the map here. Westrice pushing in now as well. Inox does have his teleport. He's down the bottom, but over the top there onto Arthalon though, and Yellow Pete's going to clean up yet another kill. EG almost turning into Fnatic, it seems like. They're camping everything.
And Crepo, once again, playing the exact same role as last time. You ban out the Leona, just goes with Annie. It's not quite as long range, but he's got the flash, using that one extremely effectively, and he's able to pull out another very important kill. And because they cleaned out so much of this Baron vision, there's no vision of the health for Determined, but they do know they're there.
Prepper could be in trouble. Westrice going on top of Annie. Grab that does come out as Death Sentence will land, and Bubba picks it up, but Inox looking for the teleport here as Westrice wants to go in, and he's forced to flash over the top. There's too many members of Evil Geniuses there. And Pobelter doesn't quite have his ultimate, so he can't quite go sniping, unfortunately.
See, that's the problem right there. They cleared out so many bushes, but they had to use all their sweeping lenses in the process, and Determined had snuck one more ward into this little side bush, which just saw them walking over to the Baron area. That's all you need to go contest it.
So, pretty brave Baron attempt there from EG, but I like that they're being aggressive. They're really using their new roster here, using these new solo lane players, and they're playing very, very aggressive. I mean, we saw in game 1, they really had to close the game out in the mid game, and it feels like they're kind of at the same, have the same thing here, but they don't have the same advantage they did at this point in the last game. Well, Smite War does actually get one. It looks like someone picked up the blue. With Snoop actually.
Snoop won that snipe war a little bit early there from Broken Shard.
Managed to get it done. Inox actually in the thick of it. Crepo round the side. A good double stun there. Ultimate on top there for Ziggs as well. And he's trying to get out, but there's damage moving in. Oriana doing nice work there, and Snooper is going to run from this one. Inox completely in and amongst it though on top of Arthalon. He gets the double kill. Now Robert X Lee as well. Just a Mundo up in his drill. That's not where he wants him at all. The triple moving through there, and Olaf sneaks in for the last kill and the ace for EG.
EG get a clean ace right there. This is a nice start. They were a little bit focused on that blue buff steal. Arthalon gets chunked pretty low. There goes the ulti from Crepo, locking 2 people in place. Biden gets ball breaker, anyone, and here goes Inox. This is the Mundo running over both damage dealers. He's chased off all of the threat from this Determined team, leaving Westrice to take on 4 members of EG.
They did get the Dragon now onto Baron EG, and I said, Kobe, they didn't quite have the lead they had before. Looks like they've got it back here as Bubba going to try and be a hero. Broken Child wants to do it again, but can't do it this time as Snoop is going to pick it up, and he is absolutely dead to rights there. Bubba like, Lantern, buddy, not this time, sorry.
There's no coming back from that one. It was a valiant effort, though, and it did work last game, so can't blame him for trying right there. It's a really big hole now for Determined, though. Much bigger than game 1.
Yeah, we had, what, a few thousand gold, maybe 4 in the last few minutes. All of a sudden, it's about 9k here between these two. EG really climbing towards the dreaded 10k gold lead here, and the item difference pretty phenomenal between these two teams.
And what they can do since Ziggs is so fed, we've got Pobelter with basically the highest damage early build that you can have, the Death Cap plus the Void Staff there. They can just go siege up at turrets, and he can harass while they're taking down the turret. So if they wait there for any amount of time, then he's going to be landing all this AoE magic damage on the entire Determined team. And if they don't make something happen very quickly, they're all just going to slowly be whittled down.
And Baron buff, great for a siege here as well. You can see Robert Exley down towards the bottom trying to get the split push done, but Inox will rotate around to clear these out. Doesn't have his teleport up right now, so he's going to have to be a little careful with rotating with his team. But EG once again in control of this second game here, and just looking to close it out. And Determined Gaming kind of had to hold on for the late game in game 1. Couldn't quite get it done. Kobe, if Determined are going to do anything here, what do you think they can do to try and bring this back?
They need to catch somebody out with that Vault Breaker or the Assault and Battery from Broken Shard. You got to speed him up with the Sivir ulti and catch somebody unawares, because in the 5-on-5 team fights we've already seen that Inox is going to run over the damage dealers, and the rest of EG are going to have the CC to be able to lock up Determined Gaming, so they really don't want a 5-on-5 fight.
Big amount of vision control coming out there for EG as well. The tower does go down there in the bottom lane as Pobelter's going to pick that up. 5-3 now in turrets here as EG officially get themselves over the 10k gold threshold in terms of lead. Snoopy going to get himself grabbed up, but he's not too worried. Crepo going to take a tap in there as well from Oriana. But we talked about it, Kobe, the Baron's on here. The siege really is on now.
They've got Baron, but at least for Determined's sake, there's no blue buff on Pobelter, so he's missing a little bit extra cooldown reduction, and he will slowly start draining that mana. But like we said, the passive as well, hurting for those turrets, and they're getting the small poke that they need from both him and Yellow Pete.
I mean, the biggest difference in this one is that they've got a super tank now as well in Mundo, so they can do exactly what they're doing now. Walk up, face tank, do a couple of hits there with the passive from Lucian and Ziggs, and they're slowly going to get this tower down. In fact, not even that slowly.
Yeah, pretty quickly, actually. They've also got Snoopy here, who is again on Olaf, slowly crept up to a very formidable force who can dive right behind Inox.
And it's just poke coming left, right, and center here. Determined Gaming really digging to defend this inhibitor turret, but if it goes down, a big fight is likely to break out here. I mean, they've still got their abilities. They've got great AoE and CC, but if they can find them in the right spot, if EG overextend, then maybe we can get it done, but they're going to go in.
All right, so they grab the tower pretty easily, and that means there probably won't be a fight around the inhibitor. If you're not going to fight over the turret, then you're not going to fight over the inhibitor because there's no more extra damage.
Yeah, so Determined do the smart thing there and back off there, but Evil Geniuses get the bottom turret now. Should make the next Baron a little bit easier. I believe that should be up within the range of 4 minutes there before that inhibitor is able to come back up. And again, Evil Geniuses a big lead. They just have to find a way to close out this game.
Yeah, the thing is, they don't even have to wait for another Baron. If they can grab the blue buff for Pobelter, they can do pretty much the exact same thing that they just did down bottom. Just rotate to another lane and siege up.
And they'll be looking to do just that here in this one as Crepo stun at the ready. As always here, Snoopy even going to do a bit of counter jungling in there as well. You can see the items really coming up big for EG now as well. Trinity Force Bloodthirster with a likely left this. Oops, Snoopy going to get himself grabbed up. Actually blows the ultimate there, interestingly enough. Does not want to get caught.
Yeah, blowing that ultimate early not going to hurt them too bad because they're all buying right now and they're not going to siege up for a good amount of time. So he'll have the cooldown running on that one. And I guess better safe than sorry.
Yeah, he's got quite a lot of CDR as well with his item build, so he's not too worried what's happening. And again, the item's really coming out. I mean, look at this Mundo, Kobe. He is huge.
We talked about Mundo not really getting to that super tank point last game. Inox is definitely there.
Yeah, I mean,
he's going to be able to run through the entire team.
And he did that in the last fight. He just ran through everybody, found Robert Exley, found all the squishies, and it was problems for Determined, to say the least. So really holding on. I mean, Kobe, as we look through this game, EG with such a big lead, Dragon coming back up as well that they could look to pick up, and we've seen how good their objective control is. How did this happen to Determined once again?
I mean, this time it was really, it wasn't the Inox teleports changing the game. It more stemmed from that Pobelter domination mid allowed them to gain a lot of ground in the jungle as well. And then they were easily able to control all of the objectives as soon as they got their kills.
Yeah, Inox are going to get death sentence up, but he's okay. I mean, he's Mundo. He's not particularly worried about anything that Determined can throw at him right now. Last Whisper is finished for Robert Exley, but EG going to start the siege once again.
And even though they have teleport up on Inox, it's better to have him with the team for the initial fight rather than have him splitting, because he can't split very far. The only open lane would be mid lane, and that is a very short distance to teleport. Almost takes as long to teleport as it does to walk over.
Yeah, and EG going to get themselves another turret there as well. Really sticking together here. Just sieging down Determined. You see Robert Exley forced to move out there. That could mean EG looking could look to dive here, and they do have the champion to do so in Dr. Mundo. He's Robert. I mean, he's got 3 items on Sivir, but he's struggling to clear out the super minions.
Yeah, he's struggling. Meanwhile, Pobelter is just going full damage here. On top of his already Death Cap and Void Sap, he's added another needlessly large rod.
You can see the short fuse there, the passive coming in, just the damage coming through. That's the Sivir pop there. Broken Shot takes a big long ride. The great ultimate there from Orianna, but Inox and Crepa around the back on top of Robert X. Lee as Pobelter picks up a kill on Novi. There's Snoopy taking out Renekton as well as Restless is going to fall, and now Bobadev just gets rampaged through as Orianna and Robert X. Lee bleeding back towards their base.
You can't blame them for trying there. That's the combo they were wanting to go for. The Shockwave after the... Oh, Arthalon, though.
He did pick up the kill on the Ziggs, but I think he's going to pay for it with his life. And EG just rampaging through the base of Determined now. Robert X. Lee is going to try and cut where he can. Enoch still on top of him as Snoopy, not particularly worried, actually dies there, so gives himself the double kill. But Determined, they got a couple of trade kills back there, lost a lot of their base still. 2 inhibs down now.
All right, Robert is able to chase them out of the base for now. 2 inhibitors down, though, is gigantic. Here goes the beautiful combo. They pulled this one off extremely well, even though Pobelter got his satchel jumped off. It was a good Shockwave combo, and Westrice went in with him, but they're so far behind that they can just get melted very easily as the EG team collapses with all their damage dealers, melts through the tanks, then moves on to the damage.
Yeah, and it's a great looking combo, but that's what Determined Gaming wanted to do 10 minutes ago, at least, maybe even 15 minutes ago, around one of the earlier Dragon fights. I mean, this is desperation Baron Kobe that they're looking for now.
Yeah, it seems like the early game here for Determined has been the story both times. It looks like we only have Crepo here in the area to contest this Baron. We'll have to see if he can actually come up with another hero play.
This would be
they're putting it down.
This would be quite the steal. Pobelter's in range as well. The ultimate's coming in. He does steal it. He grabs the Baron. And Crepo wants to back up, but he's baiting everybody else in. Broken Shot dead as Crepo goes down in there as well. But Yellow Pete chasing him through there as he gets the kill. And Inox this entire time, he teleported before that Baron started. He's just taking out the base.
So Pobelter's ultimate does 1,059 damage right now. Able to steal that one away. Yes, Smite does get up to that point, but he's not level 18 yet, so there's no chance for him to steal it.
Now the face taking happening is actually Arthalon picks up the kill down the bottom lane. Inox finally fell, but he does get the inhibitor. EG going to make it triple inhibs now as well. And Baron buff going back and forth as well. Determined in a big hole here in this game. And we saw a great steal from Broken Shard in game 1. That was a steal from Pobelter.
Very nice set here for Baron steals. Pobelter was already making a good case for MVP of this game, but I think that might have just got it for him.
Maybe, just maybe here. So he's going to... Oh, I thought he was soloing Dragon for a second. He could almost do it as Yellow Pete's going to get it instead.
Let's just take a look at that fireball coming in. Oh, he timed it very well with Crepo. That was actually perfectly timed. Right on top of each other. So even more than that 1,000 damage Ziggs ult was also the ult here from Crepo.
Yeah, Tibbers does a reasonable amount of damage, Kobe, that's for sure.
Yeah, you know, he's only got that 400, but that's pretty good too. 14, there's no way you're outsmiting 1,400 damage.
And I love this from Crepo as well. Needlessly large rod now in the inventory. Has home guard boots actually. I was hoping he would go the distortion boots and give me the Makako Tabe special. Not this time, unfortunately.
More plays, please. More plays.
He loves to flash.
Yeah, he does.
As Westrice down the bottom, doing what he can to clear out these minion waves. But EG, it's probably going to be one more push here in this game. And they'll be at a point that I don't think anybody thought they would be at. Certainly, when I was looking at this match, I didn't know what to expect.
Their backs are really going to be up against the wall after this one. Because, I mean, at this point, Determined are trying to defend the Alamo here. They've got no inhibitors up. They've only got those 2 Nexus turrets and this entire super fed EG team outside. So they really have to be thinking about the changes for next game. And what are they going to ban? Because the Ziggs has been a problem, a real problem here, but so has Crepo.
I mean, I think certainly forced Pobelter to play something else.
Yeah.
Like, we've seen your Ziggs. It's really good. I don't want to play against it anymore. I wonder what else they've got going for here. But EG moving into the kill here in this one. Babadub's going to try and make a hook play happen. Westrice going to charge in there as well. He's on top of everybody there. The ultimate though comes in. Good combo, but it's not quite enough damage. And Tib is on top in there as well as Babadub is also going to get felled. 3 kills already to 1 as Crepo, the only member of EG to fall. And they're going to make it 2-0, Kobe.
All right, EG come out so strong. And Crepo still keeping calm. They know. Best of 5. Got one more to do.
Yep, I mean, we've seen this before. last weekend, SK ran it back from this spot down, but Determined Gaming, if they were ever wondering just how hard is it to get into the LCS, this is it. And this is the team nobody wanted to play against.
If anybody knows how hard it is to get into the LCS, it's that man right there, Wes Rice. He's been fighting years and years over to stay in the professional scene. And man, I just feel bad for him. He's down 2-0 in the best of 5 here to get into the LCS, and it's not looking too good.
I mean, you saw him there on camera. He looks unhappy. He looks physically unhappy with what's happening. I would be too. It's your professional career on the line here, and you're down 0-2 in your best of 5 when you probably considered yourself favorites coming in.
Yeah, a lot of people consider them favorites coming in here. Everybody who was scrimming against the EG team thought they were kind of rocky, but they definitely showed up here, and it's up to Determined to make them change their game plan. You have to take EG away from exactly what they've been doing. The only problem is all their players are playing extremely well. Inox, you can't ignore Inox because he's been shown himself to play the Mundo and the very tanky top laners, but meanwhile you want to use a ban on Ziggs, you want to try and do something to stop Crepo from making plays. There's just too many things to deal with here for Determined.
Yeah, I mean, normal teams have 3 solo laners. EG has 4. Crepo has been playing so well in this series. He's played Leona, he's played Annie. I mean, they could ban those, but there's very few bans left at this point. And Determined, they're going to have to find something here. And I think, as we said towards the end of that game, Ziggs has to go.
Yeah, that's been too much right there. I mean, Pabelta really had a stranglehold on that lane from the very beginning. He just constantly was shoving Arfalon around, and there was not much that you could do after that.
No, so we'll see what is going to happen here in our 3rd game here. And again, just did not expect what is happening to happen here, but Evil Geniuses are up 2-0 here and Determined. I wonder what they're going to change here. I mean, when drafts change, of course, lots of things happen. If you change even just one pick, things get very, very different.
Now, when you get real desperate like this, you can go for the gambit that is just leave everything up. Use all of your bans on one person, like Crepo or something. Then you leave all of the super top laners up. Even if you are first pick and then they get 2, there's still so many picks left up as long as you leave all the OPs up and you use your bans just on one.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We've got to take a quick break, but when we return, Crepo, Snoopy, and the Evil Geniuses look to complete the sweep and win their way into the NALCS. It's Game 3 between EG and Determined Gaming right after this.
Well, the ultimate's coming in. He does feel it. He grabs the bear. Yes! Woo! We're coming, we're coming, we're coming. Fight, 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 fight.
This hat actually my wife made, this Lulu hat, and it was when I first started playing, Lulu was pretty much the only champion I played in support, so I want to wear it while I'm playing.
It's a good choice on hat, Bubba Dub. If I had one, I would rock it too. Over the headphones, doesn't matter. It's a good choice.
Absolutely. Well, welcome back, you guys, to the 2014 Sprint Promotion Tournament, live from our studio in Los Angeles, California. Before we get to Game 3 between EG and Determined, I want to get your take on the first 2 matches, guys, because what seemed very apparent for me, especially in Game 2, is that EG seems to synergize like a team that's been around for a long time.
Exactly. These guys really came in and they've been individually making plays, but the whole team is able to follow up on it. Whether it's Crepo flashing and starting a fight, Snoopy running in and charging through, everything that EG does has follow through, and it's always seeming to work for these guys. Everything they do tends to work out.
The play that really sold it for me, that EG is working as a team and not individuals and like to be determined, is the play at the Barren River in the middle of the game, in which some went for one guy, the other ones tried to save Renekton, and in the end, EG made the one unified call and was able to take that fight, I think, 3-0. And seeing that play right there, you know that EG is playing as a team, while the other ones are playing as more individuals and aren't really necessarily making the correct thing, because you can't take on the team playing as 5 individuals players. You need to be one unit that plays and makes the same call and follows it through.
Yeah, if we have the synergy on one side, we do feel that Determined on the other side, can I say, is underperforming?
I really think so. Now, in some cases, you've got players like Westrice who've done very, very well. I think he's won lane both times he's played so far, whereas Arthlon's actually been really suffering. He's lost his lane both times. The Mundo game was really, really rough. This game as well in Oriana, he didn't have a very good time of it either. And even beyond just laning, though, I think champ select as well has been really awkward for these guys. If you think back to Game 1, they've got 2 guys for resets. They've got Kha'Zix and Jinx is so good at following up on Burst with the Execute Ultimate. And then for their other solo, they run Mundo, who wants to fight like really long duration, non-bursty team fights, and so they're even missing champion on champion synergy, not even just player on player synergy.
Do you feel that way too, that they have a mismatch from champion select on?
Yeah, I agree. You know, coming into this game, you know Arthlon as one of the players that likes to bring innovation to mid lane. He often goes into side lanes and plays bruisers. Like we've seen him play Elise middle lane. That's not something that anybody pulls off. And playing against Ziggs, I feel like they need to do something against it, because Ziggs is such a strong lane bully right now that it's really limiting Arthlon's champion pools of unconventional picks, and it sort of restrains the team as to what they want to play. So I think if they want to move on to the next game, not only do they have to do something about Ziggs so that they can get comfortable with their own champion picks, they need to lift up their spirit. So if they have a coach or they have somebody that can say, you know, we're still in this, you know, it's best of 3. We got to win 3 games in a row. We've done this before. Like, get back into it, because if they keep playing how they're playing right now, I don't see them being able to take down EG.
Yeah, it is actually a trademark of our promotion series that teams come back from V&O to them, so maybe that can happen. Freak, what do you think are maybe bans or picks that to be Determined would have to prioritize in order to do that?
I think one really important one, as you mentioned, Crumbs, is that Dr. Mundo. I think it's throwing a really big wrench into everything. Inox has been playing extremely well at holding onto his lane and then making the teleport plays. I think he's been doing a much better job than his counterpart. In Game 1, that was an underperforming Arthlon on teleport, and then Game 2, it's been Inox making a lot of plays just by himself as the only teleport on the map. I think that's a big one. You've got to that one as well, right? You limit the Inox champion pool. You maybe get rid of Dr. Mundo, because I don't think it worked very well for Determined, but I think you also limit out the Ziggs, and then you kind of deal with the rest of the picks, and then you kind of play from there.
Okay, so you guys, what do you think? Is Determined going to come back, or will EG close it out?
I want to say that Determined can put up a fight. I think they definitely have it in them to go for at least one more game to beat EG in one of the games. Now, personally, it takes quite a bit of a miracle for them to be able to win 3 games in a row, seeing how Evil Geniuses is playing. I could see them taking 1 or 2 games off, but I don't see Determined to be able to win the series.
Yeah, right now it seems like the teams that have started doing very well have continued doing well. EG looks more on form. I think they'll take the 3rd game.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys. And now it's time to check out our favorite answers to our second Twitter question of the day. Of course, earlier today, we asked you which North American teams would you like to see win their promotion tournament series and why. And here's what you had to say. The first one is from M. Walters40. It says, Curse for sure. They're a solid team, and they finish 4th a lot, but I'd like to see Curse break their curse.
You know, going into this Curse versus Cognitive matchup, the fans that Curse has are not really fans of this new lineup. We haven't seen these players play together in competitive play ever, actually. We have I Will Dominate, who was previously on Team Dignitas and was just back into the scene right now in the jungle. We have Quas, a relatively new player to the scene who was on what is now known as the Walking Zed. And then we have Zekin as support with Voyboy switching roles. So it's a really new team that I think is very ambitious because they all really want this and it's their lives right now. I think the ambition that Curse has is something that some of the current LCS teams lack and most amateur teams do have. And I think that's going to get them the edge over Cognitive in the series.
Okay, that's a matchup we're going to see play out on Sunday, of course. The second tweet is from @BowHunterX. I want to see EG in the LCS just to see how the Snoop crew will do against America's best teams and especially against Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, these guys are doing very, very well. And when we talked about the matchup before it even started, we said, you know, will Pobelter hold up? He's been kind of hit and miss. Inox, not a ton of experience on him. He's doing incredibly well. And the other three, they're looking like the experts they are. EG looks really good.
Absolutely. And then the final one is from @GordonRamseyLol. I wonder if he's good at cooking. I want to see Determined Gaming making it into the LCS because I want to see more of Arthalon's unconventional picks.
I kind of agree with that one as well. It'd be nice to see him. I like the players that do crazy, innovative things. It's fun to see the dudes who break the mold and say, actually, here's going to be the new thing, and people have to deal with it. I want to see the innovation in this series. It might be the thing that keeps his team alive, and we'll see if it comes out.
Yeah, it might be the key to the game for Determined. Now, remember to keep hitting us up with your answers. We're at LOL Esports, and remember to use the hashtag LCS. And now let's send it back over to Pastry Time and Kobe for the Game 3 call.
Thanks, Shocks. It is time for Game 3 between the Evil Geniuses and Determined Gaming. And with one more win, Snoopy, Crepo, and EG will earn a spot in the North American Spring Split.
Coming into this series, we talked a lot about Crepo and Snoopy, but the two solo laners have really showed up here. I mean, they've had huge impacts. Pobelter in that last game, Baron Steel, you got to mention, and Inox has been constantly winning his lane. So really, really good plays from both of those guys. Last game, Inox was 12, 4, and 20. Or that's both combined. That was a little much.
That's pretty good.
I'll combine the stats from both games.
I mean, Snoopy as well had great stats. He barely died in either of the two games we've seen already. And Determined, a team we really expected to show up here, just haven't seemed to do it, unfortunately. I mean, Broken Shard died to his own red. And I had a pretty interesting bit of trivia about the Baron Steel, actually, as well.
Yeah, so looking back, I was like, oh man, that's such good synergy between Pobelter and Crepo, lining up the Tibbers with the Ziggs ultimate to steal that Baron. You know, talk about working as a team and communication. That's amazing. But also, since he put the Tibbers right on top of the Baron, Broken Shard actually smited the Tibbers instead of Baron. And so that they didn't even have a chance to grab that one.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of that really creative play from Crepo as well. They were consistently denying lanterns from Bubba as well. I mean,
yeah.
You talk about how good Thresh is as a champion, how many plays he can make. Just a little bit of ingenuity there to really just deny so many lanterns. And the evacuation was not there for Determined when they needed it. And they need a lot right now. They're 0-2 down in this best of 5, and they were very confident coming in.
Yeah, I mean, doing a very good job body blocking. They've also been jumping from skill shots very well. It just seems like this cohesion that people were wondering what was going to be there. EG definitely are playing as a team, as Crumb said.
And they told us, you know, we've been practicing. We've really been scrimming hard and getting it together, and they really have. Kobe, they have come up bigger than almost anyone, I think, thought of it, except the fans, by the way. They were right.
The
they
fans
were
dead on. Everyone else was like, oh, the scrims, the scrims. EG not looking too hot in the scrims, but the fans knew. 77% voted them to win.
Yep. And they've got a lot of fans as well, especially Crepo. Who doesn't love Crepo? And with the way he's been playing, I think his team probably loves him at this point as well.
All right, so Determined, though. We're going to look at Determined Gaming because they should not give up. We've already had people come back from, 0-2 deficits. Determined Gaming
definitely still have a good chance in this one. There's a reason that everyone was talking them up coming into this. They're a very strong team, and they can pull it back. Like Crumbs was talking about, the innovation that could come from either Arthalon or from West Rice could easily turn the tides here.
Yeah, and again, this was the team that nobody wanted to play against. They were picked last of the 3 teams, the 3 challenger teams that could potentially be played against here. And for all the hype, they just haven't quite got it together for whatever reason. I mean, a lot of the challenger teams don't feel like cohesive teams, right? They don't feel like teams that have enough experience together to really play well as a team. And Determined are not that team. They're not supposed to be. They've been together for quite a while. Been playing around the challenger scene. They've looked probably the most cohesive of a lot of the challenger teams I've seen. It's just not happening today.
I think that if they can get the Pix bans down this time, ban out the Ziggs, and not let Inox get the Mundo, I think those are maybe the 2 most important things. Keep throwing bans at Crepo. He's going to make plays on whatever champion he gets, so I don't think they want to focus that anymore. But I think that last ban that they missed and only having 2 bans in the last game actually really did hurt them a lot.
It seemed to. I mean, that was the thing, as you mentioned.
So don't talk during pauses.
No, don't talk during pauses. Losing a ban could potentially cost you your LCS slot here as well. That's the predicament that Determined Gaming find themselves in at this point. So we're talking about Champion Select. We think Determined are going to go this way with the bans in terms of these are the champions they want to be hitting. They should hit Pobelter Ziggs. At least force him to play something else if you're going to lose. You need to see what else he can play here and test him in another way. What do you think EG are going to be doing with their bans? Because they've pretty much stuck with what they started with in this series.
Right, and they've had such success with it. They should continue to stick with what has worked here. I don't see them changing up too much with their bans. It's really on Determined right now to try and force EG into a bad spot and try and make them uncomfortable, because everyone talks about how, Pobelter can go on tilt and can go on these random bad, super bad games. All they need is a couple of those to get right back in this.
What do you think about banning Olaf away from Snoopé potentially?
So Olaf, he's played well every game, but it hasn't been a game changer, I don't think. It hasn't had the big impact that's been getting EG into the point where they're extremely ahead early.
Okay, so I think that makes sense. Maybe stick a ban at Crepo, definitely ban the Ziggs, see what else Pobelter can play, and probably poke around one more in there as well. With the Mundo, of course, that you mentioned, that seems to be so strong. I think Determined going to be happy to have a ban back here in this one. I mean, any team would again, but they need everything they can get at this point. It is truly backs against the wall, as we are going to be getting into Champ Select here, but potentially our last game here with Evil Geniuses up 2-0. Only potentially.
Yeah,
we'll have to see. I mean,
there could easily.
It's been so much fun, Kirby. I want to see more games develop. I'm sure the fans do, but we'll have to see what happens here. Gragas and Lee Sin, the same 2 bans.
All right, so they're just going to stay with what works. I like that. They want to have a repeat of the last 2 games, continue the trend. Meanwhile, DTG have not focused any bans on any of the things that any of our analysts have
We were
been
wrong,
talking about.
apparently. Kassadin and Siva, the first 2 bans coming out there. I mean, Kassadin was banned in the last game as well by EG, actually, so it's clearly a champion that these teams are thinking about and thinking about maybe first picking. Ooh, that is an interesting last ban from EG, targeting Broken Shard.
I feel like they want him on Vi.
Yeah.
Because they're kind of cornering him into that one. We'll see if he's still comfortable on that champion, or if he actually makes them pay for banning Jarvan instead of Vi.
Olaf picked up here as the first one for as the last ban for Determined Gaming, and EG, they've got a lot to think about here for first picks. You talked about in the last game, Kobe, you can throw a bunch of champions over. They've kind of done what you said, actually. Just leave up all the OPs.
All the top laners here are ready to be picked. We've got the Shyvana and the Mundo, and even the Nasus if they wanted to go for some kind of late game farming strategy here. Well, we do get to see Snoopy's secondary jungler. Like you talked about, you want an Olaf ban. We're going to get one right here. We'll have to see what else does he feel comfortable on.
I almost feel like EG have to snap up Ziggs at this point, but I don't think they want to, which is interesting. I mean, if we want to be fair about it, they actually have games to give away, if you want to talk about it like that. If they want to try something else, they can.
I don't think they're going to give away anything.
I mean, no. And this is, I think, is what they should do. They do first pick Ziggs.
All right, yeah. So Arthalon definitely is Ziggs player as well. So that's definitely a good pick. And not wasting any time here for DTG. Locking in 2 extremely high priority. We talked about leaving up a whole bunch of these top-rated picks. They snagged 2 of them, the Shyvana and the Lucian, both powerhouse picks for the respective lanes.
So the question, Kobe, which player on Determined is going to play Shyvana? Because last time it was Arthalon.
I think it will be Arthalon again. We'll have to see if they actually lock in an assassin for West Rice, and that will really show us what he's going to be playing. But they for sure locked in a Lucian, and that is an extremely powerful pick. Like we talked about when it was on the hands of Evil Geniuses, if you get a small lead in that lane, then he can really capitalize on it, and he needs a support that's a playmaker, so he can set him up to have those trades.
Yeah, and I think Annie is what everyone thinks of when you think about bottom lanes with Lucian. Lucian Annie's just so good, but I love this. I think Crepo, he's comfortable with Leona, quite obviously, but I think it's actually quite good against Annie as well.
And I love the combo of the Leona and the Jinx, because since Crepo loves doing that level 2 all-in, if Jinx levels up her Flame Choppers level 2, then she can chain that stun on top of the Zenith Blade and a Leona stun and completely lock someone down.
And we saw the aggression from EG really paying off in the early stages of Game 2 there, so we'll have to see what happens here. Is Determined Gaming going to consider their third and fourth picks now? And looks like Babadub maybe going to go back to Old Faithful here, but we'll have to see what they want to go for. They need to very carefully draft here as well. This is their potential final game.
Yeah, man, these bottom lane picks have just kind of been rotating around the very specific, powerful ones right now. Not too surprising, I guess. Something interesting could come in, though. Arthalon, like Crumbs was talking about, he was hoping we'd see something new, something exciting. Since Arthalon is such a versatile player, maybe they do give West Rice to Shyvana and give Arthalon the ability to make some plays with Lysandra.
He does have Lysandra, something we haven't seen in quite a while, so we'll have to see what happens here. They did go with Thresh as well for Babadub, and I think Crepo's happy with that. I mean, he, again, showed a lot of creativity playing against Thresh in the last game.
Trying to think who they actually want to lane against Ziggs, because even Lysandra will get pushed into turret. Ziggs can shove her just as easily as he can shove Orianna.
They have the option of putting Shyvana jungle here, because they haven't picked a jungler yet.
That's true.
So they could be last picking for Arthalon, sorry, and have West Rice on Lysandra.
Maybe they're just counting on ganking Pobelter quite early on that Ziggs and capitalizing that way, because Lysandra, she does have the ability to set up ganks very well. She's got mobility very early, pre-6. She also has lockdowns.
And I was going to say, I'd like to see Elise actually from Determined as a result, but they actually get snapped up by EG as Snoopy. That's his next jungler, apparently.
Yeah, there's the secondary jungler. Very, very strong early game jungler for them. He can get lanes going very, very quickly, especially a lane like a Leona lane, where we talked about the amount of CC that Leona Jinx can bring to the table. If you add an Elise into that equation, it's extremely deadly.
So I have to ask you, they've actually let Mundo fall through the picks here, it seems like, because they had the option of picking it. And with Shyvana, they know that it's probably not going to get picked, although it could still get picked here. But they've gone with Renekton instead of the more standard, I guess, Dr. Mundo.
I think they're just asking West Rice to show what he's got. Is he going to play a top lane tank? He's kind of daring him to play a top lane tank here.
Oh, wow. Akali gets locked in there, and you can hear the crowd shiver. I mean, if your back's against the wall, I think you absolutely go to a comfort champion like Akali.
All right, like I said, West Rice has been playing Akali for over 4 years here. He's well-versed in how you want to play this champion. Against Renekton, it's a very difficult 1v1 lane. They might be looking for a 2v1 switch, which is difficult to pull off because Evil Geniuses would probably avoid that. And West Rice here, on that Akali, if he does end up in the same lane as Renekton, it's probably going to be a slow early game for him, sitting back, trying to CS from afar with the assassin marks.
Yeah, I mean, I actually saw West Rice's Akali in one of the NACL games. He managed to survive a 3v1 dive twice using Twilight Shards. I mean, he knows he's a champion through and through.
I feel like if you survive a 3v1 tower dive like that with Akali, it's just poorly played by your opponents, because if they dive in Akali and don't bring vision, she's gonna shroud, so I feel like that's your fault if you mess that one up.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Elise here as well, another aggressive jungler being played by Snoopy in this one for EG. I mean, we didn't quite see him go crazy and gank a lot, but he could potentially do that here in this game.
This is definitely a jungler that's going to have a lot more early game impact than Olaf, than he did on the Olaf. Even though Olaf with the Ghost has, you know, maybe one very terrifying gank in him, Elise has pretty much infinite terrifying ganks, especially on the mid lane, because there's so many angles that you can go to as Elise, hide in the fog of war, and throw out a full range cocoon that will hit a mid laner, because the mid laners have to CS very short distance from that fog of war.
And I mean, that's bad news for Arthalon, unfortunately, because he's been getting punished by Pobelter Ziggs pretty much this entire series. So we'll have to see what happens.
And Pobelter has actually been doing a good job of setting up kills with his satchel charge too. So if he uses that offensively, then it would be extremely hard for Arthalon. But Arthalon's second teleport here, he might actually switch up, go top.
I mean, and this is what we saw when we saw Westrice on Akali. They were effectively trading lanes here. Arthalon would go and be a top laner, and Westrice would usually be a mid laner. So if that does happen, how do you think about that matchup, Kobe? Because it would be Akali versus Ziggs instead.
All right, so Akali will get shoved even harder because she is melee range there. But that's something that you're willing to sacrifice if you are an Akali main like Westrice. He knows he'll be a little bit behind in CS during the early game. It's something that you're willing to accept when you play something like Fizz in the mid lane, because he is melee, he is an assassin. You're banking on the fact that your kill potential is going to be more worthwhile. Wow, I just saw something I have not seen in a competitive game, and it is Broken Shard starting with the shield mastery. I don't even know what that thing is called because I've never gotten it, and I've never seen anyone use it in a serious game.
I mean, that's interesting. I wonder what he's got planned here.
So you only get that shield back when you die and return to base. You get it once when the game starts, and then whenever you die. So he might be planning on taking a lot of trips to the fountain, which is not usually a good strategy.
Not often, but we'll see if it works out here. Game 3 is underway here between Evil Geniuses and Determined Gaming. EG are up 2-0 in this series, Kobe, looking very strong, and they really want to power through here and sweep their way into the LCS.
That would be pretty much Crepo's dream right now, sweeping, because they thought it was going to be hard. They thought it was going to be very hard. He was not even that confident coming into this set. They were very, very worried about this DTG team.
And it's interesting when you see them on camera, kind of the body language between the two teams. EG, very serious, very focused, still saying, no, we still need to win one more game. We still determined. They just looked absolutely wrecked emotionally. Did not look happy at all. Looks like nothing too crazy is happening for early invader. Lots of wards, though, out on the map, Kirby. Lots of trinkets everywhere.
Yeah, and we also have a red side start for Broken Shard. In the new jungles, a lot of people just automatically start whatever side their AD carry and support are on, just for extra damage for the leash, because Smite is less damage now. But he's actually starting on the red side, so EG actually won't really expect that, and he might be trying to pull just some very sneaky play with that early shield from his mastery. Looks like the Arthalon's going to take the easy route and get some jungle experience while his lane is being frozen by the AD and support.
Yeah, but both top lanes actually doing that. So it looks like we're going to have two different 1v2s here. Renekton down the bottom likely there. Inox is going to go back now. Does a bit of funky pathing there to Snoopy, but he's okay. And Westrice actually rotating up now. So I mentioned it before. They seem to like putting Akali in 2v1s because you can be pretty safe there again from the tower dives unless we bring vision.
And they were actually not expecting that one. They had Arthalon up top. They thought it was going to be the Renekton up there. But Renekton here, Inox, was also getting jungle experience. And he was also waiting for his lane, his duo lane to push up there.
So the early laning, pretty interesting here between the two, but looks like we are going to shake it out and have two different 2v1s here. So in game 1 we had a lot of turrets getting pushed down very, very quickly. So we'll see what happens here, but Inox arrives just in time here as the wave's starting to push in. He'll start picking up some experience, and then we go, level 2.
All right, so both the solos are level 2 here. It is a bit harder for this duo to dive at this early in the level, because you already talked about how you can throw down that Twilight Shard and just go invisible. So it kind of negates the early game kill potential that Leona has, because if she goes in under a turret, then she's going to go in all the way.
Oh, Belter could be in trouble here as Broken Shard's moving through. Big amount of damage. Satchel Charge pops off though. Doesn't quite want to use his flash and doesn't need to. Very nice play there from Ziggs.
Yeah, Arthalon not quite able to set that one how he wanted, and since Shyvana doesn't have CC of her own, that's going to mean the end of that gank.
Yep, and I mean, Broken Shard here, Shyvana's a decent diving champion, but you don't bring a whole lot of CC to the party when you come through. So if you're diving, it's good, but you play well, use your CC intelligently when you get dove, it's not too bad. It looks like both junglers actually going to settle into babysit instead of 3v1 pushing this time.
Right, so they are going to share some experience as well. Inox again. And remember, you get bonus lane experience from minions if there's 2 people there, but that doesn't actually work with jungle minions, so they're just being nice and sharing it between themselves, even 50-50.
Increasing the team synergy even more by sharing some minions here as Inox going to get pushed in here, but I have to think Jinx, if you're looking for just straight push, must be the better pushing champion.
I mean, it's actually pretty even there, because Lucian does have a very good passive for taking down turrets as well. You know, he can get double shots off on turrets just as easily as minions. Jinx, I love the attack speed, you know, on her Q for for that, but it's pretty even right there.
I mean, wave clear is pretty equal between the two as well with their respective queues. So Pobelter here going to push in. He's definitely going to be solo pushing once again. I mean, Arthalon already forced out of lane.
Yeah, talking about pushing down turrets. Ziggs, again, no surprise there. Same story as last game. Able to shove his lane into the turret. And something that's noted about this Elise jungle, she's a ranged champion. So if she goes from the jungle over to a lane like that, she can shove it as well. She's going for a gank right now, though, right on Robert.
Yeah, going to move in. Snooper here looking for Bowen, though Robert could be in trouble. Dives on top there, lands it out. Repel, though, does happen, but he's very low. Oh, and Bowen, that was a really nice prediction there. I think, no, trying to hook Enox, actually, but I like Snooper's decision to not go. He would have died for sure.
Yeah, Snooper did not want to give over that red buff. They were able to force Robert out of the lane, but they're looking to pick up a kill on the support here. Bubba still has Flash, though.
Has to be careful. No Ignite here either in this pairing, so Thresh reasonably tanky, especially with that Doran shield. Probably going to be okay. Yeah, he's going to go through there. Snoope finding a stun, does get it there. The damage does go down there and they'll chase him under, but not quite enough damage, unfortunately.
Hooks the spider. All right, so the old little spider link going to block the hook there for Inox, so he doesn't end up taking any tower damage. And that's going to be a pretty successful little bit of harassment. But as Robert returns to the lane, they're not going to want to get anything else.
No, just managed to push it in. Unfortunately, Lucian already back to lane is going to mean that probably not going to deny too much CS. Their Vampiric Scepter up now as well for Robert Exley, so he'll have a bit more fun there if he does get poked down and maybe able to fight a little better if Snoope returns once again here. Pobelter really hammering it on here in the mid once again. Oh, nice satchel there again. Ignite actually used it. Arthur going to pop away, but a great ult there from Ziggs. Pobelter bouncing bomb picks up first blood.
Pobelter was not tricked in the slightest by the little pump fake there from Arthalon walking the other way. Able to pick that one up, long range ulti there, and he already had the Ignite on him. Able to finish it up with a Q.
And Pobelter once again off to a great start here in Game 3. And Arthalon, for whatever reason, just has not found a counter at this point. Every champion he's played up against, he's struggled with.
Yeah, they're struggling so hard to find an answer to the Zig instead of just banning it. And it's interesting because they had the opportunity this time and decided that it still was not ban-worthy.
Meanwhile, up towards the top lane, EG pushing in still here, trying to get this turret down. No turrets felled yet here, but first blood did go to EG just a few moments ago. And I did spot a nice little one in the inventory of Snoope actually here, if they want to try and go into the Akali.
Yeah, so we talked about diving Akali without pink wards. That's your fault if you mess that up and die 3 vs 1. But he's going to bring one. Plus, as we just saw there, the W from Yellow Pete on Jinx, the Zap will reveal Westrise. So they have multiple vision options. And Westrise knows this, does not want to stick around.
And I love this rotation from EG that's moving up towards the top lane. Snoope, if they want to dive, they can go in for it. In fact, Westrise should not be standing in that spot.
He was doing a pretty tricky little thing right there. He was just barely inside of experience range. That's why he was just hiding around the edge. And he was able to leech one minion right there and grab level 6.
The early tower does get taken out for EG. The bottom tower pretty healthy here though as well, as Enox has been able to defend that reasonably nicely. And of course, Pobelter, he's just shoving all day, every day.
Yeah, Pobelter on Ziggs again means that there's no presence mid for Determined. And that means that Broken Shard cannot counter jungle with Shyvana. Shyvana's not the best at ganking. She's best at destroying jungles. And with no jungle pressure from the mid, no backup, it means that he's going to have to stay in his own jungle and just farm off his own.
As Enox here, going to back off there down towards the bottom lane. 4-man push now for EG. Really trying to get the fast push going on this one. I mean, again, they've got great siege. Elise is fantastic in sieges. You can just throw out cocoons, and if you hit somebody, you can do a ton of damage.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about with the ranged junglers. A lot of people were very excited. Oh, here goes Crepo.
Broken Shard going in. Crepo, great ult there, and Leona. He's going to pick up credit for that kill. Satchel charging there for Pobelter as the Bobbin completely caught off there. He's forced to walk the long way around back towards his turret, but he'll get out there. Again, Crepo's on point.
Yeah, that was just a bad idea. You do not want to go attack that grouping of EG. They were all ready for that one, and Broken Shard gets caught out away from the rest of the team. Again, Lantern thrown out, but he was also stunned up, and the Lantern was blocked. Not able to escape.
So the story continues here for Evil Geniuses, up 2,000 gold or more, actually about 2,500 here early on in this game, and that's without the first dragon, Kobe. So they've been off to some pretty good starts in the first 2 games. This is their best yet.
The games just keep getting even more and more convincing in favor of EG here. really looking like they deserve the set.
We'll see here. Early days still here in this one, but Determined absolutely have to fight for every inch at this point. There are no more games left to give, unfortunately, for them, as Robert Exley caught by the Cocoon there for Snooper. Enox going on the top. The Repel there follows through as well. And it was a great cleanse there from Exley, but not enough.
I like that no hesitation from Snooper, even though Robert was still moving up, and he could have even gotten deeper in the lane. Because Snooper knew that he was already on a path and he could land that Cocoon no matter what, took the shot, and they're able to capitalize.
And for me, that's one of the things that really describes EG's play throughout this entire set so far. Decisive. They are really, really just making quick decisions. Oh no, Cocoon landing on the thresh. The dive will happen again. Pobelts are getting chased down there as well, but he's going to be okay. Death Sentence there gets blocked by the Repel actually, as they're going to keep moving in. Now Arthlon coming through, picks up the kills as Zigzot's coming over the top. Enox as well, really caught in a bad spot. He's going to get taken out by Broken Shard.
Yeah, I was going to say the duo for EG was up top, but now they're not even done here. Arthlon's moving on. Pobelter, can he win this time?
No, can't quite get the 1v1. Ignite moving down there onto Arthlon. And Determined going to go for this Dragon now as well. They needed to fight back Kirby, and they are.
That was a terrible decision right there from EG. Like I just was about to say, their duo was up top right there. And that was a 3-man going aggressive on to the entire team of Determined. They paid for it, and it was a little bit of what Determined needed to get back in this game.
EG do get the trade there after, though. Take out the tower in the top lane there. So 2-0 up in turrets, still just under 2,000 gold ahead. And that seems to be the lead that EG feel comfortable with, given the way they've been playing already in this series. So they'll be happy, but again, it was kind of one mistake from Determined and then one there from EG.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty close still, even though EG have the good lead here. We'll have to see if this West Rice Akali can pay off and start snowballing, because yes, they knew that they were probably going to give up that early game with that pick, and so going into a 2 versus 1, you're like, yeah, both of the solo laners will probably be down in CS, but we're banking on the mid game, him being able to catch people out and chase them down with the 3 dashes of her ult available. She's extremely good at capitalizing on any sort of pick.
It's kind of interesting, actually, with Akali, because with the way EG have been playing, never mind as Crepo's going in to get Broken Shard caught out this time. Crepo, great combo there with the Zenith Blade plus Soul Player, but they can't quite get the kill done.
And it's going to be real hard for him to defend this turret, too. Even though Shyvana does have decent wave clear, 3 members is a lot.
Broken Shard caught there again. Zenith Blade does hit on this super mega death rocket. Comes out there, and Crepo's trying to chase it down, but EG very smartly playing will take the tower. Poke there onto Robert X. Lee, and they'll get out safely.
So Snoopy focuses on the turret, and they get the turret down, but it means that Broken Shot get away with a little bit life. However, they escape before the rest of Determined get to the area, so nobody loses their life.
And we've seen very experienced decision-making from EG in general, I feel like. They've just backed away, they've played very safe and very decisively, but they've never really overcommitted here. As West Rise, Satchel Charge, Repel gonna move through, Zenith Blade on top, Pink Ward down on top of his corpse, and he's very, very dead as Yellow Pete's gonna take that one out.
There it is, keeping that Pink Ward in your inventory. You'll be able to use it sooner or later, and they grab West Rice mid, plus that's gonna be the turret.
And just such great rotations across the board here for EG. Again, we can't stop saying it. They're playing so cohesively. They're playing like a team that's been together for 2 years, not 2 days, almost 2 weeks maybe.
Oh, the Cocoon land.
Bubbledom getting caught there. Satchel Charge moving through as well. Pobelter slays another one as Broken Shot could be in trouble. Eats the Chomper for his troubles. But EG just going to continue pushing through now.
All right, so EG, yeah, we talked about how, you know, they look like they're playing so cohesively. I feel like you give up so much map pressure when you keep giving Pobelter the Ziggs. Everyone always talks about how important the mid turrets are, and Ziggs with his constant pushing and not being kept in check by any ganks from a Shyvana who doesn't have CC, it frees up Pobelter to really gain a lot of map pressure just from that mid area, and you know, Snoop has done a great job of capitalizing on it.
Yep, so West Rice now going to farm things up as Akali on the way to his Hextech Gunblade, which is his item of choice on Akali, and he's been playing it for so long, I'm not going to question that at all.
It's a fun item to get on her, as well as playing to her hybrid strength, so definitely think that is a good pickup. Plus, it does give her the opportunity add a slow to your kit, so when you do catch someone with those dashes, finish them off.
It's almost like you get an extra Shadow Dash when you've got the slow there, but items are plenty for EG here as well with their few thousand gold up. Got Athene's already finished there for Ziggs. Bloodthirster up now for Jinx in there as well. Renekton on the way to kind of half of the two items he really wants here. He's got Sunfire Cape on the way with Giant Spell, and he's got Spirit Visage on the way with his Negatron Cloak here. And Snoopy as well, not doing anything fancy. We saw Dexter going for a little bit more aggressive with his build. Got the Haunted guys, had the Abyssal Scepter. Very straightforward, very tanky for him.
Yeah, he's the least. He hasn't been too heavy on the farm. At least it's more about pressuring the lanes, getting those ganks off. But yeah, also hasn't been landing the killing blows for those ganks. So a little light on cash, just going with the conservative build.
And one thing I did want to mention before Akali got blown up by the pink ward is that EG has never mind Broken Shard. He's going to get caught up here as well. Snoopy here going to chase through. Crepe now trying to get it done. And this is the jungler against effectively the two supports. The first Miss Leona ultimate.
So he led that one a little too much. Arthalon, though, in a sticky spot here.
Yeah, Arthalon, he's absolutely in trouble here. Enoch's going to be able to chase him now. Good flash, actually, but flash forward. Great snare there from Arthalon. And no slice there to close the gap. Oh, no! Bomelzer! Oh, beautiful ultimate to save himself there. And he actually wants to kill. He picks it up. Now he's on to Westrise. He's 2 levels ahead as Bubba gets out of the Zenith blade. Yellow Pink flashing forward to pick up that kill. And EG all of a sudden open up the map as Enoch getting chased down now as well. 2v1 up against Westrise. He's almost going to take him out, but Broken Shard gets the kill. But EG chasing down the mid lane once more.
Determined to answer with 1 kill, but this is an inhibitor turret going down for EG. That is huge.
And we mentioned it before, they seem to only be getting stronger as they play this series. Didn't get the inhibitor, unfortunately, but did get the turret, as you mentioned. And this is the biggest leads they've had yet, and they've looked so good already.
That was a pretty epic chase up there with Inox on Arthalon. A lot of answers there from Arthalon, but he did not have the last day. Ended up going down anyway.
So what I was trying to mention is that when you have an Akali, it's a little awkward when you're up against a team that seems to always buy 3 quick red trinkets.
Yeah, they have been very coordinated with their sweeper purchases as well. Timing those very, very well with the amount of map control that they need and that they have been able to already establish. So if you got the upgraded Sightstone here for Crepo, then they've got plenty of wards that they're going to be able to throw down, and they'd rather grab the vision denial with the sweepers.
Yeah. Now Lissandra, a bit of a different mid laner as well that we don't see nearly as often as we see Ziggs, certainly, in recent memory. I want to ask you, Kobe, what do you think of Arthalon's choice to go DFG here on Lissandra?
DFG Lissandra has the potential that they need for picking someone off. But if he keeps getting initiated like that, then he's not going to have the opportunity.
Super Mega Death Rocket coming in there. The Dragon does get cleaned up by Broken Shard. The Soulflow is going to find Bubba up. Culling pops up there for Lucian, and that's a very dead thresh now as Broken Shard getting chased down as well. Beautiful minefield there from Pobelter to zone out Westrise. Now Robert Exley is very much in trouble. Inox is going to go over the top there, at least with a double kill actually, as Arthalon's going to go down off towards the back as well. And now looking for a third is Snoopy. Robert Exley, that's, yeah. I mean, he gives it up. He knows that he can't go anywhere. A triple kill for Snoopy.
Broken Shard also nowhere to go. Trying to port home, but Inox is on the case. Not going to let him out.
And Westrise is farming his wolves with EG in his own jungle. Determined Gaming absolutely scattered here, it seems, in this third game here. And Crepa's going to lock him up. Cocoon lands, picked one immediately down. And EG.
Man, they have all the answers right now. They are looking so dominant in this game. They want that clean sweep.
And they looking like they're going to be able to get it here as well, Kobe. Huge gold lead out already. 7,000 gold ahead for the Evil Geniuses. Looking for a sweep. I expected Determined to maybe drop a game here as we're going to have a replay.
All right, so let's look at this again. Bubba Dub just gets destroyed by the Crepo and Snoopy combo. And then this entire DTG team is running for their lives. They're all split up. There's nothing that they could possibly hope for at that point except for trying to get away. And pretty much everybody does end up getting caught out. Anyway, Robert tries.
Yeah, he realizes that he's just done at that point. I actually like that play a lot from Robert, just being like, yeah, okay, I have nowhere to go, so I'm just going to give it up here. Yellow Pete up towards the top, going to clear them out, going to push everything out of the way there. But Evil Geniuses, I mean, Determined again, the team that nobody wanted to play against. EG, completely new roster who didn't even seem to have that much confidence in themselves when we were talking to them. But really shown up here. Snoopy said it. Anyone can win on the day, and they're looking amazing today.
I know, it looks like they're going to try and put a little fear into the other LCS teams. Winning with some good style.
Looks like Jinx looked for the steal there on the red buff, but doesn't quite get it. Robert Exley will be able to clean that one up for himself. Rabadon's death cap on the way potentially for Ziggs, although he could build a DFG with that as well. So Pobelt he's feeling good.
It's possible. Ziggs, you know, not usually one to get super close and use DFG style stuff, but he could, just because he wants to answer Arthalon and you know, say whatever you can do, I can do better.
Maybe he's Crepo going to get himself death sentence, but he'll shake all that off here. EG really just trying to complete their hold on this game and close out the third and final game that they would need to sweep this series here. Enox getting very aggressive there. He knew he was 1v2, but he's actually 1v3.
So it's actually part of the composition that EG have picked up here. It's an aggressive composition. It's a lane shoving comp because you take Renekton, you know he's going to win that lane early if he goes into a 1 vs 1. They actually choose, you know, going into the 2 vs 1 situation, but they combo that with the Ziggs as well, who's going to win his lane and he's going to shove his lane in. So if you shove all of your lanes at the same time, then you remove a lot of the downside of that strategy, which is the possibility of killing.
Oh, that's a great scene. The play for Bubba, he's very dead as Enox picks up that kill with the Mega Inferno Bomb coming in over the top. And time again, Crepo's just catching people. Broken shot! Not where you want to be! Instant flash stun there from Crepo with the Shield of Daybreak. And he got away, but that was so decisive from him.
Yeah, Crepo's been doing pretty well on Leona today. I'd have to say he's keeping it up in this game as well. Even though they don't get the kill for the flash stun onto the Dragon, they're still going to be able to take the turret. They grab the objective, and they're going to back off.
I mean, one of the biggest compliments people have for a lot of Chinese and Korean teams is that they seem so strong. They always seem to go in together no matter what happens. If somebody flashes, everybody's flashing, and you're trying to get that kill. EG are really showing me that here today. Someone's just going in and everybody's trusting the call.
That's definitely something that I was worried about with this team too, because, you know, coming in with trying to work Inox and Pobelter into the situation, especially with Pobelter still having to deal with school stuff, you know, they don't have a whole lot of time to work on that communication and that trust that you have to have in your teammates. Seems like everybody trusts Crepo though, so you can agree on that.
Well, I mean, he's a very lovable guy, so I'm not surprised that the team trusts Crepo here as EG are going to clean out some buffs for himself. Inox going to collect the red buff actually, which will make his Renekton even scarier, and it's looking pretty beefy right now here. Crepo on vision duty, just clearing out as much as he can. Bubba trying to stem the bleeding of the vision wall here, cleaning out what he can in his own jungle. And looks like, I don't know what Pobelt is building, by the way, but it's going to be fancy, whatever it is. He's probably got a ton of gold ready to go. On EG, I think they're going to do it again.
Yeah, probably. Pace of Drum, good call, good call. we'll let that one pass. Oh yeah, they get the ward kill.
Does get taken out. There's Crepo again with the Xena play, bouncing bomb over the top. Super Mega Death Rocket and the Mega Inferno Bomb is broken shot. Is in a whole lot of trouble now as well, getting chased down, taking a ton of damage here. Pobelter actually gets jumped up by Westrise. He goes down as Bubba cleans it up, but here comes Enox with the teleport on top of Westrise. Ward instantly Dorinda. No, he gets out. No, he doesn't. Yellow Pete there does manage to clean him out now as Bubba trying to flay away for his life, but he looks like he's going to go down as well, and does as Snooper gets yet another kill. And Robert Exley, he may live here, but only to tell the tale.
All right, so that's why everybody trusts Crepo. Another find for him, another pick, more kills for EG, and they've got full reign of this determined base. It looks like they're just going to start tanking up turrets.
Tanking with the face is Inox there. They're going to trade tank around as well with Snoope, and even Leona now at this point as well for Crepo can choose to do it. Determined Gaming back off. Respawn time is still very short at this point in the game, Kobe.
All right, but without Pobelter, they decide to back off. So even though at this point, they're 2 games up in this series, they're 16-5 in kills in the 3rd game, they still do not want to risk it. They still are playing very calmly. Look at Yellow Pete. That face is a picture of calm.
And again, that's the experience that EG really bring to this stage for their new teammates here, Inox and Pobelter. We were asking ourselves, what does EG look like when they bring new blood in, but they have so much experience and the chemistry that they already built for themselves?
I guess they look like Fnatic, setting up a bush gank right there. The old Fnatic bush.
I mean, Crepo, for all his...
Looks like they're going for Westrise with it. Oh, they're on the move.
Looks like they are. The EG train is in at full speed right now as Westrise. He doesn't have anywhere to run. Gets either played up blind there by Crepo, and he's going to hide as best he can. There's the ward going down finally. And Inox, oh no, they don't have one actually. Good slow there as well, coming up for Westrise. Maybe he can live it. Repel out on top there. Westrise trying to drink out of the way. The Death Rocket doesn't quite hit. The Cedar Plate misses. The Lantern's down, but it's not enough.
So they didn't have a pink ward for that one. It took a little bit longer, but they're finally able to capture Westrise as well.
And they get yet another kill for themselves. 17-5 for EG there. 10,000 gold once again in the lead here. 7-1 in turrets. Bobbidub looking for a hook, finds Inox. That's not really who he wants. Sandra thinking about going over the top, but that's a bad idea.
Yeah, not going to go on that one, and here comes Inox.
Arsenal, they're getting bombed down to Snoopy, gets yet another kill. Bobbidub now, taking all the fire as Yellow Pig gets the turret and the kill for his trouble. And EG and Snoopy just chasing down Broken
So
Shot.
Snoopy is legendary, by the way, right now on that Elise.
Kills Shyvana mid-ultimate as well with Venomous Bite. And EG, I think they've done it here. They're going to push through for what looks like the third and final game here. Evil Geniuses, you came from Europe, welcome to NA, and they're going to well and truly sweep their way into the LCS.
Congratulations to EG, Pobelter, and Inox, removing all doubt that anyone had about their play. Really nicely played.
And we were wondering which EG was going to show up. It was an incredible EG there. Look at Crepo. So happy to be through there. And they should be. That was an outstanding performance by Evil Geniuses.
There it goes. Now they're in. Now they can celebrate.
And they really should. That was the one thing we wanted to ask ourselves the entire time leading up to this match. What do Evil Geniuses really look like when we haven't seen them play yet with this roster?
They look like winners.
They look happy. They do look like winners. It's Broken Shot. I mean, determined. They would have had high hopes coming into this match, but not the way it was meant to be, it seems like.
All right, so we do have our first new team in the North American LCS. Interested to see what's going to happen in the next couple days because we have some more pretty interesting matches here coming up with Coast and Curse both trying to defend their spots.
That's true, and it's going to be a great weekend for League of Legends Code. But let's look back at that game now. There we go, the Evil Geniuses. Give them a round of applause. They absolutely deserve it for that performance there. Looking stellar, Kobe. I think we're running out of adjectives to describe this team today.
Well, exactly. Like they definitely removed the doubt. Everybody was coming into this with all of the intel on their scrims coming back with such negative results. Wow, they showed up today so big and just kind of crushed the tournament.
They did. I mean, who do you give MVP to though? Because there was everyone played well, but.
I think that's going to have to be shared all around because, you know, yes, Pobelter dominated with Ziggs. Yes, Crepo dominated with Leone and also Annie. And then Snoopy went legendary. All right, well, the crowd looks like they want to give it to Crepo. Maybe that's just because he's on screen.
Maybe, I think so. But looking back here, what could we say about this team moving into the LCS? They look cohesive.
I'd say ban Ziggs.
That's a good start.
Other LCS teams that are watching, ban Ziggs.
Ban Ziggs, guys. He's really good.
Even though there's going to be a couple more patches, Ziggs hasn't been hit yet in the new patches. So it'll be a similar result.
That's true. But just in general, I think really strong teamwork, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Some strong performances from Inox and Pobelter in their solo lanes. Filling very big shoes, by the way, of Froggen and Wicked. And just aggression, weirdly enough. They actually looked fairly aggressive.
So it's interesting you bring up the shoes because you know the other half of EG, the one that's still over in Europe, Wicked and Froggen on Alliance, they crushed in their games. Even though it was Battle Atlantic and it wasn't a promotion, they crushed as well. So even if you split up EG, they're still winning on both sides of the pond.
I mean, looking really strong here. I mean, they'll be happy to know that Alliance won last weekend, and they'll be very happy to be here in the NALCS as well. Congratulations once again to EG, just looking so good. I mean, I want to break down the games a little more, but I don't know what else to say. We kind of said it all already.
I just want to again point out the communication because that was what's so surprising to me. You're talking about how they all immediately jump on a call. If one person flashes, everybody flashes. So they'll follow Crepo, but they also were able to coordinate a Baron steal with just the Annie and the Ziggs. I think that was one of the most impressive because Ziggs, that's a very long ultimate to try and time in your head.
Yeah, I mean, Pobelter showed up, so did the rest of EG, looking really strong there. But we're going to send it down to the stage where Shocked is standing by with the LCS-bound Evil Geniuses.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. First off, congratulations on your win. A little applause here for EG, guys. Very happy players here, of course, obviously, Snoopy. I mean, winning here, that's maybe something that a lot of people had predicted, but were you surprised that you took it a 3-0 sweep?
Yeah, for sure. Like, coming into this last 3 weeks, we've been in the States for 3 weeks now. We've been practicing a lot. But the last 3 weeks, not counting last night, we lost pretty much all scrims. We were doing so bad in practice. And it wasn't until last night, with a couple of scrims, we won like all of our scrims last night, and it gave us like a new sense of confidence coming into today.
the last 3 weeks, I was genuinely worried that we weren't going to make it. And everyone, like, there was some Reddit threads predicting we might not because TBD was so strong. And they're really good players. Like, commend them, guys. Give them a round of applause for TBD. Or GTG, whatever it is.
Determined Gaming. Of course, in the first game, they kind of put up a fight, but it seemed like you guys just got rolling. Tell me a little bit about that new synergy you had to find, letting go of 2 players that you played with for so long and getting 2 new ones.
Yeah, well, it was a conscious thing for the last year. Like, I always wanted to go to America. And now I wanted to make it happen. And Frog and Wicked, they wanted to stay back in Europe. They have family back there. They love the EU LCS and things like that. They want to stay in Europe. So that's just had to be. Like, us 3 guys here moved to the States, picked up Inox and Pole Bettler, and they're great players. They're chasing me.
Yeah, well, very good to see you guys doing good here as well. Of course, this is only just the first hurdle. You had the entire NA LCS season now. What do you think realistically is your goal there, and what success can you get?
I think judging on the past 3 weeks being very, very shaky, I'm not going to set my sights too high right now. Initially, we're going to take each day as it comes, each week as it comes at the moment. Today was promising. He's chasing me around still. Today was promising, but we need to take each day as it comes and each week as it comes, starting on January 17th.
Yeah. But now, is there anything you want to say to your fans? Because it seems like you've gone across the Atlantic, but all your fans are still here.
A Scottish comrade down there. Nice. No, thanks very much, guys, for supporting us. I know it's sad we split up. Like, we're no longer the Fries EU or CLG or whatever it is. But thanks very much for continuing to support us. Support the guys out in Europe as well, Froggen and Wicked, and support our new team as well here in the NA. We'll try and do you proud.
Well, congratulations once again. Fantastic performance. Good luck in the NA LCS. And now for more on the Evil Geniuses' impressive 3-game sweep, let's send it over to Riv, Freak, and Crumbs at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And guys, the Evil Geniuses looked quite impressive in their 3-game sweep of Determined Gaming. Crepo had some great ultimates starting off on this one. What were you guys thinking once he got Leona? A lot of people thought it could be treacherous for them because it may be too much all-in, but he seemed to be back in form.
You know, the first game, seeing him Leona, I wasn't going to be expecting too much. It's the first game when you see these teams, you need to feel them out, see how he's going to do work on it. Now, the last game, after the first 2 wins, when he got Leona, right there, you know something's going to happen, that they're going to be able to do plays with Leona, and they made it happen. You know, Leona was involved in a large part of the kills and snowballed the game really well for them, even though she was put in the 2v1 lane.
And Crumbs, I want to talk a little bit more real quick about comfort, and Freak, chime in on this as well, because I think it's something we saw right in the beginning. Crepo was calm after that first game. He sat there and they knew they had to win another. The second game, everybody was calm. What does this mean, and how does that kind of transfer into your games?
You know, you can't put aside the fact that the EG lineup has had endlessly more experience than Determined's lineup. They've played in Worlds. They've played multiple LCS. They've played practically every league event that has happened. So they have a lot of experience. You know, nerves aren't going to get to them. They've already qualified through things like these before. Determined hasn't really had that experience. And games like these are the ones that get you the most nervous, the ones where your lives are on the line, where there's so much more at stake. Playing for Worlds isn't as nerve-wracking as playing for your job, your life, what's going to happen to you in the next year. So I think that really came into play what we saw today when Determined really didn't know what to do. They weren't a unit. They didn't show up.
Freak, what were your thoughts?
Yeah, I completely agree with Crumbs right here. Basically, I feel like the EG lineup, especially the old EG players, really stepped up. I actually have to commend Snoopy a lot because a lot of people called him a bit of a weak link. You think back to the summer split, they actually tried out a new jungler in Shacker to see if they could improve their lineup's chances. He was subbed out for part of that season, and he stepped up huge throughout this series. Finally, in Game 3, as Olaf got banned, did even better on Elise. The EG group right here played better than they ever have before when the pressure was on, whereas you saw guys like Arthalon play worse than they normally do at home, and that was a really big factor, I think, here. These guys' experience meant a lot.
And that flows right into adaptation, really being able to figure out from game to game how to resolve the conflicts that you were having. And Crumbs, you didn't see that in Champion Select.
Exactly. You know, we saw in Game 2 that Determined got a ban taken away from them, but that should not affect the fact that they were not able to adapt each game with their bans and picks. Their picks did not mirror something that you'd say, okay, this is what happened in the first game, this is what happened in the second game. We need to change each game accordingly to what they're doing to beat us. They failed to recognize how EG beat them. And that eventually cost them in the last game. You know, we saw 3 games back-to-back of Ziggs. They even first picked. So EG, they recognized what was winning them the game. The Ziggs pick. They first picked it in the last game. And we saw at 5 minutes in, he had a 20 CS lead on Lissandra.
Exactly. I really want to stress that point because one of the bans that was spent here by Determined was on Kassadin. Now, Kassadin is a strong champion. I understand him being contested. I understand that being an important champion to pick for a team. But Determined was losing in the laning phase. They weren't losing in team fights. They weren't losing because they were getting out-roamed. They were losing because they lost their lane straight up, specifically Arthalon's lane, more than anyone else. And they still ban out the weak early game champion who spikes later. They leave the Ziggs open to bully out Arthalon's champion picks, right? His Gragas banned all 3 times, right? They got rid of Arthalon's comfort zone. And then even think forward to the rest of Champ Select here, where finally in Game 3, the 10th champion picked is Westrice's Akali. And it's like, if I'm going to go out, I'm going to go out playing Akali. And that's fine, but ban the counter picks. They left Mundo up, but they didn't ban a Renekton. They left the lane bully mid lane Ziggs. They even sent him mid lane against Ziggs to go get like crushed. And that, I think, was a series of misplays in just terms of game planning by Determined.
Going down knowing you're firing your best guns, though.
Yeah.
As you feel it.
I mean, you have to recognize that your best guns may be a little bit outdated.
This is true, indeed. So now to wrap up day 1 of the North American Spring Promotion Tournament, let's send it over to Kobe and pastry time one more time at the Casters.
Thanks, Riv. And with their win in today's promotion series, the Evil Geniuses joined Cloud9, XDG, Team Solo Mid, Dignitas, and Counter Logic Gaming in the 2014 NALCS Spring Split.
All right, so I am predicting their first game in the LCS, they will have Ziggs banned against them, maybe Leona, and probably Mundo.
I think that's probably a safe bet, Kobe. And of course, coming up tomorrow, our coverage continues with the Battle of the Atlantic as the 2 third-place squads from the LCS Summer Split take to the Rift. It's ManCloud and XDG versus Alex Ich and Gambit.
Then we lock in the 7th spot in the Spring Split as Team Coast tries to win their way back into the LCS when they face off against the challengers, the Walking Zed.
Our broadcast of Day 2 of the Spring Promotion Tournament starts at 11 a.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Central European Time. And that does it for Day 1. Congratulations to Team Alternate and Evil Geniuses on their big wins today. Now for myself, Kobe, Shox, Jat, Riv, Freak, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching, and we'll see you back here on Saturday.
Kick again. A little bit. Nice! Don't shout. Nice! Good job, good job. Nearly from Ken. Nice! Oh, nice. Oh, my God.
But I just one shot someone. It doesn't really matter who.
Good job, dude.
Is that?
Nice! Nice!
Good job, good job, good job.
Nice. Keep going. Cool. 3 seconds.
Finally, really good, I guess.
Just finish. Go on, eh? Just time.
Nah, double it looks to be the second one. The calling comes out, and it's just the end. Set a bit too far off. They flash it with the ignite. It's gonna be the last barrel. They still get the kills in on this one. Yes, they can, and the double kill for him.
Be quiet this field. Pogo's in range as well. The ultimate's coming in. He does. He grabs the burn.
We're coming, we're coming, we're coming.
Again, Ignite actually used it. I'm going to pop away, but a great ult there from Ziggs. Bouncing ball picks up first blood. Welcome to NA, and they're getting well and truly sweep their way into the LCS.